Snapshot to a Killer. Written by K.D. Upton. Copyright 2021. Chapter 1. A nagging suspicion that something wasn't quite right hit me the second I awoke this morning. It didn't help when my best friend, Skylar, texted on my drive into work, mentioning that my aura was dark. She told me to be careful. Her unusual abilities weren't anything to ignore, and yet everything in my life had been great up to this point. My distracted thoughts caused me to spill coffee all over my shirt, and I managed to mix up a wedding photography session and a senior session, which put me back an hour on both. Though my boss waved it off as a bad day, I couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. I massaged my hip and winced. There'd be a bruise, but it was all worth it. The tumble I took over the stool caught the kid's attention, and I managed to snap the prized shot right before crashing to the floor. Not my finest hour, but I got the shot and hurried on to the next family. At least my preoccupation didn't interfere with this last session. The mother's satisfied grin stoked my spirit, even if the rosy-cheeked toddler stuck her tongue out at me and squealed, bounding out of the workshop. The apologetic mom scurried after her offspring, promising to return for the next birthday pictures. After picking up the overturned stool and double-checking my camera was in working order, I tidied up the studio, turned off the lights, and walked back to my desk. The wall-mounted television that hung in the reception area to the left of our office space blared in the background while I plopped down into my rickety chair and spun around to face my boss. Dylan sipped her coffee between rounds of ripping open a stack of bills, which had tripled in growth over the last 3 days. Streaks of gray lined her curly bobbed hair as she looked over her red-rimmed glasses at the latest breaking news streaming across the TV screen. "It's a shame. All those senseless deaths." She pointed a teal-green fingernail at the television. "I hope they find the scoundrels who sell those drugs. How someone can profit off of others' addictions is beyond me." Dylan sighed and shifted her attention back to the bills. She was a demanding boss, but a caring one. "I see you survived yet another tantrum." She grinned, still intent on the computer. I waved a dismissive hand. "Nothing a little pain reliever won't cure." The stool took the brunt of it. I wondered if there'd be one picture worth saving after all the feathers, bubbles, and dolls failed to win a smile. Then I stumbled over the bar stool and snatched a few shots on my freefall. That child bubbled with laughter. Dylan's brow furrowed. She eyed me over the top of her laptop. Graying tufts of hair stuck out like she hadn't showered in days. Kind of reminded me of Einstein's unkempt appearance, but to her credit, she was usually a walking, talking portrait of middle-aged perfection. Witty but kind, she usually dressed with an artistic flair that would make Parisians envious. "Not the narcotic type, I hope," she quipped with a sour expression. "Of course not," I replied. "That's only for off-work hours." "Kaitlynn." Her warning tone left me giggling. She paused and whisked off her reading glasses. "Stop." I held up my hand and failed to snuff a grin. "I'm only joking. You know I wouldn't touch the stuff. Only legal, non-addictive medicine for me. My mother would kill me." I sighed and rocked back into the squeaky chair. "Anyway, how's the conference shaping up? Are we a go?" Dylan frowned. She'd been consumed with making the symposium every bit as successful as she could, and that meant all-nighters for the last couple of days. Her daily 4 pots of coffee left her hands shaky and eyes bloodshot. "Yes, we're a go, but I'm hoping you can help me with it." Her voice inched up higher on the last few words like she was bracing for rejection, but for the life of me I couldn't fathom why. My life consisted of work, Pop's diner for sustenance, and sleep. My skin tingled with anticipation. "Absolutely," I blurted before thinking, earning a quizzical look from her. "But..." I paused and lowered my voice. "What about Rex? You know him." Dylan resumed her study of the bills. I need someone dependable. He's too. She waved her hand, unable to find the words. Self-absorbed? Egotistical? A jerk? I tapped my index finger on the rickety armrest and gritted my teeth. That man vexed me so. Now, Kaitlynn. She propped her elbow on her desk and casting me a withering glare. He's a talented photographer. Rex has a lot going on. Stress brings out the worst in us all. If spending loads of cash stresses him out, then please, by all means, give me his trust fund. I'd at least offer it to charity where it would do some good. The wheels of my chair screeched across the tiled floor when I got up to grab another mug of coffee and some acetaminophen for my aching head and hip. I poured out a half cup and prepped the machine for more. Somehow I doubted that Dylan would sleep before the conference, considering she existed off the stuff. What he does with his money is his business, Kaitlynn, and it's none of ours. Rex is a whiz with a camera, and I'd advise you to learn from him. I gave a mock salute. Yes, ma'am. Her scowl transformed into a teasing grin. All jesting aside, would you be free for 9 tomorrow morning? Dylan's brow creased as she looked back at the bills. Is everything all right? I asked. Are you in some financial trouble? Oh no, dearie. The business is gangbusters thanks to the symposium. People from all over the states are coming, not just Portland. If this goes well, then we could increase our market potential tenfold. I don't have to tell you what that would mean. Dylan pushed her glasses up her slender nose. Her longing gaze drifted to a faded picture of the Swiss Alps on the message board positioned on the office wall between our desks. No problem, I said. I'll see you tomorrow. Dylan nodded, but kept her focus on the serene snow-capped mountain picture. I grabbed my purse and tiptoed out of the room, closing the door with a soft click, and stepped into the icy drizzle of a December Oregonian afternoon. Before long, I was zipping down the road in my car, past the bustling town square hemorrhaging with red bows, gaslit lanterns on every light post, and an explosion of garland on buildings and street posts alike. As I drove up my gravel driveway 10 minutes later, the sun peeked out from behind the gray clouds. The charming Victorian cottage sat beneath a canopy of dogwoods and maple trees perfectly highlighted by the rays of sunshine. Painted a lovely Carolina blue, the home blossomed to life. The front porch boasted winter-green garland and red bows I lovingly hung last weekend, but the real treasure leaned against my front door. I grinned at my other best friend standing on my stoop, tendrils of steam wafting above the casserole he held. You lost, Max? I beamed, but my tummy grumbled. I hadn't eaten but a few chips since breakfast. I stepped up onto the porch and greedily grabbed the dish from his hands, inhaling the yummy aroma. I figured you'd need some food. You never eat enough during the busy season. Although I'm positive your veins are flowing with caffeine. Do I detect a hint of annoyance, kind sir? I winked. But tell me truthfully. You're here to admire the gorgeous garland again, right? My grin grew wider at the memory of Max's belly aching last weekend. You've filled your house with a forest. I still have sap on my fingers, he grumbled, rubbing his palms. Work okay? I opened the front door. Max followed me inside and straight back to the kitchen, where I set the casserole dish on the counter. It's all right. I've got one assignment I'm working on. He walked past me to the cabinet and picked out 2 wine glasses. I bent down and pulled out a bottle of wine from the wine fridge he bought me last Christmas and uncorked it. Really? Do explain. I raised a curious brow at him from across the kitchen peninsula. Is it something heinous? Did someone toilet paper the mayor's house again? I poured the glasses half full and carried them over to the kitchen table. Tell me the local paper caught a dreadful pic of Danielle. I swear that lady thinks her poo doesn't stink. Being married to the mayor doesn't mean she's allowed to look down on everyone with disdain. It's bad enough the town foots the bill for her wardrobe. I can't believe that passed the town board. Danielle came from wealth, and that meant favors. Power was a funny thing. Her father had played a pivotal role in transforming Silverthorne from a tiny community of farmers to the burgeoning city it was becoming today. With that came certain perks, and his daughter grew up wanting for nothing. She zoomed around town in her candy apple red Porsche with people hanging on her every word, catering to her every whim. Of course, the second she was out of earshot, they'd complain about her better-than-thou attitude and even concoct plans to get back at her, but no one ever did. I suppose it made them feel better in the moment. No, nothing like that. Max took the tinfoil off the casserole. Broccoli delight? I clapped my hands and smacked my lips together. Plates or bowls? He asked with a lopsided grin. Get the big bowls. I rubbed my palms together in anticipation. And the large spoons. I'm starving. Max brought all of it over, and we sat down across from each other around the flimsy card table that doubled as a kitchen table. Our knees touched underneath it, and the utensils, bowls, glasses, and the bottle of wine barely fit around the casserole dish. Max's rich laugh bounced off the walls. I thought you said we'd eat at a proper dinner table next time. Yes, but the conference, holiday pics, and senior photos have kept me more than busy. I'm lucky to get home before midnight most nights. Speaking of which, how'd you know I'd be home early today, anyway? I filled our bowls to the brim and shoved a spoonful into my watering mouth. Dylan told me. I came in yesterday, and she told me how much you'd been working. It took a little convincing, but she agreed to let you off early. Oh, so that's why, eh? It wouldn't be because of the fudge you bribed her with? I winked. Not just any fudge. Peanut butter fudge. The nuclear option. I'm impressed, detective. I sipped some wine. So, tell me. What's this assignment? Anything serious? Let's just say I've got it covered. You'll find out soon. Need I worry? A chill zinged down my spine, but I shook it off, guessing the heater was on the fritz again. Max cocked his head to the side. His wavy black hair fell onto his creased forehead. Now why would you do a silly thing like that? I'm a big boy and can handle myself, thank you very much. You remember the last town scandal, right? He giggled, waggling his eyebrows. Do I ever? Principal Dale's car still smells of lake water. What happened to those kids, anyway? Did you throw the book at them? Didn't have to. The parents agreed they should work off the cost of repairs by pulling weeds around the high school, scraping gum off the undersides of desks, and cleaning floors, among other things. I bet they'll never do it again. Have you ever been in the boys' bathroom at the high school? Wouldn't want to clean that. Max chuckled and helped himself to seconds. Yikes! I scrunched my nose, imagining the foul stench of sweaty gym socks and old urine. Okay, no more talk of boys' bathrooms unless you wish to see the contents of my stomach. Although, I'm intrigued by your newest case you refuse to speak about. You've got to tell me something. Why would I do that? He arched his eyebrows, but his eyes sparkled with mischief. Because I'm your best friend, and that's what best friends do. Besides, you never keep secrets from me. He held his hands up in surrender. Fair enough. I'll call right after the arrest, which will be soon. And as I can see that you're still worried, I've got help on this one. Detective Knight's assisting me. I'm not worried, I replied, and sipped more wine. Max grinned. Nice try, but you're not fooling anyone. Your forehead knits up between your brows whenever you fuss over something. It's rather cute. I don't fuss, I argued, but he was right. I was a born worrier. Tell me more about this detective night. You've never mentioned him. That's because he only started last month. He's from Boston, I think. No, New York. Wait. Max tapped his fork on the side of his bowl. Somewhere up in the Northeast. I snickered. You know him so well. Great deduction, Sherlock. As I've said, he's new. And the verdict? I stuffed a spoonful of broccoli casserole into my mouth. That's for judges. I'm a detective, but from what I can tell he's efficient, timely, and concise. He sounds colder than a corpse, I teased. He's trying to prove himself. His father is a hotshot FBI agent in the Northeast somewhere. He'll come around. It just takes a little time and the town will thaw him out. That or they'll send him packing. Shrewd as ever, Max shot back. Now eat up. Tomorrow's an important day and you must sleep. No excuses. I'll strap you down myself if I have to. You promise? I grinned, which earned me one of Max's rueful smiles. But on a more serious note. My smile faded and the nervous tingles erupted all over my body. You've got to go. If this symposium goes off as planned, then you're looking at the next co-owner of Dylan's photography. That so? Max leaned back and folded his muscular arms across his chest. What about Rex? Have you finally talked with Dylan? No, I murmured, fidgeting in my chair under the heat of his stare. But I will. Once she sees me in action, and Rex shows up late, if at all, interjected Max. Then she'll have to see I'm perfect for the job. Right? My shoulders slumped beneath Max's speculative gaze, and the surge of optimism faded. After a lingering moment, he replied. Not unless you tell her, Katie. He leaned forward and placed a warm hand over my clasped ones. I will, I mumbled and sat up straighter in my chair. I will, I said more forcefully and slipped out my hands from underneath his. Be prepared either way. Meaning? Dylan likes Rex, even with all his antics. I'm just saying be ready if she tells you no. He is an incredible photographer. I can see why Dylan keeps him on. A flush of heat burned my cheeks. Well, why don't you take him some dinner sometime? I stood and nearly knocked over my folding chair. I'm sure you'll hit it off. Maybe he can be your buddy? Katie, pleaded Max, half standing. I knew I was overreacting, but why was everybody giving Rex a break? What happened to hard work paying off? I swear that man bribed everyone with either a diamond bracelet or one of his dashing smiles. He had the whole town wrapped around his finger. I brushed off Max's attempts to grab my hand. I'm tired, and tomorrow's a busy day. Please see yourself out. The dishes clanked together as I forcefully stacked the plates and utensils and marched into the kitchen, not glancing back. Turning the faucet on, I squeezed a half bottle of dish soap into the sink and was elbow deep into suds before looking up. When the front door clicked shut, I let out the breath I'd been holding. I tidied up and dragged my aching bones into my bedroom, which was right off my kitchen. Once I checked my cameras for tomorrow, I changed and slid into bed, clicking off the beside lamp. I relaxed into the down comforter and stretched out my legs. As my eyelids grew heavy and the turmoil of the day ebbed away, I rolled onto my side and froze. Underneath my hand, something hard rose and fell. My heart slammed inside my chest. I wasn't alone. Chapter 2. My strangled scream ripped through the darkened room. I jumped out of bed, took 2 steps, and tumbled to the floor. The bed sheets acted like a vice around my ankles, but I scrambled forward on rug-burned knees. With zero visibility, I smacked my head on something hard. Tears filled my eyes, but I wrangled the linens away and shot to my feet. Hands flailing in front of me, I brushed against the doorframe and fumbled for the light switch. Flipping it on, I whirled around. Then I heard laughter. What the? I squinted against the sudden illumination. A pair of glassy baby blues smiled back at me from my bed. Good evening, Catherine. Care for a nightcap? Rex lifted an unsteady hand, revealing a brown whiskey bottle. Some amber liquid sloshed out the top and dripped onto my white fitted sheet. You have 2 seconds to explain how you got in here before I call the cops. I stomped over and snatched the bottle away. Rex snorted in derision and flailed an arm about. You're no fun, kitty cat. The room filled with alcohol fumes, so much so my eyes watered. I covered my nose with the back of my hand and bit down on my lower lip at the foul stench. 2 seconds are up. The cops it is. I set the half-drunk whiskey by the lamp and grabbed my phone off the nightstand. I punched the first number when he slurred. Stop. My finger hovering over the one, I peered over at him. His head was propped up on my headboard and supported by a couple of sofa pillows. His usually tidy suit bore stains of a raucous night. The white collar was smeared with lipstick marks, and the rest of his button-down shirt sported drops of green, brown, and yellow. Answer me. How'd you get in here? Please, like it's a big secret. You hide a spare key under your mat. My hand flew up to my mouth, and a hot flush whipped up my neck and shoulders. Have you been spying on me? I jabbed an accusatory finger at him. Don't flatter yourself. Rex smirked. Remember our last conference? I followed you home with all the boxes of camera equipment. Crap. I'd lost my keys in the abyss known as my purse and used the spare instead. That doesn't give you the right to use it. When did you get here? About an hour ago. You murmur in your sleep, he said and yawned. An hour? I glanced over at the alarm clock. Yep, I must have fallen asleep without realizing it. Get out. When he laughed and refused to move, I snatched the comforter and yanked, holding it close to my body. Fine. Rex sighed and drew himself up on wobbly legs. But I'd hide that key in a different spot. No telling how many others know where you keep the spare. Sweet dreams, Catherine. And don't worry, I called an Uber. Rex swayed on his feet as he approached my bedroom door. Without looking back, he added. Tomorrow's the biggest day of your life. You'll watch me steal the studio out from under your size 8s. And the best part is I'll relish in that fake smile on your pretty little face. Remember, sore losers get fired. Later. I stood, hands balled into fists by my sides, as he stumbled out my bedroom and into the darkness of my living room. After the door clicked shut and the lights of his Uber faded through my windows, I stormed out and turned the deadbolt, latching the keychain for extra protection. A pounding headache brewed behind my eyes, and the vice-like grip of anger left me cold and clammy, leaning against my front door. Although the Woodland Vineyards Inn and Resort hosted a few conferences each month, December was the slowest. I pulled up into the back of the parking lot and stifled a yawn. At least the weather had held out. While overcast, the sun shined through in spots, and a halo of light cast down upon the stone and wood facade of the 3-story resort. The oval front drive was full of scurrying attendants with 2 lanes of vehicles waiting to park. Valets dashed between them and escorted patrons with their bags, always with a ready smile. The brisk walk between the cars and up the 3 steps of the inn brought a warmth to my skin even with the crisp fall air. Technically, it wasn't winter. Yet. That was 5 days away. But it sure felt like it. 2 large wooden doors opened into the marble-floored lobby. A few hundred people, luggage in tow, hovered in line at the check-in desk. Enormous flat-screen TVs positioned around the lobby played the news. Our very own Mayor Harris's bright smile lit up one of them, and I stopped to watch a Portland reporter interview him. He'd teamed up with Portland's mayor and created a task force to fight the increasing number of drug overdoses that plagued the city. That ought to get him some bonus points from Dylan and the constituents of Silverthorne. I expected his re-election was nearly a shoo-in. I tore my gaze away from the screen and zigzagged through the throng of people to the main conference hall. Over the past 2.5 years, I'd been to Woodland Vineyards at least once per month, but I remained awestruck by the place. From the bleach-marbled floors to the mahogany walls and ornate sconces, the young owner had spared no expense. Right outside the doors, 4 long rectangular tables stood side by side covered with crisp white linens. On top of the tables were multiple conference packets and plastic name tags for each participant. Some of the lobby crowd trickled over while I stepped into the vast hall where we'd be photographing for the day. Dylan was clear across the room, camera at the ready, already snapping preliminary pictures to check for lighting and such. After a quick wave, I skirted around the exhibition booths loaded with the latest gadgets to the other side furthest away from her. We'd agreed that Dylan, Rex, and I would each take a corner and meet in the middle, tackling the last area as a group. The backup plan, in the event Rex didn't show, consisted of Dylan and I taking opposite sides and then working our way towards the center. A glance around the room showed a few folks readying their booths, but no sign of Rex. Most people smiled and gave an obligatory hello, but left me alone to work. I took a deep breath and exhaled. Tension had built up on my neck and shoulders as I clicked furiously away, paying close attention to each backdrop and gadget. Rex sauntered in about an hour later, fashionable in a blue blazer, red pinstriped tie, khakis, and sleek black tasseled shoes. While it was a relief to have him there, hope faded to oblivion when I felt a tug on my white button-down shirt sleeve. I've got to run back to the studio and upload these pictures. I want to get a head start on them. Do you think you'll be okay, since Rex is here? Dylan chewed the inside of her cheek, her gaze darting around the room at the ever-growing crowd. Sure, no problem. I smiled reassuringly, although my neck and shoulder muscles stung from tension knots. I gripped my camera and licked my dry lips. Have you told him the plan for shooting? Or should I? Beads of sweat formed upon her upper lip. Sure. Do you mind? She asked, already backing away and striding towards the exit. Okay, I called out, but she didn't acknowledge hearing me. Great. I'll just discuss it with Rex. Exactly what I needed today, I mumbled. It took about 15 minutes to find him again since he'd slipped off into the crowd. He was leaning against the side of a booth, beaming down at a blonde-haired, blue-eyed stunner wearing a tight-fitting black bodice and miniskirt to match. 4-inch black heels bedecked her petite feet, and her hair was swept up into a loose ponytail. She gazed up at him. A pouty grin played across her pink, full lips as she gave a breathless laugh and swatted his hand. I strode right up between the two. Dylan's gone to the studio, I said without preamble. We've got half the conference room left and the lobby. Rex's smirk waned. He broke eye contact with the beautiful blonde and peered down his perfect nose at me. Why did he make my knees weak? Did anyone deserve that much charm and sexiness? I shook my head to clear it. Right now I needed to stand firm. Be the co-owner I imagined myself in the near future. That is to say, if I convinced Dylan of it. And the odds faded with each passing second that I stood drooling over him. Good morning to you too, Catherine. I'm a little busy here. He turned a gleaming smile upon the voluptuous blonde. It's Kaitlynn, and yes, we're working. You know, the job we're getting paid for? I wiggled the camera in front of his sour expression for added emphasis. So wrap it up and get back to work. I'll photograph the lobby. We've got another hour before it gets crowded past the point we can take decent pictures. On that, I spun on my heel and hustled by multiple booths and out of the hall exit. I reached the lobby a few minutes later. To my surprise, it had only gotten more packed. Sebastian Alexander waved his arms above his head, directing the masses to smaller check-in lines when they congregated at the one closest to the front doors. His nasal voice screeched above the din, granting him the attention he expected. He stood, jaw taut, with a thin smile that never quite reached his eyes, and directed a cattle call. I took a deep breath and shot as many pics as possible, not paying much regard to who I was photographing. As long as the picture looked good, then off to the next. The throng of attendees dwindled over the next hour, and I drew a sigh of relief when the last photo had been taken. Arms and shoulders aching, I headed back to the conference room, keeping my fingers crossed that Rex had taken the rest. Guests mingled amongst the hundreds of booths, munching on appetizers of shrimp and cocktail sauce or sausage and crackers. I found Rex surrounded by 3 ladies at a booth featuring a circular shower. It sprayed from multiple openings all around and splashed the bikini-clad model with a seductive smile posing in the center. It was the key attraction for all the oglers. And why not? A soaking wet, scantily clad woman drew crowds, and probably would until the end of time. I winced at the errant droplets that made it to the floor, knowing Sebastian wouldn't be pleased, being a stickler for cleanliness. I once watched him deride his own mother when she'd accidentally dropped a bottle of water on the lobby rug. While it cost a fortune, or so he'd ranted, it was only water, but that was Sebastian. He paid the bills, which paid my salary, so... "Hey, Rex." I waved. "Have you gotten the rest of the photos taken?" He ignored me, head inclined towards a young brunette and a debonair smile on his lips. "Rex," I said a little louder, to no avail. The crowd jostled past the narrow pathways between the booths like 2 schools of fish swimming in opposite directions while I inched the last few feet to him, apologizing when I inadvertently stepped on one woman's foot. I stood to the side of him and pointedly tapped his upper arm. The ladies switched their curious stares on me while Rex asked, "What?" None too gently. "Have you gotten all the shots?" "Must you ask?" He grinned at the giggling young 20-somethings. "I always get the job done." I tucked an errant strand of hair behind my ear and pursed my lips. "Then you won't mind giving me the card? I'll take it to Dylan this afternoon." I held out my hand, then added, "Unless you want to deliver it. I mean, I know how much you like to get the job done." The lady's curious stares glanced from me back to Rex. "Not necessary, Catherine. Your services are no longer needed." He flashed the women another Hollywood smile and carried on their conversation as if I was just some piece of accent furniture. Dismissed. Typical. And why, pray tell, did women continue to grovel at his feet when he showed the buffoon that he was? Didn't Maya Angelou say something about believing them the first time when somebody showed you who they are? "Ugh. It's Kaitlynn, you egotistical jerk," I muttered and trudged off. I'd made it as far as the exit when Sebastian Alexander plowed into me. I tottered on my heels, gripping the USB drives. "Ladies and gentlemen, if you please," he announced, his shrill voice piercing the roar of the crowd. He wrung his hands together and shifted on his feet. Heads turned and locked onto him and to the other guy who stood to his left. "Thank you," replied a rather attractive man, who was dressed in sleek navy blue slacks and jacket. "We ask that you all stay in the conference room for the time being. There's been an incident on the premises. No one leaves without first speaking to Sergeant Collins or Sergeant Becker. I'm sorry for any inconvenience." Once he disappeared, the crowd buzzed with activity, mostly from patrons who moments before were enjoying themselves, and now wanted nothing more than to flee. They stormed the doors, an undulating mass that ebbed and flowed in their forward push and subsequent retreat as they unsuccessfully tried pushing past Sebastian and the sergeants. Angry faces confronted the officers, but no one left. Rex appeared at my side. "Here," he whispered, handing over his camera's memory card. "Take this to Dylan." "Why the change of heart?" I asked, and tucked the drive into my pocket. "Because," he responded, straightening his tie. "I have a date. You can't leave. There's a line of others ahead of you." "I'm afraid you'll have to cancel," I said, unable to hide the glee in my voice. Au contraire, Catherine. It's Kaitlynn. Whatever, Kathy. There's one thing I never do. I raised an eyebrow. What's that? Miss a date. He patted my shoulder and disappeared in the fuming horde behind me, escaping through a back door of the room that led to an alleyway of sorts. Why no one else had tried it was beyond me, but I didn't dare. With my luck, I'd get caught. A jail cell would not be in my future. A trickle of conference-goers slowly worked past the officers and out into the lobby, and it took about 30 minutes before I made it to the doors. Name? Asked the stout officer. Kaitlynn Dahl. Occupation? Photographer. The uniformed cop glanced up from his clipboard and eyed me through half-closed lids. His was a face only a mother could love. A mix between a bulldog and the nose of a Doberman pinscher. The man leaned toward his colleague and whispered. She nodded and continued her conversation without looking at me. Ms. Dahl, he said, would you come with me, please? People behind me groaned in frustration as I followed his squatty frame into the now empty lobby. He led me up 2 flights of stairs and down a long hallway, stopping short of an open door. Multiple officers filed in and out while we waited. He drew me into a suite filled with lab techs and other official personnel. The man from earlier, dressed in a navy blue suit, was standing over something on the floor and talking to Yvonne Noel, the resort's office manager. He stopped mid-sentence when he caught sight of me. Who's she? He asked the officer and jabbed a thumb in my direction. She's a photographer, boss. Thought she'd be of some use. The man's face softened a hair as he gave me a once-over. Good thinking, Gus. And to me. Come here. Take your camera and start shooting everything. Have you ever taken forensic photographs before? No, I shook my head, confused, but on autopilot I picked up my camera that was hanging on my neck and readied myself to shoot. Yvonne dabbed her reddened eyes with a tissue and clutched at her sides. It's no different from photographing a wedding. Make sure you get everything. Every inch needs to be detailed. And don't touch or move anything. You got that? Said the handsome man in the suit. His words reached me like echoes in a vast tunnel, but I swallowed the knot in my throat and nodded. Good. Start here and work your way across the room. He took 1 step away, then pivoted to face me. Have you ever seen a dead body before, Ms. Dahl? My tummy fluttered with what felt like a swarm of bees, and my skin tingled with apprehension. I searched the crowd of uniformed officers and lab officials, but my mind refused to process anything other than a numbing vibe which kept me locked in place. Ms. Dahl? The suited man pressed. What? No, I squeaked. I've never seen a dead body. Now's your chance. Don't screw it up. He returned to questioning a sniffling Yvonne. Good luck, lady, offered the squatty cop. He gave a thumbs up and a weak smile, then lumbered off, hands on his belt and whistling a tune like it was a day at the beach. With a steadying breath, I raised a shaky finger and started taking pictures. The rolling click of the camera and flashes of light blended into the flurry of the room's activity. Before long, I'd photographed half of it, including the bathroom and sitting area, when I eventually reached the red-nosed Yvonne and the man in charge, who had been eyeing something on the floor. Gaze drawn to 2 feet dressed in loafers that jutted past Yvonne's shoes, I stepped around her and got a full view of the body. A constriction in my throat trapped air in my lungs, and the spinning room threatened to toss my trembling body to the floor. Try as I might, I couldn't pull my horrified gaze away from the deceased man, whose every curve and lash I remembered from heart. My aching fingers clutched the camera strap, and a hot flush crept up my face. I opened my mouth to speak, but only an awkward squeak came out. The thundering of my heart made my lungs spasm. Black spots obscured my vision when the guy in charge lunged sideways and grabbed my upper arms right before the room grew inky black. Knees buckling and limbs shaking, acidic bile burned my throat as the afternoon's coffee spewed onto the beige carpet by the body on the floor. Doubled over, I retched until my eyes felt like they bulged out of my sockets. "Whoa, miss." "Easy now," said the man, who knelt beside me, holding me up. "Can we get a glass of water, please?" He brushed damp hairs behind my ears and off my sweaty forehead. "It'll pass soon," he whispered in my ear. I pointed a shaky finger at the body. That's Max. Max Stone," I stuttered. "How do you know the deceased?" Deceased jangled around my brain. "No, there's got to be some mistake." I shook my head from side to side, thinking I'd clear it of this horrible nightmare unfolding in front of me. "Steady now, Ms. Dahl. Why don't we get some air?" He gently pulled me to an upright position and urged me towards the door. "No," I grasped his wrist and inhaled a shaky breath. I stepped away from him and wiped a cascade of tears that brimmed over my lower lashes. "Detective Knight?" someone said from behind us. "Not now, Gus." "But Detective Knight," I said. "Not now," he snapped. "All right, boss. Whatever you say." The detective laid a hand on my shoulder and fixed his kind gaze on me. "How well did you know the deceased?" The buzzing sound had stopped and I was keenly aware of each pair of eyes on me. Yvonne had gotten multiple tissues and was cleaning up my face. "He was her friend," she declared. "Her friend?" the detective echoed. "My best friend," I whimpered. Max lay on his back, a glassy, unblinking stare directed toward the ceiling, and a fist clutched to his chest. A hint of blue edged his lips, and his mouth hung slightly ajar. "You're unable to continue," replied the detective. "Gus, take Ms. Dahl out of here. Get her home, please." "It's Kaitlynn," offered Yvonne. A hand tugged at my wrist. "Miss? Please follow me." I tore my gaze away from Max's lifeless body and searched the sea of faces zoning in on mine, landing on the hard expression of Detective Knight. A cold resolve rushed through me, and I stood to my full height. "That won't be necessary," I said and shook off Gus's hand. Taking hold of my camera, I refocused the lens and ignored the shocked eyes that followed the few wobbly steps I took over to Max's body. A series of nauseous waves rolled inside my belly, but I snapped my lips shut and quietly counted to 5. I swallowed down the acrid bile that remained in my mouth. "With all due respect, miss," said the detective, "I don't think you're in any shape to continue." I cast a cold, unyielding stare at Detective Knight. "Do you want the pictures or not?" He waited a few seconds, his hands on his hips, gaze narrowed onto mine. "All right. Continue. But if you contaminate my crime scene again, I'll haul you out myself." He snapped his fingers and yelled. "Back to work." The low rumble of conversations sprang back to life, and I once again steadied the camera and began snapping photos in quick succession. After another 20 minutes, I'd shot the rest of the room. Detective Knight stood by the door leading into the hallway, and I walked past Max's body, pausing to take in my best friend once more. "Finished?" the detective asked gruffly as I lingered at the crime scene. The last of the crew searching for fingerprints had packed up and were vacating the area. I hovered for a second more and then made my way to the detective. "Here are the photos." I handed over the USB stick. "Am I free to go?" I asked flatly. "You are. Thanks for your help." The detective directed his attention at another police officer, dismissing me. "Is it murder?" I asked after clearing my throat, not recognizing the anguish-laden tone as mine. Numb from the head down, I held the detective's curious gaze. "That's police business." "Then it is," I whispered. "Why would you assume that?" he asked, frowning. "Because you would have stated otherwise. Unless, of course, there was a possibility of murder." Years of following my dad's murder cases had prepared me for such a day. The possibilities, what-ifs, whys, a list of suspects, all these things jangled around my brain, drowning out the hysteria that overwhelmed me moments before. I scanned the area and focused on Max's blue-tinged lips just as an officer zipped the black coroner's bag closed. Kaitlynn, was it? I blinked and refocused on the detective. We treat all deaths alike. We look at the facts. At this time, we're in the preliminary stages of our investigation. I'm not at liberty to comment. I inhaled deeply and asked. If this was an accident or by natural causes, then why have officers questioned hundreds of people downstairs? Miss, please. I'm trying to do my job here. On the off chance this was something criminal, we are taking all the necessary precautions. But you think this was a natural death? An accident? Max is 32 years old. I jabbed a finger down at the black bag. Look at him. He competes in triathlons for Pete's sake. Detective Knight shifted his weight, his lips pinched into a thin line. Look, there are no signs of a struggle, no bruising around the neck or any other body part, and as far as we can tell, there are no puncture marks leading me to conclude anything nefarious happened here. Believe it or not, your friend probably died from natural causes. Now if you will please excuse me, I've got work to do. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists, fighting the impulse to yell, pummel, or both. Seeing as there was nothing I could do, I strode out the door and left the resort. The smell of rain lingered in the air, and the December cold chilled my flushed skin. The car roared to life and I zoomed out of the lot and down the winding road towards my cottage. An unsettled feeling held fast in my gut. Not because Max had died, but the manner in which he died. Unless there'd been a genetic predisposition, which Max hadn't mentioned, a youthful man in fit condition didn't just collapse and die. No, Max's death wasn't by natural causes. He was murdered, and the thought left me dazed. I skidded the car to a stop in my gravel driveway, hopped out, and entered the house, flicking off all the lights. I sat on the couch by the recently decorated Christmas tree. My cell phone buzzed every 5 minutes, but I didn't dare answer it. Instead, I stared at the tree Max had helped decorate a few days before and fiddled with the storage drive I made a copy of from the crime scene. I wasn't sure I had the stomach to look at them, or should probably leave it to the police department. Whatever my decision, it couldn't help with the abyss that threatened to swallow me whole. Max was dead. My best friend was gone. And the last words I spoke to him were in anger. The tears poured like rain down my cheeks, and I sobbed into the decorative cushions until I fell asleep. I dreamed of pies and trees, and my grandmother's smile. But the final thing I remembered was Max's cold, ashen face, calling out to me, begging me, saying, "I was murdered!" Chapter 3. The bedroom alarm blared, and I awoke with a stiff neck and red, puffy eyes. The image staring back at me from the bathroom mirror reflected a woman broken. Fresh tears glistened upon my lashes, but I swiped them away and got ready for the morning. A look at the refrigerator calendar reminded me I had a day full of family sessions scheduled at the shop, and it wouldn't garner sympathy from Rex if I arrived late. The bell chimed above the front door to the studio as I walked into holiday music blasting over the speakers. With my bag and keys stashed in my desk drawer, I donned a pair of reindeer horns on my head and hoofed it to the first photography room. I mused over the muffled sounds of children's squeals as their frazzled parents threatened stockings full of coal. When I opened the door, Dylan was squatting by a black iron bench positioning a wiggly toddler between his 2 older sisters while the parents fretted with hair bows and ties. "Kaitlynn?" Dylan looked surprised. "Why are you here? Rex can take over your sessions." A crease formed between her brows. "I'm fine. I'll take it from here." A camera sat high upon a wall shelf. I grabbed it and adjusted the lighting around the kids. "Why don't I help?" Dylan offered hesitantly. "2 minds are better than 1. Or so they say." She gave a timid smile. "It's your studio." I snatched a bottle of bubbles and blew gently enough, but they kept breaking before liftoff. Several minutes passed and still no bubbles. I jammed the stick back into the bottle, set it on the shelf, and plastered on a smile that fooled no one, especially mood-sensing children. I swear they're built with a radar for crummy moods, because like a beacon of light, they turned their disgruntled faces toward me like heat-sinking missiles, opened their mouths, and wailed like the walls were caving in. "Now, everyone say cheese," I said through gritted teeth and snapped multiple shots. The shoot quickly went from bad to worse. The older sisters, one 5 and the other 7 from the looks of it, kept asking several questions about my red eyes and nose once their parents caved and stuck jumbo-sized pink lollipops in their snouts. The parents apologized for the kids' rudeness, but I shrugged it off as kids being kids. It was kind of nice, actually. They reminded me that life moved on, and sometimes a treat helped soothe the pain. However, the brief respite fell by the wayside when the camera button jammed and the USB storage deleted what few photos had been taken. I cursed under my breath while the parents excused themselves, saying they'd reschedule, and whisked their children out of the room in 2 seconds flat. Dylan weakly smiled at me and took the USB drive out of my clutched fist. "Why don't we get some coffee?" It wasn't really an offer, and more of a demand. I shuffled out after her and into the office area, watching her fill up 2 jumbo mugs of pure caffeinated bliss. After dosing them with loads of creamer, we plodded over to our chairs, plopped down, and raised our feet onto her desk facing each other. Dylan pushed her red glasses up her nose and frowned. "Kaitlynn, I'm so sorry." Her voice wavered. "Max was tops. He'll be dearly missed." "Thanks." A knot formed in the back of my aching throat. "No more crying," I vowed. "Where's Rex?" I asked, changing the subject. "I've picked out a few choice words for him." "Who knows? He called to say he'd be late, but as you can see." She gestured to his empty seat. "I've got his memory card from yesterday." I dug it out of my bag. "Don't know if he took everything we asked. His attention was on 3 buxom brunettes, I'm afraid. Or was it blondes?" I cocked my head to the side and sipped on the piping hot coffee while Dylan arched a brow. "That's the least of my concerns. Why don't you go home? I've got things handled here." "Are you kidding? There's too much to do, and you haven't slept in days. Whether or not you want to admit it, you're needed elsewhere. Has anyone called his parents? What about Rocky? That poor cat is probably drinking out of the toilet by now." I sat up straight, my heart thumping. "Oh shoot! Rocky!" I jumped up, spilling the scalding coffee onto my sweater. After slamming the mug down on my desk, I grabbed my purse and keys out of the drawer and bolted out the door. I arrived at Max's home within 10 minutes and took the spare key out from under the doormat. When I entered his house, the warm scent of pine and freshly washed cotton brought a smile to my face. Almost immediately, a loud meow rang out. Rocky hopped down from the front windowsill and rubbed against my ankles. "Hello, little guy. You must be hungry." I bent down and scratched behind his ear. "Where does Daddy keep your food, huh?" I wandered through the tiny living room and into his galley kitchen, rummaging through his cabinets until I found the cat food. With Rocky's bowls filled with food and water, I perched atop one of Max's bar stools at his kitchen's peninsula and watched Rocky scarf it down. "What are we going to do with you?" He couldn't stay here. That was for certain. I worked long hours and Max's family lived a half a day's drive down the road. Once they came to town, I'd let them decide who'd take him, but until then, apparently I was Rocky's only hope. "It looks like you're stuck with me," I told Rocky, who had jumped onto the countertop by me and started licking his tabby fur, purring loudly when I gently rubbed under his chin. When Rocky sauntered off, I collected some of his belongings from inside Max's bedroom and placed them in my car, then went back to get him. I lingered around Max's fully decorated Christmas tree. The lights would never twinkle again. Sadness tugged at my heart and made my eyes burn. I blinked back the agony and caught sight of a few wrapped packages under the tree. Wrapped in silver bows, the red gifts displayed name tags with his family members' names printed in his fine writing. I squatted and ran my fingertips across the delicate bows, then my breath caught in my throat at one name tag and I gasped. My dearest Kaitlynn. It smacked me in the proverbial gut. My hand flew to my throat as I tugged at an invisible cord wrapped tightly about my neck. He'd bought me a gift. It shouldn't have been a surprise, because he'd purchased gifts for me not only for Christmas, but for my birthday, Valentine's, and Easter too over the last 2 years. Heck, Max had even given me gifts for the 4th of July. I left the other packages under the tree, but took the one with my name. After a last glance, I scooped Rocky under one arm and my gift in the other, and stepped out the door. Once the furball was safely stowed, I replaced the key underneath the mat and drove home in a fog of heartbreak, swirling with questions. Rocky settled in like a champ once we got home, and I placed Max's gift under my tree before I sat on my bed and opened my laptop, staring at my login. 20 minutes had passed when I pulled out my cell and dialed the number of the detective who had given me his business card the day before. 3 rings later, a gruff voice answered. Detective Knight.
Yeah.
This is Kaitlynn Dahl. I took the forensic photos yesterday at the resort. I was wondering if you had any leads on Max Stone's death. I listened to complete silence for almost a full minute. At first, I thought we'd lost connection, then I heard a heavy sigh. Listen, we appreciate your help, Miss Dahl, but I'm really not able to comment on the investigation. When we have any information, we'll call you. Brushed off again. Yes, but about what you said yesterday? Max couldn't have died from natural causes. Yes, as you've previously stated, but I'm the expert, Ms. Dahl, and this is my case, not yours. I can assure you that we've got this one under control. Have a nice day. The line went dead, and I was left staring at my cell. Rocky hopped up next to me and brushed against my hand, begging for a scratch. His sad hazel eyes bore into mine, and for a moment I sensed that he knew Max wasn't coming back. I rubbed under his chin and whisked him into my arms, hugging him tightly to my chest. Only when he meowed did I release him beside me where he curled up. I returned to my blinking cursor on my laptop. Would it help to look at the photos or bring more heartache? I tapped my index finger on the spacebar. Should I phone Max's parents? No, the police probably contacted them already. The cursor continued to blink. Was I ready? My phone beeped and I looked down at it. Skylar. Good heavens. The text read. What's wrong? Your aura's off. Call me. On the first ring, she picked up. There's a shadow hovering about you, came Sky's lilting voice. She was my best friend from college and had a knack for reading people's minds. I could see her pert mouth screwed up into a frown. One day you're telling me how you see my aura from several states away. Stalling. I drew in a deep breath. Max died. Heavens no, Skylar whispered. What happened? I poured through all that had transpired, and when I finished, I slumped into my bedroom pillows, exhausted. Definitely murdered, said Skylar. What are you doing about it? What? Like I have any say in a police investigation? No thank you. If someone killed Max, and that's a big if, then let the cops handle it. They're trained and better equipped. A whirling sigh broke across the phone. From what you've mentioned, the police feel it's from natural causes, and you know that's not true. Plus, you have an arsenal of weapons in your wicket. Call your dad for anything forensic, and remember Professor Shaw's class from college? There's nothing you can't solve. Kind of you, but I must focus on my job, and I did take the crime scene pictures, which helps. Other than that, I don't see what else I can do. Did you keep copies? Of what? The images dumb. A tingle stood my arm hair on end. Yes, I murmured. Skylar sked. Then you know what to do, or at least where to start. One way or another, you'll end up in this mess whether voluntarily or not. Is that so? I snorted, unconvinced. Auras never lie, Skylar said. That's DNA, I replied. That too. Skylar hung up after promising to check in on me in a couple of days, and I set my phone down, more confused than ever. Sky was right. Something was amiss regarding Max's death. I tapped my index finger on my laptop and cast a weary gaze at the USB stick that laid on my comforter. It wouldn't hurt to scan the crime scene photos once. And if I noticed something odd, then I'd call the police. Maybe they wouldn't arrest me for absconding with a copy. I cracked each knuckle and flexed my fingers, wiggling them about before logging onto my laptop. A spiky-haired troll with deep-set black eyes and a bulbous nose sitting atop a reindeer flashed upon my screen before my login popped up. I inserted the USB stick and clicked it open. A noisy whistle blew past my lips when the first picture appeared. My gut rumbled in angst, then steadied with each passing photo. A couple of hours passed, and I was stifling a yawn with the back of my hand when my mouth clamped shut. I leaned closer to the monitor. On the coffee table lay a napkin between two unremarkable drinking glasses. When I zoomed into the napkin, I noticed a red stain. My eyes widened in surprise. I sank into my bed pillows and eyed my phone, my fingers itchy to dial the number, but paused. Delaying dinner for a bit longer, I searched on. When I got to Max's body, the acrid taste of bile surged up my throat, burning it, but I gulped it down and pushed on. Each angled image offered a better look, and by the time I'd surveyed them all there were two things of note. First, a button was missing off Max's right cuff. Second, his favorite bracelet was gone. I double-checked the crime scene picture, but Max's bracelet wasn't there. And like the rude detective mentioned, no bruising or punctures appeared on his skin anywhere. The click of the keyboard echoed off the walls of my bedroom as I reviewed each separate shot again long after the sun had set. Rocky had taken possession of the foot of my bed and returned a toothy yawn every so often, but it wasn't until my tummy growled that he perked his head up and made a loud mrow. "Sorry, buddy," I said, and scratched behind his ears. Rocky's eyelids half closed and he leaned into my fingers. My gaze shifted back to the screen. One of the lobby pics I'd taken showed Sebastian Alexander, arms raised above his head and mouth in mid-yell amongst a sea of conference-goers. But there, in his navy blazer, khakis, and loafers, was Max. His lips were set into a thin line, and he was looking off into the distance towards the stairwell that led to the second-floor room. My chest rumbled with the rapid beats of my heart. I zoomed in and let out a noisy sigh. There, on his right wrist, was the hemp bracelet. The timestamp showed 10:03 a.m. Rocky had curled up against my side and fallen back to sleep while I stroked his fur. Another of my laptop's screensavers popped up, and the corners of my mouth quivered. Max had his arm draped across my shoulder, a wide grin on his face. We'd taken a rare Saturday off and driven up to his family's mountain cabin and hiked some trails around the property. Sweaty and tired from a 5-mile hike, I'd pulled out my cell for a selfie. The setting rays of the afternoon sun glowed behind us. A leaden weight pressed heavily in my stomach. His bright future was shattered into a million tiny shards. Life had held such promise, but now it only held uncertainty. My phone chimed on the nightstand, reminding me to brush my teeth and get ready for bed. The alarm clock showed 8 p.m. The image of my salt-and-peppered-haired father with wire reading glasses perched on his slope-like nose came to mind. Would he be awake? I reached for my cell, dialed his number, and held my breath. My spirits lifted with his groggy reply. "Hello, kiddo. What's on your mind?" "Hi, Daddy. I didn't wake you, did I?" "Nai," he said in his thick Norwegian accent. I was just resting my eyes. "Tell me, what can I do for you?" I need some advice. What kind of advice? Do you remember Max? The detective here in Silverthorne? Of course. He has that cabin in the mountains he took your mother and me to. Such a beautiful spot. That's right. Well, Max passed away yesterday. He paused before answering. I'm so sorry, Kaitlynn. Max was a fine young man. He was. I sniffled. But Daddy, something's off. Off? In what way? Detective Knight, who's investigating the case, claimed that Max died from natural causes, or so he thinks. But you don't, he stated in his patient tone. How can a 32-year-old man who competes in triathlons suddenly drop dead? If you're asking scientifically, then yes, it's possible. But is it likely? I patted Rocky's head. I assume the police have looked for contusions and abrasions on the body? There were none. And the crime scene images show none either. Kaitlynn, he declared, his tone edged with concern. Who showed you the crime scene photos? Oh. Yeah. I tittered nervously. Well, there was this conference Dylan and I were shooting at the Woodlands Vineyard and Resort. Do you remember me telling you about it? Yes. Right as I was leaving, the resort's owner said there'd been an incident. We all had to give our names and contact information to the officers before we could leave. Long story short, they found out I was a photographer. You filmed the crime scene? My dad asked in disbelief. I imagined his shockingly blonde eyebrows raising towards his hairline. Yes. Did they know you were friends with the victim? Not exactly. Rocky licked my fingers and rubbed against me, almost as if he knew the onslaught that was coming. Explain. At first, I didn't realize it was Max. I shot about half the room when I got to the body, and then I hesitated and stared at Rocky. His tail swished from side to side. And then I vomited. I squeezed my eyelids shut and waited for the scolding, but to my surprise, I heard a robust laugh. Are you laughing at me? I asked, a warm flush crossing my cheeks. I'm sorry, daughter. I'm sure the detective was none too pleased at your contribution to the crime scene, he said through waves of laughter. Dad. Sorry, it's just not funny far. Oh, don't get angry. No need for formal Norwegian tonight. Dad will do just fine. Anyway, Detective Knight doesn't consider it a crime situation. He's ruling it death by natural causes. What do you desire from me? Better than that. How are you, Kaitlynn? You were close, yes? He was my best friend, Dad. Rocky roared and then sat on my lap, sensing my distress. Do you require your mother and me to come? I can get on the next plane. No, please do not tell Mom. She'd only make things worse. Kaitlynn, your mom loves you. I know. It's just I don't need her pushing me to go back to school right now. I'm happy in Silverthorne, and I wish she'd understand that. Besides, she'll complain about missing her classes. True. Your mother loves her classes. I stuck out my tongue at Rocky and stroked his soft fur. Too bad my mother loved her students more than me. But that was a whole other ball of tangled yarn I'd rather stuff into the background until later. Medical school wasn't in my future, and that was final. Besides, my focus must remain on Max's murder. Then how can I help? Tell me how an athletic, youthful man has a heart attack. You are sure it was a heart attack? I don't see how it could have been anything else. There were no strangulation marks, no bruising, scratches, or anything to show an assault. And in one image, I noticed a button missing on one of Max's cuffs. Plus his bracelet is missing. I caught him in one of the lobby photos from earlier in the day wearing a hemp bracelet. That does seem strange. Is the detective aware of these findings? I don't know. I sighed. He's kind of a jerk. I haven't talked to him since I left Max's room. Seems to me you're missing some obvious questions, he said. I frowned. Like what? Why was Max in a resort room to begin with? Didn't he have a home in the area? Good question. Did Max have a significant other? A girlfriend? None that I know of. My dear Kaitlynn, that doesn't mean he didn't. Best friends or not, there are some things men keep private. Even from Mom? I stopped in mid-stroke of the cat. Even from your mother. As far as sudden death, a man of his age can have arrhythmia issues. You mean the heart rhythm? Yes, there are a few different arrhythmias that may induce someone to faint or even die. Some are from family genetics and some can be caused. You're saying Max could have had a genetic predisposition for his heart stopping, right? But his parents are both living, and from what he's told me, Max's grandparents lived well into their 90s. What do you mean by induced? Like poison? Poison can lead to heart arrhythmias, yes, and so can medications used to treat the heart. But what could make him keel over in a few minutes? Drugs like digitalis can kill in a matter of minutes with a high enough dose. Some plants can also affect heart rhythm. That's good, Dad. Thanks. You're welcome, but Kaitlynn, please let the police handle this. If someone murdered Max, then you could put yourself in harm's way. I held my chin up high, back straight, and said, Yes, Papa, I'll only give this information to the detective. He can take it from there. Okay, kiddo. My dad yawned. It's time for sleep. Keep me updated. Will do. Jeg elsker dig, Dad. Yeah, jeg elsker dig, Kaitlynn. Rocky slinked off my lap and stretched before he hopped down off the bed and sauntered into the kitchen. The crunch of his cat food as he chewed brought a small smile to my face. At least he wasn't too stressed. He fit in rather nicely here. I got up and dressed for bed, but the night's details replayed like a movie in my mind. Over and over I questioned why Max had gone to Westland that day, and what type of assignment he'd taken on. Each question led to another, and soon I was tossing over in bed, unable to sleep. To clear my thoughts, I clicked on the TV and watched the late-night news. Sheriff Beck reports there has been another fatality linked to drug overdose in the town of Silverthorne. Officials are on the scene, reported the bleached blonde news anchor. That makes 86 deaths in the surrounding Portland area this year. This is an ongoing investigation. Stay tuned for further reports. Good grief. That poor family. Another Christmas forever marred by the preventable death of a loved one. Why there weren't more affordable rehabilitation places and addiction counselors was beyond me. I clicked off the lamp on my nightstand and switched off the TV. Death followed wherever I turned. Hoping for a night devoid of terrors, I rolled over, pulled the comforter neck high, and closed my eyes. Tomorrow held another day of family sessions, and I'd better be on my A game. Plus, I'd made up my mind to visit Detective Knight to relay what I'd ascertained. Would he take the information seriously? My gut said no. But the biggest question, tying my stomach into knots, was how he'd react when he discovered I kept a copy of the photos. Chapter 4. Everybody say apple juice, I said and snapped the picture. The swirl of kids kept us busy. Neither Dylan nor I grabbed more than a sip of water for the first 3 hours. Monday mornings sucked. I threw my wavy hair up into a ponytail, plopped into my desk chair, and chomped away at the sub sandwich Dylan had delivered over an hour ago. We both looked over our computers at the ding of the front door. In breezed Rex, smiling from ear to ear. Splendid afternoon, ladies. How was your weekend? Rex strode over to his desk and draped his coat and scarf over his chair. He clapped his palms together and beamed at us. What's on the agenda for today? Senior sessions, family portraits, or both? Dylan's mouth twitched as she glanced at me and back at Rex. She raised her sub with both hands and said, "It's lunchtime, Rex, in case you hadn't noticed. You were supposed to be here 3 hours ago." "Yes, well, I had quite the weekend. I arrived this morning from Portland. You know how congested the traffic gets." He sat down and turned on his computer. The waxy sandwich wrapper crinkled when Dylan set her sub down. She licked some mayonnaise off her lips and then wiped her hands with a napkin. "Rex, we need to talk. You can't simply waltz in here 3 hours late and expect it to be business as usual. Do you want to run the studio someday? It won't happen again. Scout's honor." He held up 2 fingers, a crooked smile on his dashing face. "How about I take the next appointment?" He stood and walked into Studio 1 without a word from Dylan. She didn't have to, because her disapproving glare said it all. Rex's absence for the past few days had me stumped. I bit off an enormous chunk of my meatball sub and trailed him into the studio, closing the door behind me. "Hey, you've got some nerve. Where were you yesterday? We needed the help." I leaned against the doorframe, nibbling on my meat lover's delight. Rex picked up the camera I'd left by the computer from my last session and changed the lens. "Portland, or weren't you listening?" He wiped the lens with a cleaning cloth he'd stashed in his breast pocket. "Oh, I heard all right," I replied, and crossed my arms. "Look, Rex, busy season means lots of work. From all of us." "I know." He hung the camera around his neck. "I'm sorry. Is that what you want to hear?" "Stop it," I scolded and gripped his wrist as he placed large, glittered snowflake cutouts around a bench for the next kids' session. "What's your problem? Nothing awful happened. Let's leave it at that. Nothing bad happened? In case you haven't heard, Max died." Rex shook loose of my grip and walked away. "I'm aware." He knelt down, his back to me, and set up 5 of the snowflakes amongst swaths of cotton, which looked like snow in the pictures. "You knew Max was my best friend. Still don't see how that's my problem." He placed a red wagon at an angle in front of the snowflakes and stepped back to inspect his work. Hands on his lean hips, he tapped his index finger against his pant pocket. "Look at me," I said, my voice shrill. His avoidance and lack of empathy all but sent me flinging my half-eaten sandwich at him. Didn't he have a feeling bone anywhere in his body? Or did that get mixed up with the arrogance dose he'd been double-served in his DNA? Rex's shoulders tensed as he stood to his full height and met my accusing stare. "Why did you leave?" I asked, but the fire had left me. "And why didn't you return when you heard? They plastered it all over the television." He shrugged and stuffed his hands in his jeans pockets. "I had stuff to do." "Stuff? My gosh, Rex." I threw up my hands and stalked toward the red wagon, picking it up. "Wait, what are you doing? I need that for the next appointment." The wood creaked and the metal joints rattled as I slammed it down in the corner of the room, out of sight of the winter scene. I spun around and jabbed a finger at him. "We're on to the Christmas tree scenes. You'd know that if you'd been here yesterday. Sunday was for snowflakes and Mondays are with Christmas trees. How was I supposed to know?" He bellowed. "I guess you don't have time for reading your emails either, huh?" I snorted and stalked over to the computer. "Dylan sent an email explaining all of this on Friday." I pecked the keyboard, and the next session's wish list popped up. "See?" I gestured to the screen, turning it to face him. "They requested a Christmas tree. Gosh, can you do anything right?" "It's true," he retorted. "I'm a screw-up. Is that what you wanted to hear?" "Yeah, I know. My whole life I've been the family joke. Tell me something new." He kicked a snowflake and sent it flying. It bounced against the back wall and split in two. Blue, red, and green glitter stuck to the white screen. "I didn't need this today, Catherine." I groaned. "It's Kaitlyn Rex." Kaitlyn. Kaitlyn. "Get over yourself, Katie," he shouted. A blue vein bulged along his neck. "Other people have problems too, you know. Not just you." He stormed out of the studio, slamming the door shut behind him. "Oh, yeah, it's got to be tough having a trust fund," I yelled after him, my hands balled. "Geez, what a jerk." Dylan creaked the door open and stuck her head in. I hate to bother you, but the 1 o'clock is here." She scanned the room and frowned. "Shall I take them in studio too?" "No. Just give me a minute. I'll have it set up in no time." "All right. By the way, Rex left. Don't know what that was about, but can you resolve this off the clock? There are weepy kids out here." "I'm sorry, Dylan." "Sure." I scurried to fix everything, and the next couple of hours sped by. After the last client, I tidied up both studios and was pouring yet another cup full of coffee with a few packets of creamer when in strode Detective Knight like the winds of a hurricane. "Ms. Kane, Ms. Dahl." He dipped his head at the both of us, winter hat in hand. "May I speak with Ms. Dahl for a moment?" Dylan glanced at me sideways, but nodded. "Ms. Dahl, is there somewhere private for us to talk?" "Sure." I rubbed my hands together, wishing Dylan kept something a little stronger for the coffee. Rum, vodka, or anything, really. I ushered Detective Knight into Studio 1, closed the door, and turned to face him. He developed a bit of black stubble along his jawline and dark circles beneath his bloodshot eyes. "Ms. Dahl, as you know, we've been investigating Max Stone's death." "About that?" "I've looked through the crime scene photos and noticed Max's bracelet is unaccounted for. Not to mention there's a button missing off his cuff." "Wait a minute." He held up a hand, scowling. "How did you look through the pictures? You gave me the memory card." I drew in a shaky breath and nibbled on my lower lip. "Right." He rubbed the bridge of his nose. "You made a copy. Great. Care to share anything else? Would you like access to the coroner's report too?" "Is it back?" My throat was tight. "No, it's not, and even if it was, I wouldn't give it to you. I'm the detective, in case you've forgotten." "But have you looked at the pictures? There's a button and a bracelet missing." I stepped a few inches closer and wrapped my arms around my body, the room suddenly 10 degrees cooler. Detective Knight cleared his throat. "Let's start with this bracelet. What does it look like?" "It's made of hemp and has colorful beads braided into it. Max got it a couple years ago." "Do you have a picture of it?" I thought back to the photos Max and I had taken together. "I'm not certain, but I can check at home." "If you find it, send me a copy." He handed me another business card. I still had the one from the other day stuffed in my wallet, but they probably gave these out like candy. "An email would suffice." "Sure, is that all?" The beginnings of hunger pains were gnawing at my stomach. The call of the meat lover's sub had me all but salivating. "No," he paused, then said. "There's been a second homicide." "What? Who?" "I don't know, but I need you to come with me since we'd have to wait another hour for Portland's forensic photographer to arrive." He walked to the door. "And bring your camera," he said, then strode out. "Another murder?" I grabbed the camera and stuffed it into a bag along with blank memory cards and various other lenses. I secured the strap over my shoulder and rushed out of the room. The bell above the front door chimed as Detective Knight left the studio, his black hair highlighted under the rare afternoon sun that had snuck out from behind the gray clouds. Dylan, I've gotta run. The police need me to take photos. Worry lines creased around Dylan's hazel eyes and forehead. Pictures of what? There's been a second murder, I whispered as I scurried past the front desk. Another one? I'll fill you in later, I said as the sound of a car horn blared from the parking lot. Streaks of sunshine broke through, the damp air mingled with the headiness of evergreen trees. Even the birds shook off the drizzle and chirped from the heavens. Quite the contrast from the gloom of murder. I stashed the camera bag on the floor, buckled my seatbelt, and folded my hands in my lap. Detective Knight zoomed through town. Shops blurred by, but I stifled a snicker when we passed Old Man Willie's bronzed statue. Some prankster had hung red bulbs off his pipe and ears. With the garland around his neck, Old Man Willie looked like one of the 7 dwarfs from Snow White. After about 5 minutes of winding down various roads, I scooted up in my seat. My arm hairs stood on end. Detective Knight? I licked my dry lips. Where are we going? The scenery was all too familiar. The winding road I'd walked over last summer, the split evergreen that had been struck by lightning, and the rotted mailbox that hung from a single screw all led to one conclusion. Max Stone's house, Detective Knight replied brusquely. He flipped on the windshield wipers. The rain was pelting down again. Why? My fingernails stung the palms of my hands as I clenched my fists. He glanced at me sideways, then back at the road. The last few bites of the meatball sandwich surged up my throat, and I swallowed hard, keeping my gaze locked onto the road. We slowed and pulled into Max's drive not 5 minutes later. The ting of gravel bounced off the undercarriage of the car. Yellow crime scene tape cordoned off the yard and around the home. A wave of officers and personnel swarmed the place like ants preparing for winter. We pulled up alongside a black SUV parked on the lawn directly in front of his porch and got out. The detective and I rounded our vehicle to where a tall, muscular man stood, sporting a crew cut with an arm outstretched in greeting. Detective Knight. He pumped the detective's hand and studied me, face drawn as if he'd tasted sour grapes. Miss, he said, and dipped his head ever so slightly. Sheriff, said the detective. I assume the premises are ready for Ms. Dahl here to take some photographs. Yes. We're processing the evidence now, and the coroner is examining the body. Good, replied Detective Knight. And to me. Here, put these on your feet and wear gloves. We don't want to contaminate the crime scene. I clutched the camera bag as we maneuvered through the maze of cars and equipment that littered the front lawn and climbed the 2 muddied porch steps. He laid a hand on my forearm when I bent to place the footies on over my brown flats. Will you be okay, Ms. Dahl? We don't need a repeat of last time. I shook his hand off, finished placing the footies on, and stood. I can't promise that, detective. It's not like I'm used to seeing dead bodies, especially those of loved ones. Love, huh? His shoulders stiffened as he rocked back on his heels. Get over yourself. It's not what you think, but yes, I loved Max. As a friend, I emphasized. A man and woman can love each other and be just friends, or haven't you heard? Fair enough. He splayed his hands up in a sign of surrender. But will you at least tell me if you feel like hurling? I brushed past him and entered Max's home, calling out. No guarantees, detective. A heavy sadness swept over me. Max's decorated Christmas tree still stood and the packages underneath were being placed in enormous plastic bags by white-robed investigators collecting prints, hairs, and Lord knows what else. I silently rejoiced I'd taken my present earlier. Besides, it probably didn't have anything to do with this death anyway. The flash of my camera lit up the room every few seconds as I snapped away, inching through the living room and into the kitchen. It looked like Max had just left. In the kitchen sink, a bowl and a glass sat waiting to be cleaned, and the bottle of wine I'd given him rested on the counter beside an empty glass. Nothing was out of place. However, the majority of people hovered in the back corner of the house. Max's bedroom. Not wanting to let my imagination run wild, I kept taking pictures until I'd shot every last square inch of the downstairs, except for the bedroom. Since there'd been no sign of a body, you didn't need to be a rocket scientist to figure out where it was. I readjusted the strap around my neck about 10 times, bracing myself for what was to come. My thoughts wandered to who this could be. Was it someone I knew? Silverthorne was a relatively small town. Most people either grew up here or were longtime residents. Everybody pretty much knew the business of everyone else, even if they weren't officially acquainted. It was a game of 6 degrees of separation, except on Silverthorne's scale, more like 3 degrees. Since I'd photographed nearly every baptism, prom, engagement, wedding, holiday party, and bar mitzvah, I'd seen most every resident. My breath quickened as I took the plunge and stepped into Max's bedroom, which was positioned off the kitchen, much like mine. My jaw dropped open as I surveyed the carnage. Shredded sheets lay like confetti on all available surface spaces, and shards of glass and splintered wood cluttered the floor. Dresser drawer contents had been dumped and flung about, and the mattress was gutted. With each measured step, I tiptoed a few feet into the room. Some pictures appeared blurry as I wobbled on uneven feet. I kept my focus on the shots and not the building murmurs surrounding the victim in the corner of the bedroom by the remnants of Max's bed. "Just breathe, Kaitlynn." "Just breathe," I murmured, trying to bolster my weakening resolve. My knees quivered from the mess I stood upon, but also from nerves, and when the forensics team had cleared me for the body, I squared my shoulders and stepped over, looking anywhere but at the curious glances of investigators who had witnessed my last forensic photography stint. A coldness rattled my teeth, and my stiff neck ached. With a white-knuckled grip on the camera, I stared down. A collage of faces flashed through my mind, but nothing registered. She lay on her back, her lower leg bent at an odd angle, one hand upon her chest while the other rested at her side. Black and blue ligature marks were around her neck, but it was what she held that startled me. "You're not going to hurl, are you?" I jumped. "Please don't creep up on me like that, detective. You about gave me a heart attack." The camera hung from my neck while I clasped the top of my emerald green turtleneck with one hand. "We wouldn't want another body on our hands. Please try to keep it together, Ms. Dahl." The corners of my eyes crinkled as I studied Detective Knight. "Call me Kaitlynn," I offered, trying to extend an olive branch even though all I wanted was to put my fingers around his neck and squeeze. "Who is she?" "You don't know her?" He pushed his jacket out of the way and stood with his hands on his hips. "Some best friend you are." I halted a curse at the tip of my tongue and forced a strained smile. "Does she have a name?" "I'm sure she does, but she either left her purse at some undisclosed location or someone took it." A cursory glance of the room, as chaotic as it was, showed no glimpse of a handbag. Come to think of it, there was no car out front that wasn't from the sheriff's department or local police. How odd. How did she get here? "Don't know, but that's my job." "Your job," he tapped the camera, "is to take pictures. I suggest you do so. We need those ASAP." The detective stepped away and pulled out his cell phone, answering a call. "Detective?" I tugged on his jacket. He put a hand over the phone's receiver. "Yes?" "That bracelet." I pointed to her fist. He glanced down at it and then back to me. "Either she had a replica made of Max's, or that's his." "Let me call you back," he said into his phone and hung up. He stepped around me and knelt down. "You're sure this is Max Stone's bracelet?" "I'd bet my life on it." Detective Knight rubbed his chin for a moment. "Are you almost done?" he asked without looking up at me. "We need the photos before we bag evidence." Only a trickle of people loitered about the room now, which allowed me space to maneuver. "Probably another 15 minutes, I said. "Good." He stood up, but his focus never left the corpse. Detective? Yep. Would you mind stepping out of the way? Oh, sorry. He stepped aside, and I got to work. As promised, I took the photos in roughly 15 minutes. From the looks of it, she'd sure put up a fight. Her French manicured nails were jagged, and large cuts and scratches appeared all over her legs leading up to her skirt. Tufts of her once upswept hair, now disheveled, were strewn about the body as if someone had taken shears to it. Poor lady. I shut my eyes and drew in a steadying breath. When I opened them, I took a last look. Who was she? And why was she in Max's home? Better yet, why did she have his prized bracelet? The detective was right about one thing. I clearly didn't know Max as well as I thought I had. I backed out of the room, careful not to step on anything. I found Detective Knight in the kitchen on his cell by the bar stool I'd sat upon yesterday when I picked up Rocky. Yep, that'd be great. He stuffed his phone into his navy jacket pocket and eyed me curiously. All done? Yes. I handed over the picture card to my camera. Any luck on who that woman is? The detective chuckled. Now, why would I tell you that? Ms. Dahl? Kaitlynn, I said. He paused. Kaitlynn. Thank you for the photos. He held up the memory card to face height. But I really can't disclose any information. It's an investigation, and the last time I checked you don't carry any real credentials. Fine. I kept my chin up. Pins and needles swarmed under my skin and a hot flush spread across my cheeks and neck. But even you must admit that a dead woman appearing in Max's home 2 days after his death seems rather odd. Listen, I appreciate your concern. I do. But let me do my job. Sure. I backed up and retraced my steps to the living room where my camera bag sat on Max's black leather love seat. Of all the nerve. I only wanted to find the killer, and if he didn't want my 2 cents, then why keep asking me to take the forensic photos? While I may not have credentials, I did have a knack for details, and he'd be hard-pressed to find anyone else more willing to go out on a limb to find this killer. What? A jerk. The detective's hard-soled shoes clacked against the wooden floors as he approached from behind me. Let me take you home. I slid the camera into its place in the bag and zipped it shut. No, detective. You've made it clear, I said, a taut smile on my face. Don't be silly. How else will you get home? I'm no wilted flower detective, and quite capable of finding my way home. I stalked out of the house, shoved past a bunch of reporters, and clung tightly to the camera bag hanging off my shoulder. Like vultures, reporters shoved microphones in my face as I slogged, one mud-sucking step at a time, through Max's once pristine yard. You know the type. Women with shellacked hair, faces caked with bright rouge, foundation a mile thick, and a double layer of false lashes. I swatted the microphones away and kept walking, although to where, I had no clue. The urge to escape propelled me on. Once past the initial onslaught, I ducked under the yellow crime scene tape and news crews setting up, ready to deliver the latest sensational gossip that the news channels lusted for. I marched onto the black asphalt and into the direction of town and Linda's Cup of Joe. Maybe I could finally get some peace. About a mile down the potholed road, long past the throngs of onlookers and news channels, I stopped. Like a dam bursting from the seams, I dropped my head in my hands and unleashed the sobs I'd held in for the last couple of days. Shoulders bobbing in rhythm to the hard exclamations of grief, I stood on the side of the road with only the evergreens to keep me company. A light drizzle fell from above, weighing down my candy apple red jacket and sopping my turtleneck, not to mention my khakis and shoes, even with the muddied booties I'd forgotten to take off in my haste to be rid of Detective Knight. When my sobs turned to whimpers, I wiped my face with the cuff of my sleeve and surveyed my surroundings. The bitter cold seeped into my bones and sent my teeth chattering. Though my jacket was cinched around my body and wrapped by my arms, the chill was inescapable. How could I have forgotten gloves this morning? My pink fingers stung as I rubbed my hands together and blew hot air into them. Better get walking. There was only another 12 miles before the town square and Linda's wonderful hot cocoa. The sound of tires on the side of the road didn't even stop me from putting one foot in front of the other. Besides, a killer was on the loose, and accepting a lift from anyone at this point seemed rather idiotic. "Hey, Kaitlynn, let me give you a ride. You'll freeze to death out here." My lower back muscles strained against involuntary shakes. "Why can't you just leave me alone?" I sniffled. The detective sighed. "Kaitlynn, I'm afraid we got off on the wrong foot. Please let me drive you somewhere." "Anywhere." The exhaust from his car rose high into the darkened sky. We'd hit the winter solstice, and the sun was about to snuff out for the night. Temperatures would plummet. And then where would that leave me? All I wanted was a hot shower, some soup, and a good night's sleep. That wouldn't come soon if I kept walking. "I'll get your car all wet and dirty," I mumbled, all the while looking greedily at the passenger's door. "It'll dry. Come on. You look like a drowned puppy." A soft hiccup escaped from all the crying I'd done. "All right," I said begrudgingly, shoulders spasming from the frigid temperature. My legs shook and my feet dragged against the squishy, water-laden earth and pebbles. As stubborn as a rusted hinge, my frozen joints refused to bend. Detective Knight hopped out and jogged over, putting an arm around my waist for support. "Here, let me help." "Thanks," I murmured and allowed him to steer me towards the passenger door. A light aroma, similar to the air after a hard spring rain, tickled my nose. He smelled like cinnamon. Detective Knight lifted me into the SUV and opened the back passenger door to grab a red and green plaid blanket. To my surprise, he wrapped it around my feet and scurried over to the driver's side once he'd shut my door. Not able to protest due to my chattering teeth, he leaned over and placed his hand on my thigh while reaching for the seatbelt. His face, inches from mine, lingered for a moment, then he sat back, eyes on the steering wheel. "There," he said once buckled himself. "Off we go. Where do you live?" He flexed his fingers against the steering wheel while I struggled to reply. It's about 10 minutes from here. We go through town first." He shifted the SUV into gear, and we hurtled down the road while I waited for the hot air that blasted from the vents to warm my extremities. Within minutes, the pins and needles sensations from before sharpened like someone taking an ice pick and stabbing into my hands and feet. Fortunately, my teeth stopped chattering as soon as we reached the outskirts of town, and I was finally able to speak coherently. "Thanks for the ride," I said into the silence. A soft yellow luminescence came into view as we rode by Silverthorne's town square, lit up for Christmas. Patrons walked along its festive sidewalks, holding steaming cups of hot chocolate. Children huddled around the front display of the toys and trinkets shop on Main Street pointing out gadgets and last-minute gift ideas to their parents. The nutty aroma of chestnuts roasting in front of Old Man Willie's statue seeped into the SUV as we crept by. My tummy gurgled, reminding me of the last time I'd eaten. A slight grin spread across Detective Knight's face. "When was your last meal?" "From the sounds of it, I'd say it's been several hours." I clasped my hands over my belly and willed it to remain silent. It, of course, had its own mind, and another round of grumbling ensued. "I'm okay." "Whatever you say," he said, unconvinced. "Where do we go from here?" "Turn left at the light and then it's about another 5 minutes. I suppose living outside town is nice." "Is it for the solitude?" No. It was the last rental available when I arrived. Silverthorne's an up-and-coming part of Oregon. "Tell me about it." "I'm sleeping on the chief's couch for the moment." "Yeah, we've only got a humongous resort to stay in. I can't possibly imagine how you'll ever find a place." Go ahead. Laugh it up, but on my salary, I'm lucky to run across anywhere to live around here. The resort? He snorted with a twinkle in his eyes. That's way too rich for my blood. Rumors had it that Detective Knight came from money. Although, most talk often lacked truth. Wouldn't be the first time. Still, he did appear a tad pretentious. He seemed like the guy who needed to prove himself. Perhaps he wanted to pave his own way in life and not rely on his parents' name. If it was the latter, then I'd misjudged him. Turn here, I said. We pulled onto my gravel drive and rolled to a stop a few feet in front of my porch. Nice decorations. Thanks. And thanks for the ride. I can be rather stubborn. She finally admits it. He laughed. I found myself smiling in return. I unwrapped my now warmed feet and lamented at all the dried mud on his expensive-looking blanket. I'll pay for it to be cleaned. Please make sure you send me the bill. Don't bother. He waved it off. My mother will give me another one in a few days. A big O formed on my lips, but I didn't dare ask questions. I liked this softening of his hard exterior. Thanks again, I repeated, grabbing my camera bag and opening the car door. I slid out, my clothes still clinging to my skin, and trudged my way to the front door. Sore muscles impeded a hasty retreat, and Detective Knight reached it before I did. You didn't have to get out, Detective, I said sheepishly as I rummaged through my jacket pocket for my keys. Can't have the townsfolk think I'm unprofessional. He dipped his head and smiled. In case you hadn't noticed, I motioned to the surrounding countryside. There's nobody around. Then blame it on my conscience. Why, Detective, I didn't know you had one. It slipped out before I could stop it and I slapped my palm to my forehead. I'm so sorry. That's not what I meant. Wasn't it? He grinned. Look, how about we warm you up? I think it's messing with your synapses. I unlocked the door. When I stepped inside, drips of water pooled on my wooden floors as I flicked on the lights. Meow! Came from the faded blue love seat by the front windows that overlooked the porch. Rocky jumped down, tail flicking, and sauntered over. He sat on his haunches and looked up with big saucer-like green eyes. Nice try, Rocky. I'm only a little late. Rocky blinked once and then strolled over to his bowl in the kitchen, where he sat and glared at me with eyes that melted my hardened soul. How could anyone ignore that pathetic plea? Okay, so I'm more like an hour late, but it's not like you're starving. Cute cat, Detective Knight said and followed me into the kitchen. I placed the camera bag and my keys on the kitchen table and fed the cat. Cute? I believe you've offended him, Detective. Rocky flicked his tail and glared at the detective through half-slit lids. Rocky leaned into my fingers as I scratched under his chin. I'm betting you're a dog man, I said, casting a glance over my shoulder. Oh. He quipped. How do you know I'm not a cat guy? Rocky doesn't like you. The detective stepped over and knelt down beside Rocky. Hey, kitty. You like me, don't you? He stuck out a hand to pet Rocky, but the cat hissed and walked away, tail held high, licking his lips. I fought back a chuckle. So he doesn't like me, but that doesn't mean all cats hate me. He stood up and pulled out a chair to sit down. What do you think you're doing? I asked, giving him a hard stare. Detective Knight looked down at the chair and then me. Sitting down? He replied with a half-smile. Why? I crossed my arms, half-teasing. That's my exit cue, isn't it? I laughed. Nope. That would be rude of me, and my mother would skin me alive. Would you like something to drink? How about you get cleaned up first? I'll wait here with the cat. Rocky, right? He looked promisingly at Rocky, who sauntered off into the living room. I bet he'd never lost a challenge. His confidence flowed off him in waves, and I almost wished to see who would win the battle between Homo sapien and feline, but my raw skin required warmer, drier clothes. The heat from the car had gone, and now I was shaking in the middle of the kitchen, staring at the all-too-attentive detective. And a rather amused one at that. Once he'd taken his gaze off Rocky, he put up his hands. I promise I'll stay right here. Scout's honor. What was it with Scout's honor? First Rex, then Detective Knight. Was it the magic phrase to convince a leery woman of their honest intentions? Because Rex totally blew that ideology out of the water. However, he was a detective, and he had given me a ride. If you're sure, then okay. I'll only be a minute. After a hasty retreat to my downstairs bedroom, I rushed into the bathroom and tore off my clothes, turning on the shower. A brief glimpse in the mirror revealed streaks of mascara had run down my cheeks, and clumps of hair clung to the sides of my face. I groaned. What a sight! A scarlet flush crept across my cheeks as I inspected every nook and cranny of it. Dark circles smudged under my eyes, and a sadness emitted from them that hadn't been there before. The past few days had taken a toll. The mirror started fogging up, and that was my cue to jump in. It took 10 minutes to shower, wash my face, and dress. The detective remained in the kitchen chair from when I'd left, his elbow on the table and his head resting on his hand. He sat up when I entered. Better? He asked. Much. Thanks. Can I get you something to drink? I pulled out a couple of glasses from the kitchen cabinet. Sure, what do you have? I eyed him curiously over the island that separated us, wondering if he was a beer or wine man. Are you off duty? The detective checked his watch. Yep. Then I've got beer or wine. What's your poison? Red wine would be fine. Fascinating. I mentally reprimanded myself. My mom always said I could be blunt. An awful habit to break. She's told me it'll get me in trouble one day. We are in wine country. He grinned. Why not try the town's fair? Excellent point. I nodded. But I had you pegged as a beer guy. Did you now? What's your poison? My favorite? I reached down into my wine refrigerator Max had bought me last year. I pulled out a bottle of red and another, holding it up. Hard cider. Never tried it. Detective Knight held out his hand. Do you have another? Sure. I handed him the bottle and replaced the red in the refrigerator, pulling out another hard cider. After a long pull off the bottle, I swallowed and sighed. It's been a hard day, he said and drew a sip from his own. A hard couple of days, I repeated. I pulled out a chair and plopped down, setting my drink on the table with a thud. Can I ask you something? Shoot. Do you now believe someone murdered Max? You mentioned at the studio and several times afterwards that there had been a second murder. Detective Knight took another pull off his cider and then leaned his elbows onto the kitchen table. Off the record? I don't know. He shook his head. Maybe, maybe not. It's too early to tell. We have to wait on the coroner's report. But that woman had Max's bracelet in her hand. A chill shivered down my spine at the memory. What more could you need? Kaitlynn, he reached over and grasped my hand. I realize you want a quick resolution, and we're working on it. I've always gotten my man. He gently squeezed my hand and let go, standing up. It's time for you to eat and rest. I'll keep you informed the best I can. Good night. He smiled, strode to the front door, and left. Nothing but silence and the purr of Rocky, who had somehow snuck up and now rubbed against my ankles. I reached a hand down and absent-mindedly rubbed between his ears. Rocky, either he finds him, or I will. Someone's going to prison, and I'm not resting until they do. With the house locked up and a frozen lasagna cooking in the oven, I flipped open my laptop and brought up the latest crime scene photos of Max's home. Skipping through the living room and kitchen, I focused on his bedroom, specifically the bracelet in the mystery woman's lifeless hand. Earlier I had found an image of Max with his bracelet on and compared the two pictures. An exact match. Even down to a chipped bead. The oven timer beeped, and I hopped up and brought my dinner into the bedroom. Rocky followed his nose, and I had to push him off the bed the few times he jumped up. Garfield would have been a better name for you, Rocky, I chided after the last attempt. He'd popped up from nowhere and nearly stuck his entire face into the lasagna. He gave a pert row, and stalked off into the kitchen, tail switching back and forth. How had I gone without a pet until now? That little twerp, and I used the term endearingly, purred his way into my heart like a thief in the night. I tore my gaze away from his plump rump and refocused on the photos. Who was this mystery woman? And why had she ended up dead on Max's bedroom floor? Poor lady. Nobody deserved to die like that. Bludgeoning usually meant it was something personal, so she must have known her attacker, but exactly who that was left me stumped. My eyelids grew heavy as the hours ticked on, and I stole a glance at the bedside clock. Midnight. I rubbed my bleary eyes and yawned. Detective Knight was right about one thing. It was time for sleep. I put the laptop up and laid my head down on the down pillow, taking comfort in its softness. Tomorrow, I'd spend all my waking daylight hunting down clues. Max deserved justice, and I intended to see to it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Deck the halls blared from my phone early the next morning, and I instinctively slapped at the bedside stand in a failing attempt at shutting it off. It had flipped onto the floor in my haste and bounced out of sight. Once I peeled my eyes open with the force of a couple of crowbars, I rolled over to the edge of the bed, reached down, and fumbled around until my fingers brushed against the cool plastic. I jabbed at the screen to answer since it had started up again. Hello? My voice cracked from lack of use. Kaitlynn? Did I wake you? A hacking cough interrupted Dylan's words. Sorry to do this, but can you come in today? Rex hasn't shown up, and I'm up to my ears in this Christmas party for the mayor. Sure. I flipped a mop of unruly red hair out of my eyes. A glance at the clock told me it was 7 o'clock. Let me get dressed and I'll be right over. Dylan didn't open the studio until 10 a.m., but during the busy season, we got there at 8. We customarily needed to review the photos, but this year, because of the conference, we'd overbooked. She'd asked at the beginning of December if we could work more hours, and all of us had agreed, but unreliable Rex had gotten worse this month, even skipping shifts altogether. Sore muscles resisted my attempts at getting out of the warm confines of my bed, but at last, I dressed in some black leggings, a red turtleneck, and brown boots. Hair brushed back into a ponytail, I put on the bare minimum of makeup and dashed out the door with my thick winter coat in hand. No sense in being unprepared for 2 days in a row. En route, I grabbed a large coffee with a handful of creamers at Linda's Cup of Joe and made my way through the town square, parking my candy apple red Mini Coupe beside Dylan's trusty, dinged-up, beige sedan and collected my things. When I walked into the workshop, a hot gust of air whipped my ponytail about. I inhaled and smiled. This was where the magic happened, one picture at a time. Hours upon hours of printing, wrapping, and lovingly framing family pictures, graduation photos, and weddings were encompassed in the small area. The sweet smell of memories sprang to mind each time I set foot in it, and I doubted that would ever change. Our attention to detail and never give up attitude endeared us to our customers, which was why Dylan's business had expanded by over 150% since I started working there. The money afforded her the opportunity to invest thousands of dollars into renovations from waterproof black wooden floors, a white marble countertop that stretched the length of the reception space, and 3 guest areas, each with sleek-lined tabletops and large computers. Plush armchairs the color of midnight sat across from the reception. Plus, she'd upgraded the 3 studio rooms that ran along a hallway behind the reception space and office desks. To say it looked fantastic was an understatement, but all the costs nettled Dylan's frugalness, which was why she'd taken on too many projects as of late. I walked through the sitting area complete with a separate changing room and bathroom, a 50-inch flat-screen TV, and toys. I stopped to pick up a few alphabet blocks that had been abandoned from the previous day and tossed them into one of the wooden bins. From there I saw Dylan hunched over her desk, pen in hand, and a wad of tissue in the other, perusing a lengthy to-do list. My bet was it had something to do with the mayor's Christmas party coming up. Her skin had turned near white from the last time I'd seen her, and from the looks of the tissue-filled trash bin, she was 1 foot away from exhaustion. "Good morning. I brought you something." I placed the coffee on her desk and frowned. "Dylan, have you seen a doctor? You don't look well." "What?" She looked up, eyes feverish. "Oh, no. I'm fine." She hacked into a tissue and cleared her throat. "Thanks for the coffee. Is it cold in here to you?" She grabbed her cotton, short-sleeved t-shirt and rapidly pulled it back and forth like someone would on a sweltering summer day. "Dylan, it's hotter than a furnace." I leaned over and placed the backside of my hand against her burning forehead. She swatted it away. "I'm fine. Really. We've got to finish the details of this Christmas party. The mayor's waiting for me to review some things." She went to stand and swayed sideways, her eyes rolling up into the back of her head. I lurched forward and eased her gently into the chair. "You're doing no such thing, Missy. Up to bed with you." I held up a hand in protest. "No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm calling Dr. Gates. Maybe he can stop by this afternoon, but for now you will rest. I'll take care of the studio." "But the Christmas party?" "Kaitlynn, we need this function," she said and eyed the picture of Switzerland. "I'll handle it. Your job is to get better. Now give me your hand." We safely made our way upstairs, where Dylan lived above her shop. She'd renovated it as well, but unlike downstairs it resembled a Swiss chalet. Wooden beams ran across the ceiling and matched the color of the walnut-colored wooden walls. The modern cream-colored couch and heavy oak tables sat in front of the stone fireplace, resplendent with white fir throws. The mounted elk antlers above the chimney weren't of my liking, but they gave the place an authentic feel for these parts. Warm tones abounded, and there were decorative floor lamps scattered throughout. Dylan's home was like stepping into a magazine, and it was on my list of things to emulate whenever I saved enough money to own a home someday. "All right, you stay in bed. I'll get you some soup. There's a glass of water on your nightstand." "Kaitlynn?" She croaked. "Yeah, thanks." Her shoulders slumped against the mountain of pillows I'd piled up. "I admit I'm rather stubborn." "You and me both," I thought, but another round of coughing had her entire body shaking and stopped me from saying so. "No problem. Now close your eyes. Doc Gates plans to stop by in an hour." I flipped off the lights, half-closed the door, and treaded lightly into the kitchen. It was an open floor plan with no dining room. Rather cozy, the kitchen had an island that performed as the table as well as cooking space and overlooked the living room. Although she never held large gatherings, probably due to the intimate size of the place, Dylan's kitchen rivaled that of a chef's. She had 4 ovens, 2 of which were convection, a 6-burner gas stove, and floor-to-ceiling wooden cabinets that matched the dark walnut-colored beams of her living area. Clutter-free, it was a dream to see, let alone use. After rummaging through several cabinets, I found a frying pan, pot, ladle, and all the ingredients for my chowder, and set about making it. The bacon sizzled on the stovetop while I sliced and diced the rest of the ingredients. When my mouth watered from the delicious aroma, I ladled a heaping amount of it into one of Dylan's lapis blue bowls and sprinkled chives on top. Time for some chowder, I said, nudging her bedroom door open with my foot. You shouldn't have. She edged up onto her elbows, tucking the comforter around her. It's my pleasure. My grandmother's chowder will have you up lickety-split. Then let's get eating. I've got a party to plan. Dylan put a hand on a tuft of wild gray hair, amiss from lying down, her eyes wide. Kaitlynn, the mayor! She sat up straighter, her knee knocking the tray and nearly spilling the soup all over her crisp white comforter. The bowl banged against her nightstand as she hastily set it down. She stashed the tray beside her and tried to toss her sheets off when I laid a hand on her forearm. Dylan, I said in a calm voice. I've already called the mayor. I've arranged to see him in about 30 minutes. I nudged her back into bed, drew the comforter over her, and rearranged the tray over her lap. I promised to take good notes, I added when her hands gripped the sides of the tray in an attempt to toss it to the side yet again. Oh, all right. She released her hold and reluctantly took the proffered spoon. If you think you can handle it, call Rex and see if he will go with you. He's got a sharp mind for business. I bit my tongue and bristled at her lack of confidence, but she was sick after all. It'll be fine. I patted her hand and gave her the steaming bowl of chowder. Now get some rest. Doc Gates comes in about a half an hour. Though I stepped gingerly toward the bedroom door, the second I entered the living area, I broke out into a run. Stashing my bowl into the refrigerator for later, I locked up and dashed down the stairs to my car, knowing the doctor had a set of spare keys. Everyone in town gossiped about how Doc Gates was sweet on Dylan. And to add fuel to the bonfire, she'd given him a key to her apartment a year prior. She'd volunteered to teach a class at a photography conference held in Washington and needed someone to water her plants. Of course, when I'd offered, she'd nixed the idea, saying Doc Gates would do it. That sent the gossip mongers aflame, but not from me. I keep my mouth shut on pretty much everything except for emergency situations. Nope, it was because Doc couldn't keep his mouth shut about anything, other than his patients, and soon the entire town buzzed about it. Out into the frigid air, I zipped up my winter coat and hoofed it the couple of blocks to the mayor's office, deciding not to drive after all. A few people loitered about the festive square, selling drinks and toys for Christmas. Teens lingered by the hot chocolate stand while some hung off Old Man Willie's statue in front of the courthouse. They'd scurry away, laughing, when one of the older folk chastised them. Manners, the adults would say and shake their heads. I bounded up the front steps to the mayor's office and campaign headquarters and opened the door. Phones rang off the hook, and the tiny suite was crammed full of desks. Each speck of wall space was plastered with posters of either the mayor's smiling face or his name. Brandon Harris, followed by a "For Mayor" in bold blue lettering on a black background. A striking choice, but he was a shoo-in. Everything he touched turned to gold, or in Silverthorne, to silver. A frazzled 20-something dressed in a navy A-line skirt, button-down white shirt, and navy pumps peered over her tortoiseshell glasses and eyed me sullenly. "May I help you?" She rose, but the top of her head stood at my shoulder height, and that was with several inches of heel. She placed her fingertips on the edge of the desk and cocked her head to the side. Under a withering stare, she inspected me like a bug under a microscope. "I've got an appointment with Mayor Harris." "I believe he's expecting me," I said, and smiled. The young lady hunched over her desk and pecked at her keyboard. Her mouth turned down at the edges. "Ms. Kane?" she asked without looking up. "No, I'm Kaitlynn Dahl. Dylan's under the weather." "Fine," she sighed and waved me on. "He's in his office." She wasted no time in picking up the phone and dialed another number. As I walked back in the direction in which she'd pointed, her harsh tone changed into a bright, cheerful manner. "Hello, Mr. Jones. I'm with Mayor Harris's office. How are you today?" After jockeying past loads of volunteers and clunky metallic desks that had seen the better part of 40 years, I reached his office. Good afternoon, Mayor. Sorry about the inconvenience. Dylan sends her apologies. Mayor Harris looked away from his computer and greeted me with a million-watt smile. No problem. It's nothing serious, I hope. She never takes a day off. His eyes narrowed in concern. Dr. Gates is supposed to stop by and check on her. She's in excellent hands. I returned the smile. Now about your party. Do you have a list of things you'd like us to photograph, or is it a more casual affair? Please, he motioned to the chair in front of his desk. Have a seat. Would you like some coffee or water? No, thank you. I sat down, ready to get to work. As you know, Danielle and I host an annual Christmas celebration at our house. And this year's no different. We've hired a Santa for the kids, balloons, and other items for the event, but this year we agreed to have someone photograph it. Plus, we thought it'd be great if each parent got a copy of their child sitting on Santa's lap. Would that be possible? Absolutely. I took out my notepad and jotted down his ideas. Send me an email listing the prices, and I'll have Jocelyn pay you. I believe you met her already. My eyebrows knitted in confusion. Jocelyn? Forgive me, he said, shaking his head. She's our newest addition to the campaign. Graduated from Harvard last spring. Quite the accountant. She greeted you at the door. Unless, of course, she was answering the phones. They ring off the hook these days. Oh yes. She's nice. I faked a smile. What else do you need? He asked. Well, according to Dylan's notes, the party runs from 6 to 8 p.m., correct? He nodded. And we're to take shots of you with Sebastian Alexander, your wife Danielle, and Harper Wolf, is that right? That must be Danielle's doing. The corners of his mouth twitched, and a fleeting look of annoyance flashed across his face. I suppose I need some images of myself. I'd rather you take pictures of everyone else, but I do have the campaign to think of. Very well, keep that on the schedule, but please feel free to take random shots. It's a party after all. That about does it. I made a final note and packed up. One question though, Mayor Harris. Please, call me Brandon. Okay. Brandon. Isn't Harper Wolf also running for mayor of Silverthorne? I asked, shifting in my seat. He is. But everyone's welcome at Christmas time. Isn't the saying, peace and goodwill towards men? Right. I chuckled nervously. Well, thank you for your time, Brandon. We shook hands. I'll arrive the day after next at 4:30 p.m. to take some preliminary shots, test the lighting, and such. Thanks again. I turned to leave the room. Oh, and Kaitlynn? Yes? I glanced at him. A line formed between his brows. I'm sorry to hear about Max. I know you two were close. If there's anything I can do, please don't hesitate to call me. Tears welled up, and I swallowed a lump in my throat. Thank you. He's dearly missed. I stifled a sniffle and walked out, dodging the desks and people. The rush of frigid air caused me to intake a breath when I pushed open the door, but it was a balm to my flushed face. Kids dashed about and wove in and out of patrons, squealing and giggling, the breeze filled with the nutty smell of roasted chestnuts. Max loved this time of year. Especially the roasted chestnuts. We'd buy 2 bags, one for each, and sit on a bench in front of Linda's coffee shop, making small talk and enjoying the smells and sounds of Christmas. Never again. My lip quivered. I held my chin up and pulled my coat collar up around my neck. Max's killer was on the loose, and he needed me to find them. Standing here teary-eyed wouldn't solve the murder or get me back to Dylan faster. With a pep to my step, I picked up my pace and made it to Dylan's. Doc Gates was perched on the edge of the bed, bowl in hand, spoon-feeding Dylan. For a moment, my heart sped up. Maybe she was sicker than I'd thought. But a burst of laughter erupted from her as I eased into the room. Do doctors normally hand-feed their patients, or is this a special request? I smirked and folded my arms, eyebrows raised. Hello, Ms. Dahl. Doc Gates scooped another spoonful into Dylan's mouth. I aim to please, he said, a glint to his eye. Tongues will wag, I teased. And who will tell them? Dylan asked, her face indignant, but her eyes twinkled with humor. Certainly not me, I said. Good. How did the meeting go? She asked, sitting a tad taller in her bed. Everything's all set. We're to arrive the afternoon of the 23rd at Mayor Harris's home, and I've written down all the details. Your job is to get better. To Doc Gates I asked. What's the verdict, Doc? Is she going to live? Oh, I rather think she will. He dabbed at a bit of chowder that had dripped onto Dylan's chin. Although she's got the flu. The flu? My smile faded. Dylan, you can't go to the party. You'll make everyone sick and yourself sicker. Oh phooey. I will shoot that function or die trying. She sat up straighter, only to hold her hand against her forehead and groan. Oh my. I don't feel so well. Doc Gates patted her shoulder. That's because you have the flu, my dear. My mouth curved into a smile at the term of endearment. Dylan sank back into her pillows, face pale as freshly picked cotton. Let me handle it, Dylan. I've worked for you long enough, and it's time for Rex and me to pick up the slack. We've got this. Oh, all right, but I expect a full report the second you get done. Deal. And you must text me updates throughout the night. Dylan plucked at an invisible thread on her comforter. There's a lot riding on this, Kaitlynn. I know. Stop worrying. I've got it all covered. Secretly, doing this job unnerved me because Rex couldn't be counted on. This rested solely on my shoulders. However, I hadn't dropped the ball yet, and I didn't intend to start now. The flu, eh? I rocked back on my heels. I suppose elderberry juice is in order. That is, of course, if Doc Gates approves? Dylan and I both studied his thoughtful face. It wouldn't hurt, he answered with a lopsided grin. Good, I'll get to making it. Doc, would you be all right if I step out and grab some ingredients? Oh, I believe we'll be just fine, he replied, and patted Dylan's hand as they both stared into each other's eyes. My cheeks grew warm, and I backed out, trying to look invisible. Outside again, I nipped on over to the local pharmacy. A week prior, I'd asked the pharmacist to order a large supply of dried elderberries. It was flu season, and my father had always made elderberry juice. It kept viruses at bay during the cold winter months. As pharmacists, both of my parents considered influenza an occupational hazard, but my dad had stuck by the effectiveness of elderberries. Truth be told, we rarely contracted it. Was that related to the syrup? Who knows, but it tasted great, and we stayed relatively healthy, so I'd keep taking it. The pharmacy tech checked me out, and I stepped back to leave when my ankle buckled. I'd accidentally trod on someone's foot, but before I tumbled to the floor, two sturdy arms caught and righted me to my feet. Oh my, I'm so sorry, I responded, flustered. No problem. Sheriff Beck dipped his hat at me with a pert smile. Here are your items. He'd picked up my plastic bag off the ground and handed it to me. Thanks. I nodded my appreciation. Eager to change the subject, I addressed Sheriff Beck's girlfriend, who stood arm in arm with him with a sourpuss expression boldly directed at me. Gloria, it's nice to see you. Wish I could say the same. Luther, can we go? My feet are aching and I'm starving. All of 5 feet 4 inches, Gloria Briggs, aka Max's ex and the owner of Locks and Curls Hair Salon, resembled every tiny town's head cheerleader and homecoming queen. Blonde and curvaceous, she wore skin-tight tops 2 sizes too small, leggings, and 5-inch heels. I looked at Gloria now and wondered what Max had ever seen in her. Thank goodness she'd dumped him a year ago. At least he'd moved on with his life and had been happier than ever before. Gloria Briggs pouted her full pink lips and batted her eyelashes up at Sheriff Beck. The full sexiness she displayed would probably bring most men to their knees.
Yeah,
Sure. Sheriff Beck barely glanced at her, which surprised me. But Ms. Dahl, I'll be needing those photos you gave Detective Knight, he said, hat in hand now. The chief's been given lead on this as it's one of his own, but since it's in my jurisdiction, I'll be assisting. Oh, of course, I stammered, caught off guard by his request. Or rather, his demand. Sheriff Beck didn't mince words or string together lengthy sentences. By the way, has Max's death been ruled a homicide yet? Why not press my luck? Maybe if I surprised him, he'd slip in a detail or 3. Yet? Gloria snapped. What's she talking about, Luther? Not yet, he said, ignoring Gloria's dagger-like stare. We're waiting on the coroner's report. But you think foul play's involved? I asked, hope creeping into my blackened heart. I'm not at liberty to say. Which meant there was a chance the sheriff's department and the police thought Max's death was criminal. Right.
yeah,
Okay. Thanks so much, Sheriff. I'll drop by a copy of the pictures. Hey, who mentioned I had them, anyway? His eyes narrowed a smidge. Detective Knight. Why can't he give you a copy? I asked. Didn't bother to ask, he replied and placed a hand at the small of Gloria's back, ushering her towards the pharmacy counter. Have a pleasant night, miss, he said and bobbed his head. Gloria, lips pinched, wrapped her delicate fingers around my forearm as she passed and leaned in, scowling. He was seeing someone, she whispered. Max. He was dating somebody. If you think he was murdered, I'd start there. Gloria held my gaze for a second longer and then let go as if something had stung her, allowing Sheriff Beck to lead her away. Stunned, I half walked, half dragged myself to the door. I somehow made it back to Dylan's and climbed the tall stairwell to her apartment. My ears buzzed with the ring of my boots clanging on the metal staircase. I wandered into the kitchen and went about making the elderberry juice mainly on automatic pilot. Gloria's words echoed in my mind. He was seeing someone. If you think he was murdered, I'd start there. Could this be true? I suppose, but Max never kept things from me. He dated other women in and around Silverthorne, and not once did he keep them a secret. We'd talk over coffee each morning about the next date, or lack thereof. And what if he was dating someone? Why hide it, especially from me? No one on this planet wanted to see him happy more than me. The aromatic scents of cinnamon, ginger, and elderberries filled the room as the pot came to a rolling boil. I reduced the temperature to a simmer on the stovetop and set the timer for 30 minutes. Every so often the sound of Dylan's hacking cough came from the bedroom along with the robust echo of Doc Gates' booming laugh. It sounded like Dylan would survive. I rummaged through her tidy drawers and found a pen and a pad of paper. No sense in wasting time well spent on jotting down questions about Max's murder along with a plan for the next several days for the studio. I had jotted down a few notes when the stove alarm went off. Pulling the pot off the burner, I reset the timer for an hour to allow the concoction to steep and then plopped down on Dylan's L-shaped couch in front of the fire. Her gas fireplace worked by remote, and within minutes the room was snug and warm, allowing my thoughts to drift back to Max. Why would he keep a relationship secret? I tapped the pen against the notepad. He didn't seem off the last few days. Come to think of it, Max had eaten dinner with me the night before he died. Wouldn't he have met with his girlfriend instead? That is, if he'd had one. And then there was the strangled lady. Was she the rumored girlfriend? He favored nature lovers and women who liked ponytails and flannel. The deceased had worn expensive-looking clothes, had manicured nails, and was wearing lots of makeup. It didn't match up. How did she fit into Max's death, and why? The timer beeped in the kitchen, and I stopped chewing on the end of the pen and got up to strain the elderberry syrup through the cheesecloth. Once it cooled, I added honey and poured it into a glass jar. After finding a spoon, I carried both into Dylan's bedroom. Oh dear, you shouldn't have, Kaitlynn. Dylan sneezed into a tissue that Doc Gates handed to her in the nick of time. Just what the doctor ordered. I poured out a teaspoonful. Good heavens, that's sweet, Dylan remarked when she swallowed it. Another reason to take it again tonight, my dear, Doc Gates suggested with a grin. Good grief. How many times do I take it? I took the spoon from her. 4 servings a day. Yes, and within a couple days, you'll feel like a new penny, said Doc Gates. Oh, all right, Dylan huffed. But I've got the party in 2 nights. I can't forego it for some silly flu. And spread it to everyone else? I pressed my lips together. I think not. While it may be the sharing season, I highly doubt the town wants the germs you're willing to share. No, it's best you stay put, and I'll take over the Christmas party at the mayor's house. We've already talked about this. Dylan protested, but I folded my arms in my best imitation of a cross nurse and frowned. I give up, Dylan said, and threw her arms up in surrender. But don't think I won't check up on you. So you've stated. Anyway, I retreated towards the door. I've gotta run. The last of the Christmas sessions won't shoot themselves. If you need anything, just text me. Great to see you, Doc Gates. Take good care of our Dylan. I winked. Down in the studio, I peeped through the blinds and spotted an unruly family outside the front door. The mother trailed behind the children, one of which was tugging his sister's ponytail. I sighed and straightened my shirt. Lord give me strength, I thought, then turned the lock, wishing I was anywhere else but here. But soon enough I'd be on the hunt. For now, this afternoon was filled with wily kids and their parents. Tomorrow was all about Max. Chapter 6. Rocky hopped onto the kitchen table and sat in front of me, his green eyes unblinking. Good morning to you too, Rocky, I said. I dropped the spoon into the ceramic bowl with a clank and reached out to stroke under his chin. There's a good kitty. I suppose you'd like some food, huh? Rocky eyed the bowl and licked his chops. Not today. If you're a good boy, I'll give you a little milk tonight before bed. Off you go. I nudged him off the table. He landed with a thump on the kitchen floor and shot over to his bowl a few feet away. His belly hovered a few inches off the floor, swaying to and fro with each step. I sighed and remembered how Max treated him with all sorts of things like liver pate, pieces of steak, and cheese. The rotund ball of fur gobbled every bit that Max tossed him. As a matter of fact, Rocky's diet consisted more of human fare than feline. All right, mister. A 1/4 cup for you this morning. Rocky stuck his nose up in the air and looked away, his ears slightly turned back. I know, buddy, but the vet said you're overweight. Eat up and you'll have milk tonight, okay? Rocky stalked off into the living room, tail viciously flicking. As you wish, but it's here if you get hungry, I grumbled to his retreating form. Great, now the cat hated me. I threw up my hands in defeat and set about cleaning the kitchen. I stacked and started the dishwasher, then grabbed my purse and keys. Today I was determined to speak with Detective Knight and hopefully convince him that Max was murdered. If nothing else, he needed to know what Gloria had told me. Packed with what courage I could muster, I zoomed down the road and pulled up to a stop in the police parking lot, which was a block off the main town square. As police departments go, Silverthorne's was mundane at best. The smell of asphalt and leaked oil greeted your nose the second you stepped outside your vehicle. Gum-stained concrete sidewalks butted up against the parking lot and led to the front steps. I meandered past 2 overgrown prickly bushes that accosted my pant legs and poked their hellos against my skin. A couple of stained chairs lined both sides of the rectangular lobby, which had seen its last renovation in the 1970s from the looks of it. Faded orange seats, fake wooden paneling, and the spiky, golden-toned lighting fixture that hung from the water-stained ceiling. It was like stepping back in time. Despite the urge to flee, I forced one foot in front of the other and reminded myself of why I had come in the first place. I approached the enclosed reception desk centered on the rear wall and struggled to not hold my breath. Decades worth of sweat, mold, cigarette smoke, and God knows what else overpowered the lavender plug-in I spied between a couple of chairs on the side wall. The chipped laminate countertops, abused from years of neglect with circular coffee stains and streaks of dirt, held a clipboard for sign-ins, behind which sat a middle-aged man whose face resembled that of a balloon ready to burst. Pockmarked skin and splotchy red cheeks foretold a sedentary life full of donuts and fried foods topped with loads of sugary drinks. His eyes were half shut due to droopy skin folds, much like those of a bloodhound. The wrinkled blue uniform bore old grease stains, and a more recent coffee stain, along with a name tag over his upper left pocket that read Butch. He stared unblinking at me, stone-faced, chomping on a toothpick. "Hello, Butch." I tried a confident not over-friendly kind of smile, but ended up with a nervous plastic get me the bleep out of here smile. "I'm here to see Detective Knight." "Got an appointment?" he asked, his tone raspy. "No, but I really need to talk to him." Butch slid the clipboard over and in his monotone voice said, "Sign in here. Take a seat." He went back to chewing his toothpick. I signed in, then took a chair closest to the door leading into the rear of the building. 5, 10, then 15 minutes ticked by as I sat with my bag in my lap and watched fellow citizens and officers walk in and out. "Ms. Dahl," someone barked out from the left corner doorway. I jumped to my feet and slung my purse over my shoulder, then followed the cop down a small hallway and into a cluttered glass-enclosed office. 2 desks, facing each other, stood in the center of the room surrounded by 4 walls, the upper half being blind-covered windows that had collected a half-inch of dust. Only about a foot of space existed around the desks, which had me sidestepping into the offered seat the officer had pulled out for me. He motioned for me to sit and inched his way out of the room by taking a detour past the organized desk so as not to climb over me. "Detective Knight will be in shortly. Want any coffee?" he asked. "No, thank you." He walked out, leaving me alone with my thoughts. The blinds were drawn, so the only thing I had to pass the time was either listen to footsteps amble up and down the hallway or try not to nose around the pile of papers on the detective's desk. How could work get done with this much clutter and disarray? His nameplate was stashed between sticky notes, torn sheets of paper, and stacks of files a foot high that tottered atop the workspace. The computer sat in the center and showed the official logo for the Silverthorne Police Department. Nary a photo or any other sentiment lined his desktop. However, the facing workspace was the complete opposite. The desk held a computer, phone, a single picture frame, and one neatly stacked pile of papers. Not seeing anyone at the door, I leaned over and turned the frame around. 2 chocolate brown eyes stared back at me, surrounded by a mane of hair. Someone liked horses. I hastily returned the photo when murmurs of voices and scuffles of footsteps crept closer to the doorway, and before too long Detective Knight appeared, scowl firmly in place. Did he ever smile? "Good afternoon, Detective. I only need a moment." I scooted to the edge of my seat. Detective Knight sat down at the facing desk, placed his elbows on the table, and intertwined his fingers, eyes narrowed. "How can I help you, Ms. Dahl?" he said gruffly, clearly annoyed by my presence. My leg kept bouncing up and down underneath the desk while I clutched my purse for dear life in my lap. "Have you had any leads?" "On Max Stone's murder, I mean." "Listen, I can't disclose any information. You're not family. Is there anything else? I wrung my hands together and leaned back a little. I'd figured he wouldn't spill the beans per se, but I hadn't counted on his stiff demeanor either. I was Max's best friend, after all. Shouldn't that garner me some sympathy? Is there nothing you can tell me? Ms. Dahl, unless you have something you'd like to add about the case, I've really got a lot to do. You must be kidding. Nope, he said and looked down at some papers he'd brought in with him. A rising warmth fluttered in my belly and I counted to 10 in my head. Have you spoken with Gloria? I said a little too forcefully. He drew in a lengthy breath, a twitch evident in his jaw. Gloria who? Gloria Briggs. He shoved his wavy hair back off his forehead. Who's that? The sheriff's girlfriend. Luther has a girlfriend? Huh. I clapped my hands together, eliciting a loud smack. Can we please stay on topic? Detective Knight blinked. No. I've not talked with Ms. Briggs. You should. She told me yesterday Max was seeing someone. And that's important because, he asked. I stifled a groan and drew in a breath. Someone killed Max, and if he had a girlfriend, perhaps you should find her and talk to her. First, we don't know Max was murdered. Oh, come on. Papers flew off the desk as I balled my fists and slammed them down, decorum flying out the window. You and I both know he was murdered. Why else would a mysterious woman be found strangled to death inside his home? Ms. Dahl, no, I shot up, wincing when my knee slammed into the side of the metal desk upon my hasty retreat. Find Max's girlfriend and talk to her. I'm sick and tired of doing all your work. He jumped up, leaned over the short distance, and jerked my arm, stopping me in my tracks. I'm trying to do my job, but I can't have silly little girls running around sticking their noses into police business. It can get you hurt. Worse yet, killed. Why don't you leave the police business to me? Detective Knight roughly let go of my arm. I tipped sideways for a second, but regained my composure. My eyes stung with anger. I would gladly do that if you admitted Max didn't die from natural causes. He was murdered. So do your job, detective. My chest rose and fell in rapid breaths. Good day. I raised my chin and stalked out of the room, down the cramped hallway, and out of the station. Once free from prying eyes, I pressed a shaky hand to my mouth and waited for the throbbing in my head to diminish. Kaitlynn? My gaze darted to my left where a woman dressed in a black Angora sweater and slacks stared at me. Silver streaks lined her wavy chestnut hair, and oval black sunglasses obscured her eyes. A gentleman, also clad in black, held her hand and escorted her over to where I was standing. Mrs. Stone, I said and leaned over to hug her. I'm so sorry for your loss. Thank you, Kaitlynn. Were you here on Max's account? The tip of her nose was red, probably from crying, and her skin was paler than the sun-kissed look she usually had. Yes, I hesitated, unsure of what I should say. Did she suspect Max was murdered? Had anyone told her about the mystery woman found strangled in her son's home? I wanted to let them know that I was taking care of Max's cat. Lame, sure, but the only idea that popped to mind. Oh, her voice fell. That's kind of you, my dear. I hadn't thought about Rocky, I'm ashamed to admit. She tilted her head toward her husband's. I suppose we need to pick him up. He looked from her to me, uncertain. Don't worry about Rocky, Mr. and Mrs. Stone. You've got other things to deal with right now. I'm happy to have him. Mr. Stone's sour face softened a bit. We appreciate it. He regarded his wife. We must get going. We don't want to keep the detective waiting. He can wait. We're the ones grieving, she snorted. Did you hear about that woman? The one found in Max's home? She whispered and leaned in closer. Do you think she's connected with his death? Surprised, I scrambled for words. Well, It's possible, I suppose, I stuttered. You look like a woman on a mission. You don't believe the poppycock this department's spreading about Max dying from natural causes, do you? Mrs. Stone took off her sunglasses, revealing red, puffy eyes. He was in perfect health. Her chest puffed out like a proud parent. She had gone to every triathlon and marathon Max had entered from his preteens on, and she was known for telling any available ear about his athleticism. Mr. Stone patted her hand. We must go, darling. The detective is waiting. He half smiled at me and then took a halting step to leave. Screw the detective, Harry. She put her shades back on. He's a rather rude fellow. Her lips quivered as she looked at me. Thank you again, Kaitlynn. You were always such a wonderful friend to our Max. She raised a hand in farewell and followed her husband up the front steps and into the police station. I stood, stock still and mouth agape, for a few moments longer. Once I'd collected my wits, I wandered over to my car and drove the short distance to the studio in a daze. Max's own mother thought it ridiculous that the cause of death could be natural. How wasn't it obvious to the detective? I parked the car, dashed inside, stashed my purse and keys in my desk drawer, and tossed my coat onto my chair. The next holiday session waited outside the front door. When I opened it, a huge, pink bubble popped right in my face with a loud bang. The teen stood with a hand on her hip, tapping her foot. About time, she whined, inspecting a manicured chartreuse fingernail in the shape of a cat's claw and chomping on her gum. Victoria, is it? Good afternoon, won't you please come in? She strode past me, a cool breeze left in her wake. We'll use Studio 1. It's the first one on the right down the hall. Victoria's slew of bracelets jingled with each step she took. Her earlobes glittered with the diamonds and gold that pierced them. All of 5 feet 4 inches, she gained 2 more inches with her heavy-soled boots. At least she dressed in red and black plaid leggings to match the season, even if they showcased skulls and crossbones. Hop up on the stool if you would, Victoria. I'll just be a minute. Notes for the session stated that her mother wanted a cabin scene with a decorated Christmas tree in the background. The tree had to have multiple large red and green balls on it, and the only other request was to make Victoria smile. I cast a curious sideways glance at Victoria and my stomach tightened into knots. I'd say from the look of her that the chances of Victoria smiling were slim to none. Okay, let's get started, shall we? I asked with more cheer than I felt. The camera's click was the only sound save for Victoria smacking her gum between the occasional bubble. How about a smile this time? I asked after the 30th shot. Victoria tilted her head of stringy, jet black hair, glanced up from her phone with what I called the teenage stare, and blew a rather large bubble in response. Yep, a long shot, but I wasn't tossing in the towel yet. Time for another approach. Tell me about school, I said in an attempt to distract her. What's to tell? It's the same old boring stuff. All right, talk about something else. You choose. Victoria studied me with piercing green eyes. I could make your head spin. What would you like to know? Her lips curled up into a menacing grin. I quickly snapped the camera. Anything, I said and kept shooting, hoping to catch at least one worthy shot. My uncle's running for mayor. Brandon Harris is your uncle? I asked, surprised. Please, do I look like I'm related to that creeper? She rolled her eyes. Harper Wolf's my uncle.
Duh.
Anyway, he'll win. Lots of things will change when he's mayor. She smirked and sat up straighter, liking the attention. Creeper? I asked, somewhat confused. You know, He's a creep. She shrugged one shoulder. Can't keep his bae happy, or so I've been told. Can't have it all, I guess. Bae was a word I was familiar with, but that made little sense. How does that make him a creep? Victoria stopped admiring her nails and looked at me. Mayor Harris isn't as virtuous as you'd think. He's such a tool. I mean, hey, if you're not happy, then why not? I stood up and quit shooting. Are you saying Mayor Harris is having an affair? Are you slow? She blinked. Dismissing the jab, I started snapping photos again. Affairs, she corrected. But who can blame him? His wife stepped out with the last detective, and we all know what happened to him. An icy chill shot through my veins, and my finger trembled on the camera button, but I dared not stop shooting. Victoria was oblivious to my distress. The faster she left, the better off we'd both be. As it stood, I could have throttled her, but a part of me wanted to hug her. I believe that'll do it. Thanks. I shooed her off the stool, not caring if I'd gotten even one decent picture. But don't you want to take a few more? I could tell you about dock gates and, nope, we're good, I cut in. I'll have the pictures for your mother tomorrow. Merry Christmas. I ushered her out. When the front door was locked, I let out a loud sigh and leaned against it, thankful there weren't more sessions booked. I chewed on my nail, thinking about everything Victoria had claimed. Was this true? Could Max have been having an affair with Mayor Harris's wife, Danielle? Or was this just some teenage rumor meant to stir up trouble? The Salem witch trials sprang to mind. But what if she'd been telling the truth? As for the mayor, grown men had extramarital affairs all the time. He wouldn't be the first elected official. However, like Max, he didn't seem the type. From what I remembered, Brandon Harris came from a middle-class background. He'd worked hard to get himself through college and had struck gold when he married Danielle, the daughter of a successful IT mogul, and then got himself elected mayor of Silverthorne. A man who had everything to lose if he misstepped. Purse and keys in hand, I put on my coat and headed for my car. A run was in order. It always cleared my mind. I got home in no time, changed into yoga pants and a long-sleeved top that was rain-resistant, and checked on Rocky. He was snuggled on the living room couch and barely looked up when I walked in. Off to run, Rocky, but don't worry. If you're lucky, I'll bring you some tuna. Would you like that? Rocky perked his head up, giving a toothy yawn, and meowed. Good kitty. I won't be long. It was nice to have a warm body to greet me when I came home. I hadn't realized how lonely I'd been as of late. Max had been an enormous part of my life, and I missed our chats, coffee dates, and trips to the mountains. We'd laugh until our guts ached and then laugh some more. He really was my best friend. What would I do now? A park on the outskirts of town was just what I needed. I loved to run it occasionally, and usually with Max. He'd always said 2 was better than 1, but I knew he was trying to keep me safe. It was hardly frequented, what with all the fitness gyms that had popped up. I never liked gyms much. Nature was my drug of choice. A light drizzle started as I pulled into the empty parking lot. I zipped up my jacket, tightened my laces, and set off down the dirt path. Like any other run, I focused on my breathing and relished in the stretch of my muscles as I ran up and down the Oregon countryside. The crunch of foot on dirt and rock relaxed the taut muscles in my neck and lower back. I quickly worked up quite a sweat and slowed to a walk to cool down. My mind drifted to the last time I'd run these hills. Max had gotten off work early and met up with me here. He'd seemed chipper. I attributed it to a short workday, but now I wasn't so sure. What had he said? Yes, now I remember. The chief rewarded him with something. He didn't go into details, but he'd been proud. Maybe that was the assignment he'd mentioned, but I didn't expect Detective Knight or the chief would hand over those details. The detective had made that clear. Max certainly was happy that day. I remembered what Gloria had said. Could his cheerfulness have been related to a budding relationship? The forest had been relatively silent except for the drops of rain falling onto tree limbs and the thud of my steps. The muddy earth mixed with the scent of pine needles had cleansed my dark mood. I stood, face uplifted and eyes closed, relishing the cool drops of water that fell onto my face when a loud crack froze me in place. Left, then right, I craned my neck and surveyed the surrounding trees. Nothing. I stuffed my hands in my pockets and started off towards the car, which was about a mile down the path. My gaze darted amongst the trees, and pins and needles prickled my flesh as I got the distinct impression I wasn't alone. I picked up the pace. A slow jog at first, then into a dead run when another crack shattered the calmness of the forest. Dampened footfalls fell at a distance behind me. When the car came into view, my heart lurched. I fought the soppy wet jacket to extract my keys. They slipped through my shaking fingers a few times before I unlocked the door. I jumped inside, slammed it shut, and turned the key. The engine roared to life. I sped off, only hazarding a look in the rearview mirror when I'd made it safely onto the road headed into town. Only the steam from my exhaust marred the nature's landscape. I parked in front of Linda's Cup of Joe. Only then did my body tremble. The steering wheel felt cool against my forehead as I sat and counted my breaths, tapping my fingers on my thigh in succession to calm my mind. Someone had been following me, but why? When my breathing normalized, I slid out of the car, sore muscles screaming from an improper cool down, and trudged into the coffee shop. I plopped down at the table Max and I frequented and rubbed my frozen hands together. "What can I get ya, honey?" Linda asked, a pencil behind her ear and an empty coffee pot in hand. "How about some herbal tea and honey?" Linda raised a brow. "Sure thing, but don't you want your regular coffee?" "I'm certain." Linda walked off and started helping other customers. I sat in stunned silence and absorbed the murmurs of people, thankful I wasn't alone. When Linda came back and placed the steaming mug in front of me, I had calmed down a bit more and started thinking I'd overreacted. Mom had always chided me about having an overactive imagination. She liked to recount the tale of when I was 3. I'd woken my parents up in a frenzy in the middle of the night, swearing there was a monster under my bed. She'd huffed and scolded me, saying there were no such things. She chastised me after my dad had gotten up and checked under my bed, declaring it a monster-free zone. She still brought it up when I visited her classes. The students would roar with laughter while I cringed in the back of the room, creeping out the first chance I got. But maybe she was right. Maybe I'd imagined the footsteps. Stress messed with minds in curious ways. Besides, I hadn't done anything wrong. Who'd want to hurt me, anyway? The explosion of blueberries mixed with honey and a zing of lemon burst upon my tongue when I took a sip. Linda had waited, hand on her hip and pencil on her notepad, ready to take my order. "We've got a special today. A grilled cheese sandwich with a side of pickles." "What do you say?" "Linda, you sell scones. What's this all about?" Linda's eyes grew misty. "Max was a kind man, and you being his friend and all." "Well, how's about it? Do you want it or not?" She sniffled. "That sounds lovely. Thank you." When Linda returned, she was balancing 2 small pastry plates on one arm with a hefty mug in the other hand. "Here you go," she said, and placed down the food and yet another mug. "And I added something of a treat for you." She winked down at the cup piled high with whipped cream. She'd get no complaints from me, but my immediate thoughts weren't on the food or drink. "Linda?" I hesitated, wondering how to proceed. "Did Max ever meet with other people in here?" Linda frowned. "Not that I recall. It was just the 2 of you." No, now wait a minute. She tilted her head and tapped a finger against her lips. There were a few times he met with a lady. Don't remember the name. Do you remember what she looked like? Linda's brow crinkled in concentration. She was a sophisticated lady. You know the type. Lanky, her hair always up in one of those fancy hairdos. And good lord, she drawled. She always ordered one of them frou-frou drinks. You know the ones? She snapped her fingers. Lattes. What color hair did she have? I asked. Sharp, tingly sensations poked at my skin and my hands grew clammy. Dark brown. No, wait. It was black, I think. Why all the questions? No reason really. I heard a rumor that he'd been dating someone is all. I stabbed at the sandwich with my fork and felt my face flush. Oh, I see. Don't go around believing everything you hear, honey. A lot of times rumors got more pyrite than gold. And you can quote me on that. She laughed. Was there anyone else he met with? Anyone at all? Nope, just the fancy lady. And between you and me, don't be jealous. The chair creaked as I fidgeted, and my face grew even hotter. She's not got anything on you. Linda gave a reassuring smile and sauntered off, hips swaying and her dyed platinum curls bouncing with each step. Victoria had been partially right. Max had been seeing someone, but it wasn't Danielle. From Linda's description, the fancy lady resembled the mystery woman dead on the floor in Max's home. Chapter 7. With my belly full, I ordered another drink for the road and one for Dylan. Instead of walking like I normally would have, I drove the block over and parked behind the studio. The sun was setting, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me in the woods. Doc Gates had left, and Dylan's temperature was steady at 101°F. With another teaspoonful of elderberry in her belly, she weakly accepted the iced coffee I'd gotten her from Linda's. Thanks, Kaitlynn. Between you and Sam, I will rebound in no time. Sam? I asked, confused. Sam. You know, Dr. Gates. Oh. Sure. I had never heard her call him anything other than Dr. Gates. Perhaps love was in Dylan's future after all. Listen, the front door chimed about 20 minutes ago. Did you see Rex downstairs? No, but I ran right up here. Why? You're not afraid that someone's broken in, are you? I must admit that 2 deaths in this small town have me a bit rattled. The last time someone died here other than natural causes was, well, I can't remember when. She swiped at a mop of hair that had flopped over her eye. If it'll make you feel better, I'll go check, but it's probably Rex. We've got at least one session on the books for this afternoon. After tucking Dylan back in and setting a fresh box of tissues on her nightstand, I tiptoed out of the room and headed down to the studio below, tossing my purse and keys on top of my desk. It didn't take long to find out who the intruder was. Rex's booming laughter loomed large in the room. Studio 1's door remained slightly ajar, so I crept up and listened, obscured by the door. However, I still had eyes on the object of Rex's latest affection. The buxom blonde lounged atop a tufted emerald green chaise in front of a mock faux stone fireplace with an electric insert of crackling wood logs. Her head was positioned against the armrest while her curled blonde locks cascaded down her torso, bringing attention to her plunging neckline. Embedded with Swarovski crystals, it glittered under the overhead spotlights. Her black velvet dress hugged her curves down to her delicate toes that peeked out from the bottom. Perfect, I heard Rex say. The woman's smile and confidence grew under his admiring gaze. But I think we could do better. The woman's smile faded a smidge. Her brow knitted together, and a pout formed on her full lips. I have just the thing. Rex jogged the few feet from the camera to the chaise, knelt down, and pulled something out of his jacket's breast pocket. Her eyes widened at the black box perched on his palm. "What's this?" she whispered. "Go ahead. Open it." I leaned forward and squinted, seeing her withdraw 2 dangling earrings. I put a hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp, glued to my spot. "Are those?" She held the earrings up, eagerly inspecting them, and licked her lips. "What I think they are." "Diamonds are a girl's best friend, are they not?" Rex exchanged her basic gold stud earrings with the sparkling diamonds the size of snowflakes. "That's better," he said, and sat back on his heels. "Ready for some phenomenal pictures?" She merely nodded, brushing her fingertips over her earlobes. "You've got one chance to make a good first impression. Hollywood chews people up and spits them out. Why not show them what they'd be missing?" Back at the camera, he snapped several shots in quick succession. A tiny smile transformed into a broad one as she repositioned herself on the couch and vamped for the camera. "Exactly," she just about purred. "Now give me your best pouty face."
Yeah.
"That's it. The camera loves you, Lisa. Who wouldn't want you?" "Gag me with a spoon." Was she really falling for this crap? From the looks of it, I'd say yes. Rex was quite the Casanova. The tactics weren't new. But diamonds that big? Trust fund kid or not, I couldn't imagine Rex able to afford diamonds for all the ladies he'd suckered into a whirlwind tryst. The previous girlfriend lasted 2 weeks, and she still called the studio asking for him. You'd think she'd have gotten the message after the first couple of unreturned calls. When the giggling escalated, I tiptoed out of the hallway and headed for the workshop to take care of some unfinished prints. When the front door chimed a few minutes later, I raced out of the workshop just in time to see Rex clocking out on his computer. "Hey, wait up." Rex shut off his computer. His smile vanished. "Listen, if you're going to complain about the conference again, don't waste my time." He held up a hand and strode past me to the front door. "Wait, that's not it. Tomorrow night is the mayor's Christmas party. Dylan's sick and can't go. That leaves you and me." Rex stuck his head outside and motioned he'd be only a moment. "Look, I've got a date. Can't we talk about this later?" "You're never around, Rex. When do we ever talk?" "Text me then, or leave a message, but I've got to go." He pushed open the door and stepped out. "Be at the mayor's house by 4:30. I hollered after his retreating form. He waved a hand but kept going. Soon he zoomed out of the front lot in his BMW and never looked back. No telling if he'd show. Probably not, but at least I could tell Dylan that Rex knew about it. She didn't need to worry. After locking up, I shut off all the lights and checked on Dylan, who was sleeping soundly. I went back to collect my purse and keys, but my keys were nowhere to be found. That was funny. I left them on my desk with my purse just a bit ago. The metal drawer's contents clanged as I rustled through it, but still no keys. My pocket search turned up nothing either. Where on earth were my keys? On hands and knees, I searched the floor, in case they'd fallen, and was looking under my desk when the room went pitch black. Out of reflex, I snapped my head up, banging it on my metal desktop. A searing pain blazed through my head, bringing stars to my eyes. Dang that automated light timer. I rubbed the back of my head and patted the tile floor. No keys. Up on my feet, I roved my hands over the desktop and found my phone. Thank heavens for phone lights. I switched it on and searched the office, even the studio, still no keys. With a sigh, I inched back to my desk, grabbed my purse, and pulled out a backup copy my father told me to carry. Tomorrow I'd look again. In the confines of my Mini Coupe, I turned the engine on and rested my hands on the steering wheel, waiting for the car to heat up. The missing keys nagged at my already frazzled mind. Today ranked high in the crazy realm. Although it started off okay, From the woods to Max's mystery woman, the day had grown darker. When the frosty ache left my fingers, I backed out of the parking spot. On the way home, I remembered that Rocky needed his cat bed and some toys. With a deep sigh, I turned around and drove the 15 minutes back through town to Max's. Even if the police hadn't finished at the crime scene, Max kept spares of everything in his shed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yellow crime scene tape looped around the house and ran across the front door. I smiled seeing the shed untouched. I rolled to a stop in front of the shed and stepped out of the car, leaving the headlights running since it was now almost pitch black. The red barn-like doors creaked against the pressure, and once inside, I made a beeline over to Max's red tool chest and rummaged around until I found a flashlight. It didn't take long afterward to locate a moving box full of Rocky's stuff. Flashlight stuck in my mouth, I took the entire box and lugged it back to the car. The medium-sized box fought the confines of my tiny Mini Coupe, but it fit. I slammed the door shut and faced Max's home one last time. Though the moon's faint light cast a gloomy vibe over it, this place had been a haven since I moved here 2 years prior. On a whim, I opened the passenger door of my car and took out the camera from my bag. Why not take a few pictures for old time's sake? I crept up the front lawn, careful not to get too close to the police tape. Every shot I took held a cherished memory. Max and I would sit on his front porch swing all summer long into the night, and talk about our plans for the future. He'd be the next chief of police and someday own a ropes course. And me, well, I'd be the next owner of Dylan's studio. Max plotted the details of me winning Dylan's favor as the next co-owner, squashing Rex's ownership possibilities. With Max, a good plan required a backup, and he'd worked out ways for me to own a studio someday, even if Dylan chose Rex. The corners of my mouth turned up a bit while I snapped other photos. This time it was of the overgrown garden on the side of his house closest to the shed. I chuckled to myself, remembering the vast volumes of soil and seed he'd bought. Not 1 ounce of gardening in his blood, but Max got an A for effort. He'd whipped out a green-covered spiral notebook one day after I'd razzied him about it, showing me an intricate chart he'd designed. He had spent hours on the internet, and days in the yard, tilling and pulling weeds. Sadly, police work never ended, and weeds overgrew the soil, and the plants died even with the frequent rain showers we got. The shiny red wheelbarrow sat unused in his shed. My eyes stung, and I blinked several times, pivoting to take a picture of the massive tree standing watch over his yard and home. Big, beautiful branches reached out like guardians, as if to say no trespassers allowed. Max had secured a swing on it for when his nephew visited. He loved pushing the squealing toddler higher and higher, well into the early evening, only to do it again the next day. Now it hung empty, a hollow reminder of happier days gone by, never to be lived again. Shivering against the night's chilly breeze, I backed up a few feet to get as much of the tree in my lens as I could. The crunch of gravel under my running shoes broke the stillness of the air, when as I squatted, I whipped my head about at the sudden roar of an engine. Gravel pinged off my car and blinding headlights flipped on. I jumped to my feet. A black blob barreled toward me. I threw myself sideways, but not in time. A bolt of pain shot up my foot and white dots filled the blackness. The roar of an engine loomed over me. I scrambled to my hands and knees. Army crawling to the front porch, I hunkered down. Now that the lights weren't blasted at me, I watched an SUV donut spin in the side yard, barely missing the raised garden beds I'd photographed seconds before. Then it tore off down the driveway, onto the road, and disappeared into the inky night. I rested my forehead against the porch railing and closed my eyes, my entire body shaking. A thunderous pounding erupted behind my eyes while my lungs strained for oxygen. Crawling toward the thick tree, I sat behind it and peeked out, waiting for the car to return. When 5 minutes passed, it was a fair assumption that I'd survived. For now. Thankfully, I'd stashed my phone in my running jacket and I'd dialed 911. While I waited for the sounds of rescue, I clutched the tree and kept frozen in place. Only the pounding of my heart and huffs of breath broke the stillness of night. Someone had tried to run me over. But why? Chapter 8. What were you thinking? Sheriff Beck towered over me while I huddled by the tree wrapped in a blanket he'd grabbed from his car. Loads of cops peppered the lawn, putting up yet more crime scene tape and foraging for clues. The front yard was lit up from the flashing red and blue police lights. This is a crime scene. You can't go snooping around. It's illegal. I wasn't snooping around. Rocky needed some toys that Max kept in the shed. I didn't go inside the house. A frozen mist covered everything and I shivered. The wet patch of earth I sat upon had soaked through my running pants. Rocky? Asked Sheriff Beck with a frown. He's Max's cat. I'm watching him for his parents until they figure out what to do with him. The sheriff stood, feet shoulder-width apart and hands on his broad hips. The ambulance is on its way. We'll have a deputy drive your car over later. I'm fine, I said, but winced when I tried to stand up. Your foot isn't. Don't be stubborn. Here's the ambulance now. Sheriff Beck motioned for the EMTs, and they brought over a gurney and some supplies. Fortunately, nothing was broken. I ended up with a few scratches and a severely bruised right foot. The EMTs wrapped it but wanted to take me into the hospital as a precaution. When I refused, they both shrugged and packed up. Held up by one leg, I hobbled over to where I'd last seen my camera. Looking for this? Sheriff Beck held up what was left of my camera.
Oh no.
I groaned. Shattered pieces of my camera lay in his hand. It had taken me months to save up for it. Only with the help of my dad was I able to purchase it. The sheriff handed me an evidence bag. Here. Put them in there. Thanks, but there's no fixing this. The pieces clinked as I dropped them in the bag. I suppose you'll be needing a statement. Not tonight. Let me drive you home. I looked from the car to the sheriff. And how will you get back? No, you can't leave. I put the tiniest of pressure on my right foot and yelped. Easy now, he said and wrapped my left arm around his neck. We'd taken all of but 2 steps when a dark SUV came to a screeching halt and Detective Knight jumped out. Why am I not surprised? He scowled. Tell me something good, Ms. Dahl. Tell me why I shouldn't arrest you on the spot? Rocky needed some toys. They were in the shed, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The words sounded better in my head, but out loud, pathetic. Really? You expect me to believe that? He snorted. Come on, Ms. Dahl. I can't investigate 2 murders and have to deal with you nosing around. My ears perked up. 2 murders? So you believe Max was murdered? Hope fluttered within my heart. You are infuriating. He stormed off, kicking a small pebble and yelling orders. Let's get you out of here. You've had enough drama for one night, Sheriff Beck murmured in my ear, tightening his grip on my waist. I hobbled the rest of the way to my car with the sheriff's help. When I was safely inside and buckled, he slid in behind the wheel, scooted the driver's seat back to allow for his long legs, and turned on the car. He backed out carefully so as not to hit any official personnel. Sheriff Beck? I asked, eyeing him sideways but keeping Detective Knight in sight. He was avidly waving his hands, and I felt sorry for the deputy who was taking the brunt of it. Luther, he murmured. I redirected my full attention to the sheriff. All right. Luther? Yes, Ms. Dahl? One by one multiple sets of police officials passed by, their headlights blinding in the darkened car's interior. Why are you being so nice to me? Eons passed, or so it seemed, before he spoke. That's what sheriffs do. Right. Still, his demeanor had changed. To say Luther Beck remained aloof since I'd bumped into him at Pop's Diner ever since I'd arrived in town was a drastic understatement. Although, maybe I was reading too much into his relaxed nature. The sheriff pulled into my driveway and helped me out of the car. "You sure you're all right? I can park a deputy outside of your house for the night." "No, thank you. I'll manage. We need to see you at the station tomorrow morning for your statement." "Have a pleasant evening, Ms. Dahl." Sheriff Beck got inside the deputy's car that had followed us. "Have a pleasant evening, huh?" "Not likely." I limped inside, box in hand, and was greeted by a wily cat. "Careful, Rocky. I've had enough stumbles tonight. Off to the kitchen. I'll get you something to eat." Rocky's large green eyes stared at me unblinking for a minute and then he trotted off towards the kitchen. It took a bit longer for me to make it, but he waited patiently by his food bowl, keeping watch over my slow procession. "Here you go, big guy. Sorry it's not tuna like I'd promised. Next time, all right? But hey, look what I brought home for you." Rocky crunched on the hard cat food and licked his lips, looking up at me. I pulled out a round plastic dome that, once turned on, popped out a mouse and then retracted it. The toy reminded me of whack-a-mole, except with a mouse. Max and I would watch Rocky play for an hour with this toy. The problem was that he got overzealous and broke it within a month. That was why Max kept a hidden stash of Rocky's favorite toys in his shed. Rocky's pupils dilated at the sight of his favorite plaything. When I tossed it to the floor, he pounced, batting it back and forth. I sagged into a kitchen chair and propped my aching foot on another and enjoyed the cat play for a bit. It was nice to block out all thoughts of murder for a while, but when my phone buzzed for the third time in the last hour, I pulled it out and checked voicemail. With a palm rested firmly against my forehead, I moaned. Rocky glanced up at my obvious distress and got smacked by the mouse that had popped up when he wasn't looking. "Poor kitty," I mumbled. He enrode, walked over, and rubbed his soft body against my leg. "It's okay, Rocky. Mom's left 3 messages. Do I have to call her?" Rocky's tail flicked sideways. I rubbed between his ears. "You're a good little kitty, aren't you? How will I ever let Max's parents take you away, huh?" I half smiled. I'd grown attached to this ball of fur. Having a warm body to greet me when I got home, be it human or feline, was better than I'd imagined. Sure, I'd thought about a pet, but the studio's schedule left little time for a furry companion, and pets deserved better than that. Although Rocky didn't seem to mind. With a sigh, I listened to the messages. "Kaitlynn, for the last time, call me back. It's rather rude." I deleted the others because that one said it all. Probably something to do with coming home for Christmas, or the lack thereof, or better yet, school. My mom never appreciated photography as a career choice. Growing up, my parents had predetermined I was attending college. When I'd mentioned an art degree, my mother had rolled her eyes. "Art is a hobby," she'd say. I needed to be a doctor, lawyer, or pharmacist. Heck, she'd prefer a veterinarian in the family. Although, I don't know why she had such disdain for veterinarians. Perhaps her loathing of animals played a minor part. All the dander, grooming, and the like. Fish suited her temperament better. That was probably why we had a tank in each room, even her work office. Anyway, we'd butt heads every time the subject arose. Thankfully, my dad and far more, my dad's mom, stuck up for me. My paternal grandmother lived in Stavanger, Norway. She and my mother lacked any warmth between them. My mother saw to that. Far Dahl's enthusiastic embrace of life gave me a happy childhood, but it irritated Mom to no end. To her, life meant working hard, getting a professional degree, and amassing wealth. Sure, it was great to help people, but status meant everything to her. Far Dahl was different. She agreed education was important, as well as helping our fellow man, but that could mean becoming a chef and feeding thousands of people, or teaching the next generation, or even photographing the world to hold it accountable for crimes or show the beauty of the people and cultures. Stoic and with a steel-like resolve, my far more stood fast against manipulation or disrespect. She was a formidable storm. Tangle with her and you'd come away bashed and broken. Unfortunately, my mom couldn't, or wouldn't, keep her opinions to herself. Usually I endured it, but this one time, my far more spoke up, and when she did, my mother knew to keep quiet. At least when my far more was around, which, sadly, wasn't too often. The phone rang on the other end and my mom had picked up. "It's about time, Kaitlynn. Surely you get breaks taking pictures. Now if you were in surgery, then I'd understand." I bit my tongue and took a deep breath. "Good evening to you too, Mom. How was your day?" I asked. No sense in getting her further riled up. She'd have me on a plane in 2 seconds flat. "Kaitlynn, when are you going to give up this charade, huh? Get back to school. I've spoken with some contacts at some Ivy League schools, and they feel you're a shoo-in. Check your email. I've sent all their contact information." "A shoo-in for what, Mom? Pharmacy? Medicine? Law?" Rocky umrowed, understanding my frustration. He hopped up onto my lap and curled his tail around his paws. "Any of them. Frankly, you'd be great at anything you do. At least we agree on that. I'm perfectly happy as a photographer, Mom." "That's not what I meant." She sighed. "When are you coming home? We need to plan this out. The studio's busy right now and Dylan's sick with the flu. New Year's looks promising, but Mom, I'm not going back to school." "Accept it." Wow. Did I really just stand up to my mother? "Kaitlynn, you are going back to school. And that's final." Rocky hissed and growled, much to my surprise. What was that? Was that a cat? "It's Rocky. Max's cat. I'm watching him for a few more days until Max's parents decide what to do with him." I rubbed behind Rocky's ears. "How about vet school?" Rocky purred, his eyes mere slits. "Don't be funny. I expect you on a plane right before the New Year's, Missy. All this talk has brought on a headache. Now look what you've done. Good night, Kaitlynn, and don't forget to contact those colleges." The line went dead. My mom wasn't the comforting sort. Not to me at least. Her students were another story. She got squeamish when it came to death, and it hadn't surprised me when she made no mention of Max's death, even though I knew my dad had told her. He told her everything. Rocky yawned in my lap. It was getting late. "Time for bed, kitty." The throbbing in my foot lessened after I propped a pillow under it. With one leg out of the covers, I stuck multiple pillows behind me and tucked the thick comforter up to my chin. Rocky had curled into a ball at my feet and gone to sleep. The hum of the heater rattled to life, and I listened to the creaks of the old wooden house. My eyelids grew heavy, but I kept my fingers pressed against the necklace Max had given me on my last birthday. The day's thoughts drifted back and forth in my mind. From the scare in the woods, to my missing keys, and then the narrow escape, I had plenty of unanswered questions. What was more, the detective finally admitted Max was murdered. The primary question remained, why? Chapter 9. A whole extra set of obstacles appeared the next morning. All my life I'd suffered sprains to strains thanks to my superpower skill, klutziness. I had crutches stashed in almost every closet of my home. That helped, but getting dressed created a whole new dilemma. The cat stared wide-eyed at me like I'd lost my marbles when I was hopping around on one foot trying to get into a pair of jeans. Each tug sent jolts of pain through my foot and a few expletives. When I finally got them on, I slipped into a bulky Norwegian sweater my farmore had sent me and then caught up my hair into a sloppy ponytail. The biggest obstacle was shoes. Tonight's Christmas party posed a problem. Danielle would toss me out if I wore any kind of support shoe. On the floor of my closet was a small, shiny black box sticking out from between two clothes tubs. I squatted down on one leg and retrieved it. A pair of black, stretchy, ballet-like slippers were inside. I ran a finger down the smooth leather slippers and sank back on my bottom, snug against my hanging dresses. A memory sprang to mind of Max inviting me to his nephew's birthday party at his parents' mountain home. The lushly landscaped gardens of lilac, pinks, and pale yellows blended seamlessly between the lofty ferns and prickly bushes. A winding cobblestone walkway allowed us easy access without staining our shoes. We were immersed in the smells of the forest and the sweet scent of honeysuckle, which tickled our noses on each inhalation. I smiled thinking about it. Max had taken time to point out a variety of plants, plus a favorite childhood hidey hole in a tree that butted against the large pines lining the back of the property. Much to my surprise that day he'd pulled out this tiny black box and had handed it to me. Inside were the slippers. He said they were for the busy season and wanted me prepared. That was just last September. Thanks, Max, I said, hugging them to my chest and swiping away the moisture from my eyes. After slipping them on, I hoisted myself up and finished preparing for the mayor's party. Max wouldn't want me moping about, he wanted me prepared. I fed Rocky and kissed the top of his furry head, then limped out into the misty dawn, crutches in hand. We had scheduled another busy day at the studio, and with the party tonight, I prayed Rex would show up ready to work. ******. The empty studio was awash with ringing phones. I hobbled to my desk, stashing the crutches against the side of it, and reached for the phone. What the? I stood frozen, staring down at a set of keys propped against my desk phone. The phone continued ringing, but I ignored it, scanning the room. A sick wave of nausea tossed around in my belly. I shook myself and stared down at the familiar bottle opener I'd received from Skylar prior to leaving Colorado for Oregon a couple of years back. I let the phone drop into the receiver and reached a shaky hand out for the keys. Cold metal lay heavy on my clammy skin. They jingled as I held them up, my jaw slackened in disbelief. The hum of the overhead lighting sounded loud in my ears as I stared on. A glance around the room showing no one sped up my quickened pulse. I dropped the keys inside my open purse and shoved it into my top desk drawer. An eerie tingling took hold. I nibbled on my inner cheek and took a steadying breath. Today was filled with multiple photo sessions plus the party. Answers must wait. I tidied the waiting area in double the time, and soon, the nutty aroma of coffee percolated throughout the studio. When everything was in order, I poured a giant mug of the liquid gold and added a generous helping of peppermint-flavored cream. Foot propped on the edge of my desk, I held the mug with both hands and took a large sip, relaxing for a moment before the hectic day began. It was 10 till 9. My shoulders slumped. Still no Rex. Why must he be late today of all days? I exhaled noisily and took another sip of coffee before placing the mug onto the desk. I shook out my hair from the ponytail and retied it in a half knot at the nape of my neck. Time to set up both studios. I carefully lowered my foot to the floor and placed both palms on the desk to hoist myself up, grasping the crutches. With only a minute to spare, the studio's decorated in large, glittered snowflake cutouts and snowmen with top hats and canes. I unlocked the front doors at 9:29 a.m. The first family of 4 rushed in immediately, fussing and fighting. By 11 o'clock, the backup times bordered on 45 minutes. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen," came Rex's booming voice. He winked at a pubescent teenage girl, all knees and elbows, sporting 2 stringy braids, and a mouth full of neon bands and braces. "Help has arrived. Now, who's first?" He beamed and clapped his hands together, eyeing the haphazard parents. Multiple brooding families perked up and started talking at once. One by one we shot them all, and most left happy. At noon, I headed upstairs to check on Dylan. While her fever remained high, color had returned to her cheeks and the cough had subsided a bit. "How's it going downstairs? Did Rex show up?" She sipped on some herbal tea and honey I'd made. Her feet dangled off the side of the bed. "We're all caught up, and Rex is holding down the fort." "Good," Dylan said after another fit of coughing. "Mayor Harris called. Said he'd have to delay the Christmas party." "What?" "I know." She nodded. "But he's rescheduling it for after Christmas. He said that due to the murders in town, he felt it was more appropriate." "I quite agree. Maybe I'll be healthy enough by then." Dylan moved to stand, then wobbled and thrust a hand out to steady herself. "Not so fast." I helped her back onto the bed. "Trying to walk before I crawl, I guess," she said. "Did he mention the party date?" I asked and tucked her back in. "Perhaps the 27th or the 28th. I'm not sure." She gave a dismissive wave of her hand. "I'll call him. Why don't you get some more rest, and I'll check on you later." "No need. Dr. Gates plans to stop by this afternoon after his appointments. Why don't you follow your own suggestion, my dear? It's been quite the week for you." In truth, my foot throbbed and my back ached. A night off sounded great. Since Dylan was set for the night, I made my way downstairs and grabbed my purse and keys, then stopped to look around. It was quiet. Too quiet. I shuffled back to the studios and stuck my head in. Just as I'd thought. Rex had left. I rolled my eyes. Had he ever worked a full day in his life? I flicked off the studio lights and rechecked the front door lock before setting off towards the workshop. I was 2 swings of the crutches away when the phone rang. Drat. The clock above the door read 4:59. My better angel urged me to answer it. If voicemail picked up, Dylan would be less than pleased since it was a minute before 5. Fortunately, a landline phone hung by the back door. "Thank you for calling Dylan Photography. This is Kaitlynn. How may I help you?" "Get me Rex," someone barked. "I'm sorry, Rex isn't here at the moment." "May I take a message?" I asked, already annoyed at having to do yet another menial task for him. He used us as his personal answering service, among other things. Why Dylan kept him on was beyond me.
"Yeah."
"You tell him Manny called. He wants his stuff." "You got that, sweet cheeks?" Sweet cheeks? I gawked at the phone for a second. "Sure thing, Mr. Manny. I'll tell him." "Good, because Manny doesn't fool around, sweetheart." Then the phone went dead. Manny didn't sound like a guy I'd fool around with. Whatever Rex had of his, I hoped he returned it soon. I'd hate to have Manny show up here. We'd already had enough excitement to last a lifetime. I scribbled a note down and pinned it to the corkboard by our desks with a Rex in all caps, and then made it out to my car. Fingers tapping a steady rhythm against the gear shift, I sat behind the wheel and stared at the brick wall of the studio. I didn't want to go home yet. I'd been looking forward to the Christmas party. At least the whirl of the party would distract me from the murderer on the loose in Silverthorne. I turned the key and the engine purred to life. I backed up carefully and drove out of the alley and down 2 blocks, parking in the lot beside Pop's Diner. No sense in trying to make something for dinner tonight. I noted this morning that I had a head of lettuce, 2 slices of cheese, and bologna in the fridge. Plus, the roar of Pop's Diner and his home-cooked food and cheery demeanor always quieted my inner thoughts. I wasn't the only one who frequented Pop's either. Pop's attracted a gamut of folks because he welcomed all walks of life. It was a rare occurrence to find an empty booth or chair there, but folks didn't wait long. He'd playfully scold chatty teens who'd lingered for a couple hours, or groups of people who stayed too long during the busy hours. Pop never lost business either because they respected him and loved the food. Pop wore a welcoming smile on his crooked, meaty face, which reminded me of a beloved bulldog my aunt once owned. Short and plump, he attracted attention in his pristine white undershirt, spotless blue jeans, and white sneakers. Straight out of the 1950s, Pop remained spry in his old age. Townsfolk believed the diner was his fountain of youth, and I couldn't agree more. He loved it. "Good evening, Ms. Kaitlynn. Let me help you," he said and lent me his arm, shooing some high schoolers out of the nearest booth. "Here, prop your foot on this." He scooted a vacated chair next to my table. "There now. What can I get you to drink? Coffee? Tea? Some bourbon?" "Bourbon?" I gawked. "Since when do you serve bourbon?" "I don't, but you look like you could use some." I grinned. "That bad, huh?" "Thanks, but coffee will do just fine." Pop hurried off, filling up empty glasses of water and snatching dishes away from customers along the route to the kitchen while I sank back into the booth and looked around. Like normal, the walls practically burst from the horde of people, but tonight was especially full. Patrons were dressed in their best, and from the sour expressions, Pop's was the last place they'd intended to be. Why wouldn't people visit Pop's after the grandest event of the year had been postponed? Where else would they go for comfort? The resorts were great if you had a couple $100s to spend, but most didn't. So, when you were all dressed up with nowhere to go, you headed to Pop's. A splash from the 1950s, Pop's had red vinyl booths along the walls, a soda fountain counter in the far back right corner, and an elevated eating area that was often booked for business meetings in the far left corner. The Wurlitzer jukebox stood between the soda counter and a booth. Lots of teenagers and adults would congregate and watch the Wurlitzer pluck records and position them under the needle to be played. Pop kept 40s, 50s, on up to current music stocked in the jukebox, which pleased many a patron. He kept the music tasteful for all his customers. Elvis Presley's Jailhouse Rock blasted from the speakers while gaggles of teenage girls giggled at the counter, probably discussing the latest gossip of who was dating who. I continued to scan the room and stopped at the sight of a rather unamused bottle blonde leaning against the counter between two swivel stools each occupied by men immersed in conversation. Danielle Harris pouted and swirled a long hair extension around her pert little finger. A supersized margarita clasped in her other hand, she perched an elbow onto the counter and sipped. It surprised me to see the Harises out at all. You'd think that with canceling their anticipated Christmas party they'd hide away from the town's disgruntlement. Pop returned and set down a steaming mug of coffee and 2 creamers. "How about something special tonight? On the house. What do you have in mind, Pop?" "I'd chew the bark off a tree right now." I peeled back the top of the creamer containers and dumped them in. "Let me surprise you." Pop loved surprising people, especially his regulars. I'd frequented the place more than the average diner, but after an interminable day's work, I didn't have energy left for fixing a meal. The bonus was Pop always tossed in a dessert. He darted off and stepped past the swinging doors that led into the kitchen when a commotion broke out at the counter. Danielle, in authentic form, had slammed her margarita glass onto the counter and launched into a tirade on a frazzled waitress. Poor thing turned 16 barely a month ago. "Just get me another one," Danielle screeched. "Geez, where do they get the help these days?" "I'm sorry, Mrs. Harris." The waitress blushed. "I can't serve alcohol to customers. Pop will be back in a minute." As if on cue, in breezed Pop. "What seems to be the problem?" He looked from his distressed waitress to Danielle. "This idiot won't get me another drink. How's about it?" She slurred. "How about a mug of hot chocolate on me?" "Hot chocolate?" She raised an eyebrow and snickered. She leaned a few inches away from his nose, manicured hand on her hip and hissed. "Pop, are you saying I'm inebriated?" Danielle, please, said Brandon, who placed a hand on his wife's forearm and directed an apologetic smile at Pop. That'd be great. Why not give everybody a mug on me? Gleeful murmurs and smiles erupted, but Danielle stomped her stilettoed foot. No, Brandon. He's insinuating I'm drunk. She hiccuped and swayed. You're the mayor of this forsaken town. I'm the daughter of an IT mogul. Daddy wouldn't let some pathetic diner owner insult me like that. Her loud voice drew the attention of every diner. Get me the drink, Pop. Now. She slammed her fist onto the counter, sending dishes rattling. The mayor leaned over and whispered into Danielle's ear. Her face blanched, and she curled her hands into fists, straightening up like an ironing board. We'll take that to go, Pop, if that's all right. Mayor Harris smiled weakly at Pop. Sure thing, Mr. Mayor. Pop gave the waitress a wary look, which sent her scurrying past the swinging doors into the sanctuary of the kitchen. What on earth did Brandon Harris see in Danielle, anyway? Sure, she was a typical trophy wife. Although a natural brunette, she spent hundreds of dollars each month dyeing her hair platinum blonde, and don't forget the expense of hair extensions. She also frequented the local yoga studio, which gave her the athletic physique she prided herself on, but her top half came by way of a plastic surgeon. How the town buzzed when she disappeared one weekend only to reappear the next week 2 sizes bigger on top. Many a man raised an eyebrow over that one, but much to Brandon's credit, he barely noticed. The mayor had been super focused on his election and running the town. Mayor Harris held fundraisers for school art supplies or band equipment, and if there ever was a need for any patron, young or old, he'd turn out the grandest feast and raise funds for that as well. Beloved by all, Mayor Harris had only one flaw. His wife. Everyone knew it, though few spoke of it. They didn't want to embarrass him further, and as small-town environments go, it was none of their business. A few diners gave apologetic smiles of encouragement to Mayor Harris as he walked by them, a hand cupping his wife's elbow to escort her outside and allowing a semblance of normalcy to return. In the meantime, the waitress danced around the room, setting down mugs of hot chocolate, and then hustled to mine. I'm sorry, Ms. Kaitlynn. Your order's up next. Would you like some whipped cream on your hot chocolate? Thank you, Callie. That'd be great. Callie sprayed a dollop on the steaming cup of hot chocolate and raced back to the kitchen. No sooner had she left than she returned with a steaming hot plate. Pop's special, Miss Kaitlynn, she said and smiled, her cheeks flushed. Wow, I believe he's outdone himself this time. How will I eat all of this? A mound of mac and cheese was piled on top of fried chicken, plus a heaping portion of mashed potatoes and brown gravy. Don't worry, we've got doggy bags. And don't forget there's dessert. Alrighty then, I said, and picked up my fork and knife. Hey, Callie? I asked before she had a chance to leave. Did you ever see Max here with anyone? Callie's brow knitted together. Besides you?
Yeah.
Well, come to think of it, yes. He came in a few times with someone else. Can't say I know her, though. She's not from around here. Why do you say that? Because she's different, you know? Callie shrugged. It's hard to explain. She dressed kind of funny. Like how? Like a flight attendant. You know, white-collared shirt, blue jacket and skirt. She always wore her hair pinned up. Pretty lady. What color was her hair? Brown. Dark brown actually. This woman sounded like the one found strangled in Max's home. Were they happy? What do you mean? Asked Callie, shifting the weight of the serving tray onto her other hand. Were they laughing, smiling? Or were they more serious? Oh, said Callie. They were more businesslike. Not any hand-holding or stuff. Is that all, Ms. Kaitlynn? Callie looked over her shoulder at all the tables, antsy for drink refills. Sorry, Callie. Yes, of course. Thank you. Callie sidled off and went about her business while I sat and pondered what she'd said. Max had taken this woman to both the coffee shop and the diner, each of which were frequented by many a town crier. If he'd been dating her, surely word would have gotten around to me by now. So it was a business-type relationship that he'd had with the deceased woman. But what type of business? Max said he'd been investigating something. Did she play a role in it? Callie said that she looked like a flight attendant. Was she a witness to a crime on board a private flight? I absent-mindedly picked my way through the meal, hung up over the new information. When I pushed the plate away, the ding of the door caught my attention. In walked Sebastian Alexander, suit and all. Now why would one of the wealthiest citizens of Silverthorne with his 5-star resort restaurant come to Pop's? If memory served me well, I'd never seen Sebastian here before. He sat down at the booth in front of mine. The table held the remnants of messy high schoolers, but Sebastian didn't appear to mind. Callie bustled over, cleared the table, and jotted down his order while he cast a roving gaze over the other diners. 2 tables to the left of him sat Harper Wolf with his sister and niece. Their table toppled with whole dishes of lasagna, spaghetti and meatballs, and bread with olive oil. They frequented Pop's several times a week. Harper typically dressed in a polyester suit with several gold chains that hung at his chest. His laugh boomed throughout the diner for hours as he and his family ate, and now was no different. Hey, Sebastian! Harper hollered out even though they sat close by. Harper wiped a dribble of spaghetti sauce off his double chin. Checking out the competition? He snickered and slapped his sister on the back. Sebastian sat up straighter but stared straight ahead, unwilling to engage Harper. Come on, Sebastian, admit it. That stuffy restaurant of yours is a flop. Who wants to eat what they can't pronounce? Am I right? Harper chortled and eyed the rest of the uncomfortable diners for encouragement. His sister fixed her gaze on her food, an uncomfortable smile on her lips. Those with a 5th-grade vocabulary would have no trouble reading my menu, Sebastian retorted in his reedy, shrill voice. It's the uneducated who would have trouble. Sebastian then looked pointedly toward Harper's beet-red face. His eyes bulged from their sockets. You little, Harper's sister laid a hand on his back and cut his response off. Why don't you crawl back into your hole and hibernate? Do us all a favor, said Sebastian. Alrighty folks, why don't we calm down a bit? Pop said from behind the counter, a tray full of steaming mugs held high above his head as he made his way over to Harper Wolf's table. Here we are. How's about a little treat on me? It's your favorite Mr. Wolf. Pop smiled encouragingly, and the rest of the diner breathed a sigh of relief when Sebastian and Harper broke eye contact. Harper Wolf sniffed the mug placed before him. Bailey's Irish Cream? He dipped his finger and licked, eyeing Pop. Sure is. Mixed with the best hot chocolate in town, beamed Pop. Of course, your niece gets the unleaded version. Harper nodded, his scowl fading. That's mighty nice of you, Pop. Here's hoping I can count on your vote in the next mayoral election. Hear, hear. He bellowed, holding up his mug, grinning from ear to ear. His sister cracked a nervous smile while his niece yawned and inspected her black-painted nails. Pop won't be voting for you, said Sebastian. He's got more sophisticated tastes. Harper sprayed hot chocolate across his plate. I've got more sophistication in my little pinky than you'll ever have, he fumed. You believe people will vote for a dweeb like you? Wow. Sebastian yawned and patted his mouth. That's a big word for. He paused and inspected Harper from head to toe, his mouth turned down as if he'd sucked on a lemon. One with such limited vocabulary. Besides, figure out how to run your own business before you bankrupt the town's treasury. Rumor has it you're a month away from losing everything. I'll kill you, you miserable pencil neck. Harper seethed. That's enough, said Pop, a firm hand placed on Harper's shoulder to hold him in his seat. There'll be no more goading tonight. Anyone in this town can run for office, and I would hope those running would show some decorum, especially in another's establishment. Both Sebastian and Harper shrank ever so slightly in their seats at Pop's admonishing stare. Now, drink up, Mr. Wolf. And as for you, Mr. Alexander, Callie will be with you shortly. Sebastian fiddled with his cutlery while Harper's sister repeatedly patted his arm, consoling him. With the hysterics over for the time being, the restaurant bustled again with giggling teenagers and overdressed would-be partygoers. I sat, elbows rested on the table and chin propped on my hands, watching Sebastian's stiff back. A few times I caught Harper Wolf scowling at Sebastian's ramrod figure. So many nuances to town life. Growing up near Nashville, Tennessee, I never experienced the goings-on of smaller town life, but ever since moving to Silverthorne, I'd learned the in and outs. Good thing I observed more than I spoke, which probably saved me a time or two. My thoughts drifted to Max. Do you ever really know a person? If he held such secrets from me, what else had he kept? As I mulled over those questions, my gaze fell back to Harper Wolf. From the murmurs and gasps, it wasn't common knowledge that he suffered from financial issues. What other dirty little secrets was he hiding? Which brought another point to mind. I glanced back over at Sebastian Alexander. If the town criers knew nothing about Harper's financial troubles, then how did Sebastian know them? Surely the local bank didn't reveal financial information to just anyone. And on another note, why did Sebastian come to Pop's tonight? This wasn't exactly his style. Sure, he too was running for mayor, but why tonight? Why Pop's? He wasn't schmoozing the tables. There he sat, sipping his cocoa and picking at the chef salad Callie had delivered a moment before. Was he stirring the proverbial pot, or was it more sinister? My, how dark my mind had grown. Everyone became a suspect. I watched Callie dance through the tables, picking up empty plates and refilling drinks, and thought about what she'd told me. Max had met with the murdered woman found in his home, but why? And why did she have his bracelet if they weren't dating? Was it a message? Think Kaitlynn. Although the answers were out there, I couldn't connect the dots. Not yet. But I'd better hurry, because whoever killed Max and that mystery woman was now after me, and I was determined not to be the third victim on the list. Callie stopped and refilled my coffee cup. I chuckled. What a night. It sure is. I really hate it when people argue. Are you okay? Danielle can be a bit bossy sometimes. Callie laughed. That's one way to put it. Although I suppose she's got a reason to be. I frowned. Why is that? Callie leaned closer and whispered. 2 weeks ago, Danielle came in with another man. Everybody's been talking about it. Do you think she's having an affair? I don't know. She shrugged. But it can't help their relationship. Whose? I asked, lost in thought. The Harisas. Mayor Harris rarely goes out anymore with his wife, and from what my aunt says, there's been a lot of yelling at their home. Your aunt?
Yeah.
She cleans their house. Mayor Harris treats her good, but Danielle, she paused. That's another story. Sorry you had to go through that. Don't mind Danielle. Thanks for the refill. Sure. Do you want your dessert now? I can run and get it real quick. I patted my burgeoning belly. Oh Callie, I'm not sure I can eat another bite. No problem. I'll pack it up. You can eat it tomorrow. Within 5 minutes, she returned with a box of molten lava cake topped with 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream, and I was then out the door and on my way home. The wipers squeaked against the cold windshield as I made the 15-minute trip back home. Once safely inside and bedded down for the night, I picked up my cell phone. It was either now or never. My gut instinct told me Detective Knight needed to know about Max and this mystery woman. The whoosh of the sent text was loud in my room. Rocky lifted his groggy head up from the foot of my bed, yawned, and then settled in again. The detective would listen to me once and for all. I'd make sure of it, or chances were, I'd be next. Chapter 10. The next morning I awoke early to check in on Dylan. Still lingering in bed with a fever, she inquired about the latest town gossip. My, you had an eventful night. News sure travels fast. Let me guess. The good doctor told you. Dylan weakly smiled. Guilty as charged. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that one out. He is the only person you've had contact with, excluding me. How do you feel? Any better? Dylan shook her head. I hate getting old. Everything takes longer. The flu can knock anyone down. I'm sure if Doc Gates thought you were in any danger he'd admit you to the county hospital.
Yeah.
But it still stinks. I'd rather be downstairs helping you and Rex. By the way, Mayor Harris called. He wants you to meet him at his house this afternoon. It's for party details or something. I'd go, but somehow I doubt Danielle would appreciate it. Danielle appreciates nothing, I mumbled while folding a blanket I'd caught right before it tumbled from the foot of the bed. Now Kaitlynn, do I detect a hint of anger? It's annoyance, not anger. Danielle isn't friendly is all I'm saying. She can wrap a man around her manicured finger and keep them besotted while pouring arsenic in their food. Dylan struggled to keep from grinning. She's horrid, and I can't fathom what Mayor Harris sees in her. It is not for you to understand, my dear. Your task is to speak with her husband. If you can avoid Danielle, then you're all the better for it. From what I hear, she acted the fool last night. Callie didn't deserve it. Not one bit.
Yeah.
It flustered her for sure. Let's hope Danielle's too hungover to answer the door. Good luck, Dylan said with a thumbs-up sign. Oh, and would you please take the last holiday photos to the post office? Dr. Gates was kind enough to package them up for me. We must meet our deadline, or else next year will be a lean one. Sure, but why the tense face? Dylan waved me off. It's nothing. Dr. Gates told me last night that there was interest in the vacant storefront by Pops. He said someone inquired about renting it. I frowned. Okay, what's the problem? Dylan's worried eyes held mine. The renter wants to open a photography studio. Oh, was all I could say. It's probably nothing to worry about. Dr. Gates said all my customers are loyal, but you never know, she said while spinning a ring around and around her finger. Now off you go, and don't forget the post office. Merry Christmas, my dear. My gosh. She was right. Today was Christmas Eve. How could I have forgotten? I guess with Max's murder and Dylan being sick, I'd lost track of time, and I hardly felt like celebrating. Sure, I'd watch the calendar for photo sessions and the like, but this year was different. And what about another photographer in Silverthorne? That would affect business. How could it not? Most people like to try something new, even if they were loyal as Doc Gates suggested. I imagine Dylan saw her Swiss vacation crumbling before her, but we wouldn't let that happen. Silverthorne was a growing town. A little competition would bolster the business. The packets of pictures, each in a photo album type box and wrapped with a silver bow, stood over a foot high at the base of the stairwell on a table by the back door. I opened the door, kept my foot wedged against the base of it, and balanced the stack while exiting the building. It took a mere 10 minutes to take them to the post office and get the receipt for deliveries. Then I headed off to the mayor's home. Gray, fluffy clouds loomed overhead while I zipped my way down the streets, and the first few splashes of rain plopped onto my windshield. The homes grew taller and more affluent the closer I got. On a hill, surrounded by towering trees, their three-story antebellum mansion dazzled with an abundance of expertly decorated flower beds and a wraparound porch overflowing with lush green ferns intermixed with brightly colored perennials in enormous terracotta pots laid out between the massive porch columns. LED ground lights dotted the landscape with red brick pathways much like those I'd seen in Charleston, South Carolina. As if entering a southern plantation home, enormous bay windows sat on either side of the front door to gather the light. I pushed the doorbell, which sounded like a gong, and soon heard the clack of boot heels minutes later. The door cracked open. "What do you want?" "Good afternoon, Danielle. I believe Mayor Harris is expecting me." I plastered on a fake smile. Danielle glowered, dark circles under her eyes, and shielding what little sun there was with a pale hand. "Come on, and don't get mud on the marble floors. We've just had them cleaned." Entering the foyer, I rubbed my feet on the entry mat and scurried off after Danielle's retreating form. Right after the foyer, complete with a winding grand staircase, Danielle led me into a study off to the left wing of the house. "I guess I'll tell Brandon you're here," she said and rubbed her temples, closing her eyes for a second. "Oh, and touch nothing." The sound of her riding boots retreated down the hallway and faded. I let out a tense breath and surveyed the room. Mahogany bookcases lined 3 walls with a substantial desk placed in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window. There were crimson curtains pulled back and the plush red carpet reminded me of an old smoking parlor I'd once seen on a British mystery show. The scent of cigar smoke lingered in the air. Hands behind my back, I tiptoed around the room and surveyed the knickknacks and whatnots. The sturdy shelves were lined with the traditional classics like Hemingway, Austen, Harper Lee, and F. Scott Fitzgerald, but closer to Mayor Harris's desk were law books, tax books, and entrepreneurship books. Standing beside his desk, I noticed a crystal vase filled with red roses and baby's breath. I bent over to inhale their scent and accidentally nudged his computer mouse. The screen lit up, displaying a photo of him and his wife. The mayor was beaming at the camera, a golf hat sat crooked upon his head, and he sported a golfer's tan. Beside him sat Danielle. In true fashion, she glared at the camera, an alcoholic beverage in hand, but it wasn't her scowl that caught my attention. She'd been fixing a stray hair at the time of the picture, and it being a close-up, I noticed a bracelet that hung from her wrist. "Wait a minute." I inched closer, squinting to see the details, and gulped. A hard knot formed in the back of my throat as I stood up and walked away from the desk. The study door opened and in strode Mayor Harris. "Hello, Kaitlynn," he said and shook my limp hand. "Thank you so much for coming over on such brief notice. It being Christmas Eve and all. Please," he gestured to a wingback chair in front of his desk. "Have a seat." Mayor Harris sat behind his desk, rested his elbows on top, and clasped his hands while I remained standing halfway between the chair and the door. Not noticing my distress, he continued. "Since I've moved the party, I think it best if we upped the ante. The town loves the annual Christmas party, and I loathe to disappoint them, but considering the circumstances." He held out his hands, palms facing up. "It's best to cancel. It wouldn't be right when one of our own, especially our law enforcement officer, has been struck down. So here's a proposition. Why don't we combine the Christmas party with a New Year's celebration?" He beamed. "Can you see it? We'll have champagne, party poppers, food, and more. What do you say?" A quick bark of laughter later, and I had found my voice. "Well, that sounds great, but how does this pertain to me or the studio?" Mayor Harris placed both palms down on his desk. "Since it's last minute, I'd still need photographs taken, but would you purchase the champagne and party favors as well?" I raised my eyebrows in surprise. "Bring some of your studio setups, like the snowflakes from this year and the snowmen. There's nothing like impromptu pictures of couples and families." We have it in the budget, so you'll be compensated. This is. I stumbled over my words. Great, right? I knew I could count on you. He rose from his seat, walking over to extend a hand. I hesitated, looking down at it, before shaking it. He steered me around to face the door. How about arriving at 4:30 p.m. on New Year's Eve then, all right? I look forward to it, and bring a +1. He rushed me out of the study, past the foyer, and out the front door. Merry Christmas, Kaitlynn, he called out. The door shut with a resounding click. The whoosh of air that followed hit the back of my legs before I realized what had happened. I blindly walked to my car. What had I gotten myself into? Dylan, for that matter? I couldn't say no now, and I was certain Dylan would chastise me for even thinking of turning the mayor down, but this affair had just blown up times 10. How on earth would I finish this all on my own? Rex was wishy-washy at best, and Dylan was sick. Plus, what was Danielle doing with Max's bracelet? While I fumbled for my keys, a black SUV kicked up gravel as it came to a halt a few feet from mine. Out popped Detective Knight, sunglasses and all. Hello, Ms. Dahl. A surprise seeing you here, he said, whisking off his aviators. Hey, do you have a minute? I asked and pressed the key fob, unlocking my car. I suppose. His eyes narrowed a hair. Look at Mayor Harris's screensaver. There's a picture of he and his wife, I said, keeping my voice low. Check out Danielle's wrist. More specifically, look at her bracelet. I'm intrigued. So where is this computer? Or am I to guess? It's in his study. How do you propose I get into said study? A corner of his mouth twitched upward. Detective Knight, I'm sure you're resourceful enough to figure that one out on your own. He chuckled. Fair enough. So are you sleuthing around, or is there another valid reason for your presence? Mayor Harris invited me over to discuss party stuff. Wasn't that cancelled? Postponed. It's set for New Year's Eve now. Oh shoot. I opened my car door and tossed my purse across to the passenger's seat. I'd rather not, said Detective Knight. That's a little excessive. What? I asked, facing him, confused. While shooting is in my job description, I'd rather not. Oh, you're joking, right? Wow, the detective has a sense of humor. From time to time. You all right?
Yeah.
I remembered I'm supposed to be somewhere else on New Year's. I bit down hard on my lower lip, tasting the bitterness of blood. I take it this person's important. You could say that. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, stomping a foot into the gravel. I imagined my mom's tongue lashing would rank a 20 on a scale of 10. Anyway, not your problem. I've gotta run. Oh.
Yeah.
One more thing. Max was dating someone. Is that why you texted me last night? Hear me out. Linda?
Yeah.
She owns the coffee shop on Main Street. She saw Max with a fancy woman a few times at the shop. Fancy woman? Her words, I continued, ignoring his amused tone. From what Linda said, it fits the strangled woman's description. Dark brown hair, maybe black, and she dressed kind of fancy. Callie at Pop's Diner said she'd seen Max with a woman matching the same description. It happened a few times. Plus, the woman dressed like a flight attendant. Well, if Callie and Linda say so, then it must be true. A humorous smile played across his lips. Come on, detective. It's a lead at least, and Harper Wolf's niece said Max and Danielle had been having an affair. Okay, hang on. Isn't Mrs. Harris blonde? He raised an eyebrow.
Yeah.
So? You said the woman was brunette. I stood, lost in thought. You've been busy, Ms. Dahl. I crossed my arms defiantly. Someone's gotta find the killer. Right, so will you let me go do my job then? You believe me? I asked, my voice squeaking in disbelief. Maybe, just maybe, you're on to something, he said, pointing a finger at me. Let's talk later. You got any plans tonight? No, good, meet me at the station at 6. We've got lots to go over. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The station parking lot was empty save 1 or 2 cars. The front officer waved me back, expecting me, and I found Detective Knight seated behind his desk sipping coffee from a styrofoam cup. A day's worth of stubble graced his jaw. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, gesturing to the seat behind the opposite-facing desk. I scooted the chair back a few inches and crammed myself in. That's quite the woman Mayor Harris is married to, said Detective Knight, tossing his cup into the trash can. She made an appearance, did she? I suppose when the town's detective shows up, she makes one. Anyway, more to the point, I saw the picture. From what you took at the second crime scene, it appears the bracelet Mrs. Harris is wearing matches the one on our Vic. We've looked into the company that made Mr. Stone's bracelet, and he got one of 2 made. 2? I asked, feeling like someone had dropped me over Niagara Falls. I unstuck my tongue from the roof of my mouth and responded. You think he gave the other one to Danielle? Either that or the other Vic. I shifted in the cramped space and tried crossing my legs. My knee ended up an inch or 2 above the desk. Although, Detective Knight continued. The deceased woman had a tight grip on it. Perhaps there was a love triangle. Who knows? A love triangle? If it was a love triangle, then why didn't either Linda or Callie say so? They admitted seeing them together, but both said it looked platonic. More like a business relationship. Let's say it was, he replied. Then why would Danielle's bracelet end up in this dead woman's hand? The detective tapped his finger on the mystery woman's photo. I sat back in the swivel chair and folded my hands on top of my protruding knee, hoping I didn't look as awkward as I felt. The detective had a point. If Danielle cheated on Brandon with Max, which was still unconfirmed, then why would this deceased woman have her bracelet? The identity of this mystery woman nagged at me. Detective Knight? Zach, he said. Okay, Zach, what's known about this mystery woman? He crumpled a scrap piece of paper and tossed it onto his desk. The old chair creaked against his solid frame as he interlocked both hands behind his head and yawned. Not much, I'm afraid. We found a receipt placing her in Portland, but we're waiting for a call to confirm anything. A call from where? The airport. Then Callie was right. I smiled. Slow down. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Let's wait to see if they employed this woman. If it turns out she's a flight attendant, then that's confirmed, but it doesn't explain why she met with Max. Was he a traveler? No. He rarely left town due to work, and if he did, it was to his family's mountain home. The phone rang on his desk, and I flinched. The sound was magnified because of the cramped quarters. Detective Knight, he barked into the phone. Yep, okay. Great, thanks. He slammed the phone back onto the receiver. Looks like our Jane Doe is really Alexis Stanwell. He paused and held my unblinking gaze. And she's a flight attendant. Callie was right. I made a mental note to leave her a mega tip the next time I ate at Pop's. What do you say we take a trip to Portland? He asked. I'd say let's get the lead out. We've got a murder to solve. Chapter 11. Alexis Stanwell lived in a luxury home on the banks of Lake Oswego. Detective Knight parked in front of the 3-car garage of a 2-story, beige-colored modern mansion topped with a terracotta roof. The attached garage jutted out, making an L-shaped layout. Enormous trees sprouted to the heavens around the home and gave adequate protection from prying eyes that lived on the lake or occupants speeding by on their boats. As I hustled to keep up with Detective Knight's long stride, we passed a fence that matched the house's exterior and climbed the 2 steps to the front double doors. Half-moon windows took up half the door space and allowed visibility of the home's interior if not for drawn curtains. In fact, the home sported multiple expansive windows on both levels, but each had drawn curtains or plantation blinds. Zach knocked, and we waited. On the drive up, he'd gotten in contact with a friend of Alexis who had reported her missing a few days before. When Alexis hadn't shown up for work, she'd become anxious. When the door opened, a petite framed woman extended a hand to greet us and ushered us in. She had thick platinum hair swept up into a chignon and wore a navy A-line skirt, white button-down shirt, and a navy blazer. "Please, have a seat." She gestured to an overstuffed white couch in the living room and sat down on a facing love seat. The curtains on the window overlooking the backyard had been pulled back, revealing a sloping yard that led to the lake. "I'm happy you called. I've been worried about Alexis. Have you found her?" The buxom blonde sat cross-legged on the edge of a decorative chair, hands clasped in her lap. "Ms." Zach hesitated. "Anderson." "Taylor Anderson," she replied. "Ms. Anderson, when was the last time you spoke with Ms. Stanwell?" "It must have been a couple of days ago. The 22nd, I think?" "I'm not sure. Wait, let me check my texts." She nipped over to her purse that sat on a table in the foyer and pulled out her phone, scrolling through it. "I started texting on the 22nd. She never responded." "Detective Knight, what's happened?" Worry lines wrinkled her forehead on her otherwise smooth skin. "Ms. Anderson, I'm afraid Alexis Stanwell's been murdered." Taylor gasped and thrust a hand against the table to steady herself. Detective Knight dashed over and helped her back to the love seat. "Do you know of anyone who might want to harm her?" "No," she swallowed hard. "No one. Everybody loved Alexis." "What about boyfriends, a jealous ex?" Detective Knight sat down next to me again once Taylor stopped visibly shaking. "Alexis dated around. She didn't have a steady boyfriend." "Forgive me for asking, Taylor," I said gently. "But did Alexis own this home?" Taylor shook her head. "No, Alexis stayed here whenever she had a layover in town." "Who owns this home?" Taylor shrugged. "She said it was a friend's. Alexis had a lot of those." Taylor let out a sob, hanging her head in her hands. When she picked her head up a few moments later, her face remained like she'd stepped out of a Hollywood glamour shoot. No eye redness, no pink nose, no tears. Detective Knight and I eyed each other. "How often did she stay here per month, would you say?" asked Zach. I leaned forward and handed Taylor a tissue from the coffee table. "Thank you," she said, dabbing at her dry eyes. She stayed here probably 6 or 7 times a month." "Were there other places she stayed at similar to this?" "Yes, there were multiple places around the world, but about 6 months ago she stopped staying at those." "Why did she continue staying here?" asked Zach. "I have my suspicions." Zach gave me a sideways glance. "A guy?" I offered, taking lead.
Yeah.
She'd been talking about some guy for the last year. At first she spoke of him as a casual thing, then it changed. "How?" I pressed. "She skipped girls' night a few times, and then she started only staying here. She'd also tried swapping flights to get to Portland more often. I think she fell in love." Detective Knight leaned forward, his elbows rested on his legs, and kept his voice soft. "She didn't have an official boyfriend, but you suspected otherwise. Is that right?"
Yeah.
"I've known Alexis for 5 years, and I've never seen her act this way. She was a flirt, you know?" Taylor sniffled. Do you know the name of this man? I asked. She kept it a secret. When I pushed her one night, she got angry, saying I asked too many questions. Maybe if I had, she'd still be alive. Taylor started bawling. While I consoled her, Zach excused himself and searched the house. After about an hour, Taylor had calmed down to exchange contact information, and we had gotten back on the road towards Silverthorne. Now that we had Alexis' parents' information, thanks to Taylor, Zach called the chief to inform the department. We rode in silence for about 5 minutes before I couldn't hold back any longer. Did her outburst seem odd to you? Detective Knight gripped the steering wheel and flexed his jaw. A little, but who knows? Grief hits people differently. What about Alexis' boyfriend? Did you find anything about him when you searched the house? The home was void of any pictures or identifying persons. Not even a stray hair other than long brown ones, which matched those of Alexis. That's odd, I countered. Very. The chief is tracking down the homeowner. He's looking for the deed. Are you sure Max didn't come here? Could he have owned such a place? No way. I shook my head. Max lived on a detective's salary, and you know what that's like. Does his family have money? Max? No. Not like that. Sure, they have a mountain home, but nothing in Portland. I'm sure it's not Max, I said. Hopefully the chief will have something for us when we get back, Zach stated. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Detective Knight threw a manila packet onto his desk that was littered with crime scene photographs. Sugar granules scattered over pictures from a tiny tear in the packet. Zach swore and shook the photos. Who buys a house with money? Zach ran his hand through his hair. The name on the deed is of a man who doesn't exist. This case gets odder at every turn. I stood sandwiched beside the door and the 2 desks, hands interlocked behind my back. Sounds like someone wants to remain anonymous. But why, and what does that have to do with Max? That's like separating a grain of sand on a beach. Think Kaitlynn. Retrace Max's last days. Anything is helpful. Even the tiniest detail could help. Was he agitated or sad? Just what I told you. He was excited for Christmas, loved his job, and was an exceptional friend. Zach sank down into his office chair and flicked on his computer. Let's look up Alexis Stanwell. Maybe we can find out a little more about her. I inched over and stood beside him, leaning my palms against the desk to get a better look at the computer screen while he typed. The usual stuff came up like residence, parking tickets, which she apparently racked up, and place of employment. What's this? Zach said. A work email popped up onto his screen. Phone records. Let's see who you've been calling, Alexis. There was one that stuck out from the rest. What about these? They're different area codes. Yep. The chief says they're burners. They pick them up from a store, use them once, then toss it. While hard to trace, it's not completely out of reach. How? It takes time, but we can check cell towers and track down places they were used. It's a start. How strange. First Max dies after saying he was on an assignment, a flight attendant ends up strangled clutching his bracelet in his home, which is the same one Danielle's wearing on Brandon's screensaver, and now Alexis' boyfriend is untraceable. We'll find him, Zach said while rubbing his chin and leaning back in his chair, pensive. Now what? I asked, staring at the list of phone numbers on the computer screen. Now we eat. Let me take you to Pop's. We'll think better on full stomachs. Christmas music played from the jukebox while Zach and I sat in a corner booth in the back of Pop's diner. As the only customers on Christmas Eve, we got the pick of the tables. Fortunately, Pop never closed the diner. He'd said that ever since he'd been stranded on holiday in a distant town once, he'd kept his diner open to all stragglers. Pop had delivered our meals and refilled our steaming coffee mugs and then retreated into the kitchen to ready the mystery dessert we were expecting. I've got an officer checking on Ms. Stanwell's phone records. He'll send it over when he gets it. As for the boyfriend, Zach sighed and tossed a crumpled napkin onto his empty plate. Hopefully the records will give us a lead. Otherwise, we'll see if she left a note or something about this man in her permanent residence. Where's that? I asked. According to her friend, Ms. Stanwell lived in Los Angeles. Is someone there now? I asked.
Yeah.
The local authorities have started combing through it. We both sat across from each other. An awkward silence followed. What's next? I asked, folding and unfolding a corner of my napkin on the table. We wait, he said. I groaned a bit. It's tough, but something'll come up. Trust me, he said and gave a reassuring nod. I pressed my cool palm to my forehead. If only he'd told me about his assignment. I can't shake the feeling it's tied to all of this. Zach shifted forward and rested his elbows on the table. What assignment? The one the chief gave him. Zach eyed me with a cold, hard stare. Kaitlynn, there wasn't any case. A hard knot formed in my throat. Of course there was. Max told me about it. When? I folded my hands in my lap, a hot flush creeping across my face. The night before he died. Why haven't you said anything about it until now? I pinned Zach with a fiery glare. Because I didn't think I'd need to tell the department about an assignment I thought Max had gotten from them. Why would I? Zach's brow arched in surprise. There's no record of an assignment. Tell me what you remember about it. Max mentioned an assignment the night before his murder, but he was vague. I asked him if I needed to worry, but in his usual fashion, Max said not to be silly. I made him promise to tell me before it came out on the news. Do you think it's connected? He clasped his hands together on the table and pinched his lips. Possibly. He mentioned nothing else about it? No, I mentally berated myself for not asking more questions that night. If I had pressed him. Mental torture won't bring Max back, Zach said. Pop strode up to the table holding a platter with 2 gigantic bowls filled with brownies the size of my hand topped with 3 heaping scoops of Neapolitan ice cream, strawberry sauce, hot fudge, and whipped cream. Eat up. He beamed. It's what I call brownie delight, and the tab's on me. I raised a hand to protest, which he waved off. Merry Christmas, he said. Pop walked away, dancing in beat with the music, and entered the kitchen, leaving the both of us gawking at the dessert. Ladies first, Zach said with a boyish grin. Now you're chivalrous, I said. As I recall, he replied, I gave a certain someone a ride home.
Yeah.
I'm never living that one down, am I? Nope. Zach shoveled a mound of brownie delight into his mouth. A little whipped cream hung off his chin. I chuckled and scooped up a heaping spoonful. You have a beautiful smile, he said, and wiped his chin with a napkin. Thank you. I kept my gaze on my spoon dripping with melted ice cream. Zach's phone went off, and I watched wide-eyed as he scrambled to pull it out from his jacket pocket. Is that Taylor Swift I hear? I snickered and then winced as I sucked the whipped cream up into my nostrils. His eyes sparkled in amusement. Detective Night. He waited a minute, then nodded at me, his eyes narrowed. Great. Thanks. He hung up. Pack up, he said. We've got a lead. Chapter 12. Zach and I crowded around the chief's desk. Everyone had left for the night, leaving a skeletal staff in place for the upcoming holiday. But for the 2 murders, this would have been fine. An uneasiness spread like an infection throughout the town. It wasn't just the murders, Max had been one of their own. Now, families locked their homes, cars, and walked in pairs. If it happened to Max, then no one was safe. Even the officer who sat at the reception desk, usually lighthearted and goofy, sat up straighter and wore a permanent scowl. The chief pointed at the list of numbers and GPS coordinates on his computer screen. Alexis Stanwell had 2 phones, Zach stated. 2? I asked, perplexed. Was one for work? No, both accounts are registered to her, the chief said. Any repeating numbers on both cell phones? Asked Zach. The chief shook his head. This number called the usual, friends, family, work. This other one called and texted multiple numbers. From the looks of it, they're throwaways. Throwaways? I echoed. But there must be over 50 numbers. What are they hiding? Good question, Ms. Dahl, said the chief. From the GPS coordinates, the phones were bought and used within the Portland and Silverthorne areas. That's great, right? I asked, looking from the chief and back to Zach.
Yeah.
It narrows the field down a bit. Kaitlynn, did Max have another phone? Asked Zach. Not that I'm aware of, but that doesn't mean much. Max had kept a lot from me I'd since found out. How I wished he'd have told me more. Perhaps he'd still be alive. Chief? Zach asked. May I search Max's desk? Kaitlynn, he cleared his throat when the chief's eyes narrowed. I mean, Ms. Dahl said Max had told her he'd been working on an assignment. Maybe he kept some notes or left something on his computer. You may, but first tell me more about this assignment. Both pairs of eyes focused on me. I tugged at the hem of my shirt nervously. The night before Max died, he told me he was working on an assignment. He wouldn't elaborate, but said it would come out soon. Huh, said the chief. Detective Knight, check his desk and computer and report back to me tonight. What about Amelia? Asked Zach. She'll want you home before it gets too late. I can call you if we find anything. That's why my wife likes you. The chief sighed. All right, but call me if you find anything. Good night. He waved as we walked out and strode down another hallway that led past the lunchroom. We ended up in an office the size of a custodial closet. Max's desk had a half-foot clearance on either side of his desk, and the back wall was lined with metal filing cabinets. His computer sat centered on his desk with 2 baskets, one labeled in and the other out, which was off to the right of the computer. The only other adornment was a picture of Rocky licking his paws. I squeezed around to the back and started opening desk drawers while Zach turned the computer around and switched it on. Well, said Zach. Are you sure he considered you just a friend? Stopped in the middle of rifling through Max's day planner, I glanced over at the screen and then bit down hard on my lower lip. We were friends. That's all. Right. He smirked. Keep telling yourself that. Contrary to popular belief, men and women can be friends. Yes, but using a picture of that friend as a screensaver seems like more than a friendship to me. Believe what you want. I stiffened and restarted flipping through Max's planner. Max used it regularly. Starting the last weekend of January, he'd written the initials VM, which continued sporadically until the night before he died. Curious, I murmured and tapped my index finger on the initials. Max has written the initials VM down probably 40 to 50 times over this last year. The last entry was written the night before he died. Let me see that. Zach whisked it out of my hands. Wasn't he at your house that night?
Yeah.
But he left early to let me sleep. Zach cocked his head, curiosity flashing across his face. The next day was the conference. He knew I was nervous and wanted me to rest before the event. Okay, which means he had time to meet with this VM person. Zach looked toward the ceiling in thought and then back at me a few minutes later. Do you know anyone with these initials? Nope. Is it a code? Possibly, he nodded. But look at this. He pointed at an entry from September. A.S. Those are Ms. Stanwell's initials. His intense stare bored into mine. That means two things. Either he'd been dating her, or he'd been working with her for the last few months. You don't seriously believe Max was dating Alexis Stanwell? I asked. Why not? He kept you in the dark about his relationship with Mrs. Harris. That's unconfirmed, I huffed. Other than the gossip mill, you've got no proof. Need I remind you that the gossip mill informed us about Detective Stone meeting with both ladies? They told me, not you. Fine, but he also mentioned an assignment the chief wasn't aware of. You admit your friend kept secrets, and those secrets probably got him killed. What he said was true, but it didn't hurt any less. Max had been living a secret life. It wasn't like him. At least, it wasn't like the man I'd grown to know. I was certain that he'd hid it to protect someone, but who? Danielle? Himself? Me? That bracelet held the key. For argument's sake, let's say he was having an affair with Danielle, I posed. Do you honestly expect me to believe he was dating Alexis Stanwell at the same time? There's no way Max had the money for the Portland mansion and some to woo Danielle simultaneously. Why live in a tiny cottage only to buy a palace for a lover? Besides, where did he get the cash to buy it? He was a detective, Zach countered. He'd have the means and the know-how to keep all the transactions secret, but you have a point. From what I can tell, Max didn't have lots of money. Although I didn't like it, I had to play devil's advocate. Unless he used an offshore account, I said. The words tasted like betrayal. Zach gave me a sideways glance but kept focused on the day planner. True, but I don't think he did. That lake home is owned by someone with lots of money. You can enter a donkey into a horse race, but it'll still be a donkey. The corners of my mouth twitched as I tried not to laugh. You lost me. A donkey in a horse race? Oh, well, most people, even when they're running from the law, resort back to old habits. Eventually they make a misstep and that's when we catch them. Okay. You're saying if Max had lots of money, he'd have dressed better, bought expensive items, and that sort of thing. Zach nodded. We're looking for someone with money to burn in the Portland area and Silverthorne. My hunch is it's someone around here. Do you know of anyone like that? Gosh, I stared at my smiling face on Max's computer screen, trying to think of anyone of the sort. Harper Wolf, Sebastian Alexander, and the mayor have lots of money. What about Pop? Asked Zach. Pop? I snorted. I don't think so. Why not? Because he's like the nicest guy you'd ever meet. He wouldn't kill a gnat. Zach's eyebrows knitted together. Sometimes the nicest guys are the worst criminals. It's called charisma. I frowned. It's called ridiculous. Anyway, how do we prove Max had a relationship with Danielle? We don't. That's my job. And I'm supposed to sit on the sidelines and do nothing? You've already been hurt. I rolled my eyes so far back that I swear I could see my brain. Come on. If someone's after me, then that's all the more reason to help. Plus, I'm to plan and shoot the mayor's New Year's Eve party. That's relevant. Why? Asked Zach, eyebrow raised. Because I get to bring a +1. I grinned like a Cheshire cat. Why, Ms. Dahl, are you asking me out on a date? A hot flush burning my cheeks, I shut the desk drawer and sidled past Max's desk and out into the hallway. Are you coming or not? I asked. Count me in. Christmas dragged by while I made the dreaded phone call to my parents. Somehow, I avoided telling them I wasn't coming for New Year's. Yes, I was avoiding the inevitable, but why ruin a perfectly enjoyable day? The Christmas call was bad enough. My mother made the same comments about returning to college for a law or medical degree, and I gritted my teeth, holding my temper in check for the length of the 15-minute call. After purging her pent-up disdain for the disappointment I'd caused her, Mom handed the phone to Dad and huffed off. Even after my dad tried consoling me, I hung up sadder than ever. Oh well. That was life in the Dahl residence. Thankfully, I wasn't there in person, because 15 minutes was nothing compared to 2 days. Once Rocky licked his paws after scarfing up his canned food, a specialty he got once a year, I patted his head and told him I'd be back soon. There was one place I needed to go. One more time. I zoomed down the road with a thermos of black coffee on my passenger's seat and arrived at Max's cottage under a bright, sunny sky. While I loved the overcast days of Oregon, the rays of sunshine lessened my saddened heart on this special day. With the crunch of gravel, I ambled toward Max's front door. Not daring to enter, I sat down on the front porch swing under a bright red flannel blanket I'd brought. Holding the thermos of steaming coffee, I warmed my frozen fingers against it and sipped away the next hour. The present I'd whisked away from beneath Max's tree the morning after his murder sat next to me on the swing. The stillness was overwhelming even against the chirps of birds snug in their nests on this breezy Christmas morning. I placed the thermos on the porch and picked up the gift, my fingers trembling. I looked heavenward and closed my eyes, imagining Max sitting next to me like he'd done for the last 2 years. "Hi Max," I said, my voice quivering. "It wouldn't be Christmas without our talk, would it?" I opened my eyes and looked down on the neatly wrapped gift I held. "Don't worry about Rocky. He's fat and sassy at my place." I wiped at my eyes with the cuff of my jacket. "He's a spoiled one, that cat, but he'll be fine. If your parents can't keep him, then I will." I paused. "So," I sighed. "This wasn't how it was supposed to be, was it? You lied, you know. You said I'd find out before it broke on the news. I still don't know what it was though. Maybe you could drop a few hints or breadcrumbs our way." The smile faded from my lips. "We will solve this, Max." "I swear," I whispered. "Rest in peace, my friend." I brought the gift to my lips and kissed it before peeling back the wrapping bit by bit, relishing each piece of tape he'd carefully placed. Inch by inch, a small black box emerged. For a moment, I hesitated. Maybe I should open it in front of Rocky? Or what about Max's parents? Would they want to see what gift he gave this last Christmas, even if it was to a friend? The winter's blustery wind tossed my hair about and stung my fingers on the tiny box. The weight of it grew heavier with each passing second. The rays of sunlight moved across my feet and up my legs until it rested on the black velvet gift. My body ached from lack of movement, and my face had long since grown numb from the cold. As I stroked the box with my thumbs, an enormous black bird landed on the porch railing beside me. I wiped my snotty nose with the cuff of my jacket and studied the bird as it studied me. For a moment, I was struck with amazement. I'd never seen a bird so big before, and its eyes shone brilliant green. When I leaned closer to it, the bird blinked once at me and then down at the box. I flinched at the brazen caw which erupted from his black beak. It then launched into the air, spread its wings, and soared higher and higher into the afternoon sun until lost in the vastness of sky. The significance of ravens was not lost on me, but that would wait until later when I had time to think. For some reason the bird's presence had lifted a hefty weight from my heart and gave me the courage I'd lacked until now. With the newfound peace, I inhaled a last steadying breath and opened the box. Air was ripped out of my lungs, and the pounding of my heartbeat pulsed behind my eardrums. The vision of the box swam before my eyes and threatened to swallow me whole. "I don't understand," I whimpered. "Max." Fingers shaking, I pulled out my phone and dialed the number I'd now memorized by heart. "Detective Knight." "It's Kaitlynn," I said. Tears splashed onto my checks. "We need to talk. I've found the other bracelet." Chapter 13. I sat frozen under the mid-afternoon sun on Max's front porch swing, staring down at the bracelet dangling from my wrist. The wooden swing creaked as it swayed in the bitter cold breeze, and the support chains jingled. Mesmerized by the bracelet, I failed to pull my gaze off the colorful beads until the echo of heavy footsteps halted in front of me. Zach, head inclined to the side, inspected me in silence. He stood, feet shoulder-width apart, hands in his pant pockets, and waited for me to speak. I raised my wrist from my lap. Zach's eyes widened, then narrowed as he took a half step forward. He glanced at the wrapping paper and empty box that sat beside me on the porch swing. "Where did you get that?" His voice sounded pinched, like someone had cinched his tie on too tight. "Ta-da." I shook my wrist and watched the beads bounce off each other. "At least we know where the other bracelet went. The jeweler confirmed 2 were made, right? Kaitlynn, when did you get that?" His jaw tensed, and he stood rock still. A chilly wind passed through me as I held his accusing stare. "When I got Rocky." I stuck my chin out and held my stiff shoulders back. "I didn't think it'd matter. It wasn't like he died in his house, and his death wasn't even classified as a murder at the time." Zach cleared his throat. "Why open it now? Why wait?" "Because it was for Christmas." I honored that, I mumbled. "Give it to me." He extended a hand. When I hesitated, he added, "I'll only ask once." The anger in his eyes was enough for me to bite my tongue, unlatch the bracelet, and hand it over. "You're sure it's a match?" He scrutinized the beads without looking at me. "Pretty sure." "Then we've got a problem." I looked up at him, confused. "Why?" "Because if this is part of the original order of 2, then why was Danielle photographed with 1, and how did Alexis Stanwell end up clutching one identical to this? That makes 3. The bracelet sparkled as the afternoon rays struck the red and gold beads as Zach held it up against the sunlight. "Maybe Alexis ripped off Danielle's bracelet in a heated argument," I said, grasping at ideas. "Then I suppose we owe Danielle Harris a visit. When is the party again?" "New Year's Eve." "Do you own a tuxedo?" I eyed Zach from head to toe. "No, why would I? The Harisas go all out for their parties. It's a black tie and tuxedo event. The local shops are booked months in advance. Portland should have something." Zach snorted. "I'll wear what I've got." "And what's that?" I asked, taking in his khakis and scuffed work boots. "A black suit." "Don't tell me you care what they think?" "Not really. It's your reputation." I shrugged and stuck out my hand. "Give me the bracelet back." "No," he pulled out an evidence bag and dropped it in. "Police evidence." "Fine, but it better not get lost or stolen. I expect it back as soon as I solve this case." A wide grin spread across his face, breaking the stone demeanor of before. "It's settled then." He extended a hand. "How about we get out of here?" I stared down at it for a moment before taking it. Warm and strong, he gently squeezed my hand. I took in the front porch one more time and tried to burn the vision into memory. "All right." I nodded. "It's time to feed Rocky. He's probably tearing up my Christmas tree by now." Zach's eyes glowed with humor. "I'm liking this Rocky more and more." I playfully walloped his arm. "It's not funny if he electrocutes himself off the lights. I swear that cat eats everything." We arrived at my car, and I dug into my coat pocket for my key fob, unlocking the door. I tossed the blanket and thermos into the back seat and then faced Zach. "Rocky's a lot like Max. You would have liked him." My smile faded thinking about my friend. "Hey, no sullen faces on Christmas. Listen, how about we grab something to eat? It's Christmas, I said and shoved my hands into my pockets. Right. He rubbed his hands together. Okay, come over to the chief's house. His wife's an incredible cook. She wouldn't want you eating all by yourself on Christmas. I've got Rocky, remember? Besides, I wouldn't want to impose. You wouldn't be. I don't think so, but have a wonderful time. Merry Christmas, Detective Night. Merry Christmas, Kaitlynn. Stop by the station tomorrow morning. We'll get to work. On what? Do you plan on seeing Danielle tomorrow? No, let's wait until the party for that. I'll need to take some pictures and write a formal report on that bracelet of yours. He patted his jacket pocket. Oh, I said with a small smile. Sorry. No problem. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Zach waited while I backed out of Max's driveway for the last time and drove down the road. With a heavy heart, I glimpsed Zach's smiling face in the rearview mirror before rounding a bend in the road. My cell phone buzzed in my pocket. Merry Christmas, Dylan. How are you? We need to talk. Come over right now. Her abrupt tone caught me off guard. All right. Everything okay? No, Kaitlynn, everything is not okay, she said and hung up. Puzzled, I turned onto the road and headed for town instead of the bypass. I wondered what could have made her so upset. When I arrived, Dylan's apartment door was open, and she was pacing in front of her fireplace, chewing on her fingernail. Her reader glasses sat on the top of her head, and her hair stuck out in various directions from days of bed rest. Dr. Gates sat on her L-shaped couch, hands on his thighs, watching her pace like a ping-pong ball. Dylan? I called out, striding over. What's gotten you so upset? And on Christmas of all days? I reached the back of the couch, where Dr. Gates gave me a guarded stare. Somersaults of emotions tumbled in my stomach. Kaitlynn, Dylan said, stopping in mid-pace. Remember when I asked you to mail the packages to several families a couple of days ago? Dr. Gates had packed them up for us. Yes, I nodded. I took them to the post office. Dylan jabbed a finger at me, her face pinched and drained of color. You picked up the stack of packages on the table by the back door. You're certain? Dylan, you're scaring me. Yes, or no, Kaitlynn, she scolded. I flinched as Dr. Gates focused on the coffee table in front of him. Yes. They were about a foot high. Why? Dylan placed a hand up to her throat. Her mouth hung open, and she looked like a frazzled mother of a toddler that had flung a bag of flour all over the kitchen floor. I don't believe you, she said. The air evaporated from the room. What are you talking about? I've got the receipt for the delivery. I hooked my thumb over my shoulder towards my purse I tossed onto her kitchen counter. No, she shook her head, and her glasses tottered forward onto her nose. That's not the problem. It's what you delivered that I can't quite understand. I threw up my hands. I don't understand. What are you talking about? A flicker of anger welled up in my belly. Mrs. Schott called me in a tizzy. The pictures were a Christmas gift for her parents. Jeepers was she surprised when they opened it up for everyone to see this morning. Dylan, I'm not following you. I don't know what you do on your free time. Frankly, I don't care, but when it interferes with business, then that's where I draw the line. I gaped from Dylan to Dr. Gates. What on earth is she talking about? Dr. Gates patted his khakied thighs and looked up at me. Apparently, you delivered pictures of the... He paused. Pornographic variety. What? I blurted. Why would I do that? You tell me, scoffed Dylan. The kids saw it, Kaitlynn. Mrs. Schott threatened to call the cops and said she'd tell everyone to stop coming to the studio unless I fired you. I was a bit shocked at first. I told her you'd never do something like that, but then she read me the note. The note? I stood glued to the spot. My legs like lead. A handwritten note saying you were starting your own studio. Part of the business would be boudoir sessions. She took a picture. Look for yourself. Dylan thrust her phone up while I leaned forward, and there, clear as filtered water, was a note with my signature, a rather impressive forgery. Dylan, I didn't write that, and I sent nothing other than what had already been sitting on the table downstairs. I don't know what's going on, but I didn't do that. Is it or is it not your signature? She demanded. It is not. Dylan snickered. Then how do you explain all the other families that called with the same note and complaint? She sighed noisily. Kaitlynn, you've been an exemplary employee for almost 3 years now. I hate to do this, but you're fired. Wait, what? I practically screamed. Anyone can copy a signature these days, Dylan. I didn't send those. Dr. Gates packaged them up. I mailed them. Period. Oh, so you're saying Dr. Gates did it? Her voice rose another octave. That's not what how dare you sully his good name. Get out. Get out and don't bother coming back. I'll mail your last check. Good luck with your studio, she said, dabbing a tissue at the corners of her eyes while Dr. Gates stood to comfort her. Speechless, I ran out of the apartment, down the stairs, and hopped into my car. Zooming down the alley, I drove shell-shocked out of town and towards my home. What just happened? Had the world changed orbits? Mind and skin numb from the unexpected onslaught, I whipped around holiday drivers on the town streets and somehow ended up parked in front of the police station. In times like these, I needed a steady hand, a sounding board. A jolt of lightning pierced my heart when I realized I'd come for Max. He had been my echo to a person, and I blindly made my way towards the only semblance of solace I'd experienced in Silverthorne, but Max couldn't help me now. With a concerted effort, I pried myself out of my car and trudged to the front desk. Butch sat like a toad on a stool, watching a portable television. If it's not an emergency, fill out the form. We'll get back to you tomorrow, he said without taking his eyes off the TV. Is Detective Knight in? I asked, hopeful he'd stopped by on his way to the chief's home. The officer glanced in my direction and then back at the TV.
Nah.
He's off today, lady. It's Christmas. Fill out the form. He pointed at the clipboard. No thanks. I'll come by tomorrow. Merry Christmas. I left the station. Pulling out my phone, my fingertips hovered over the keyboard. At the last second, I typed, "I need to talk," and pushed send. After a few seconds, my phone dinged. Come on over. Zach left the chief's address. Looks like I'd be celebrating Christmas after all. Chapter 14. The chief lived a couple of blocks from the station, and I parked on his driveway behind several other vehicles. White lights were strung about the front porch and cast a festive glow. The sweet scent of garland emitted a calming effect as I walked up to knock on the door. Bouts of laughter and a hint of music lingered in the winter's breeze. I pasted on a smile and braced for the festivities. I wasn't much of a party-goer. Large crowds, especially family gatherings, caused me to break out in hives. Ever since the Christmas debacle of 2000, I avoided gatherings of any kind. Copious amounts of sweat broke out under my black turtleneck sweater. Even though I'd donned a heavy, fur-lined coat, the perspiration had more to do with the jollities inside the chief's abode. I was already feeling my facial muscles fatigue from my pasted-on smile. The last thing I expected was to crash the chief's Christmas dinner, and yet here I was, dejected, and on the verge of a breakdown waiting for either the chief, his wife, or Zach to open the front door. A gust of wind rattled my teeth and my raw, pink fingers nettled like tiny wasp stings. When the front door swung open, exuberant celebrations spilled out. "Merry Christmas, Ms. Dahl." "Please," said the chief, ushering me in. "Detective Knight mentioned you'd be stopping by." An attractive, slim woman sidled up to the chief and placed a delicate hand on his forearm. A smile played around her lips, and the warmth of the home along with the joyous nature of the day painted a rosy color to her high cheekbones and brought a lively spark to her eyes. "Now Charles, we don't use titles in the house. You know that." She gave him a teasing smile and offered to take my coat. "Sorry, Amelia," the chief said with a sideways grin to me and bent to kiss his wife on the cheek. "Zach's around here somewhere," she said, her gaze darting around the room and settling on the back left corner.
Ah,
"There he is. Zach," she called. "A lovely lady's arrived to see you. Don't keep her waiting." The room silenced except for the music. Grandma got run over by a reindeer. All eyes shifted towards me and I shrank inward like one being studied under a microscope. Zach, who'd been sitting in a love seat attended to by multiple admiring ladies, stood up when called and nearly toppled over the Christmas tree in his rush to step over and around multiple presents. Curious stares followed him while I waited by the front door. "Hi," said Zach, his face flushed either from the scrutiny or too much eggnog. "Have you eaten?" Much like a ping-pong match, the room's attention focused on Zach and then me as we danced around the awkwardness. "How about you talk in the study?" the chief's wife suggested, leading the way down a hallway. "That way prying eyes and ears can treat themselves to pie and coffee," she said loudly, which was met with much grumbling from the living room. A quaint house from the outside, the inside proved much larger. We passed a stairwell and then a formal dining room and stopped outside French doors that led into a study. Amelia swung open the doors and ushered us inside. "Take all the time you need. When you're done, come back to the living room because you don't want to miss hot potato." "Hot potato?" I asked. "It's a game we like to play at Christmas. We set a timer and toss a wrapped gift around until the timer goes off. The person left with the gift keeps it. We go around until everyone has one. It's a lot of fun." "But I didn't bring a gift," I said apologetically. "Pish posh," she waved me off. "I keep several spares just in case." She winked and backed out of the room, closing the doors. "I guess that settles it," I said, rocking back on my heels and clasping my hands. Amelia doesn't take no for an answer. "I think I've gained 5 pounds since I've stayed with them." Zach patted his abdomen. "She's not satisfied unless you've had seconds. At every meal." "Oh wow. Good to know," I said and gave the room a once-over. Like the oak doors, the dark wooden walls held multiple shelves for loads of books and a few statues. The fraction of wall space left displayed framed photographs of the chief receiving awards for service and valor over the years, but the most coveted position hung behind the office chair. Taking up 2/3 of the wall and highlighted by strategically placed recessed lights on the floor and ceiling was an oil painting of Amelia regaled in the splendor of her wedding dress, forever keeping a playful, yet watchful eye over the room. Zach followed my gaze to the painting. "He adores her," I said, appreciating the artist's ability to capture Amelia's essence on canvas. "As he should. She's quite the woman." I inclined my head towards Zach, gnawing on my inner cheek and trying to suppress a grin. "Really?" Zach looked from the portrait and then to me, eyes wide. No, you've got it all wrong. She's a personable woman, that's all." "I would never. I could never." "All right, Casanova. I get it." He eyed me quizzically, his brows scrunched in thought. "Casanova? How do you mean?" "Zach, come on. You've got like 3 or 4 women out there clamoring for your attention." "I don't understand," he said, at a loss. "Please, the entire room would probably hang on your every word." You practically stepped on a few walking from the Christmas tree to the front door. Don't you remember? Or once out of sight, they're out of mind, I guess. I wondered if he really didn't understand the effect he had on women. Those ladies, he pointed towards the door, are friends of the chief and Amelia. They're being nice. Okay. I grinned. Whatever you say. Good. Now what's so important it can't wait until tomorrow morning? Zach stood with his arms crossed against his Rudolph sweater. I would have laughed had it not been for the reminder of what I'd come to the Chiefs for. Yes, that. I came from Dylan's, and, she said that, well she told me. You see I shifted my weight back and forth and licked my dry lips, unable to spit out or even comprehend what Dylan had said and done. Zach kept quiet and waited for me to continue. Dylan fired me. What? Why? Apparently, she thinks I mailed photo packages to the customers that contained risque pictures in them. Zach regarded me with caution. The corners of his mouth turned down. Did you? No! Of course not. I was offended he'd think so lowly of me. Why in tarnation would I do such a thing? Zach shrugged. Had to ask. You've worked there a few years, right? I nodded. Then why would she believe you'd do something like that? Because there was a letter with my signature on it. Included in the package? He raised an eyebrow. Yes, she said that multiple families had called to complain. There was a letter, with my forged signature, that said I was opening my own studio, but that's ridiculous. I love working for Dylan. Isn't there another photographer that works there? A guy, right? Rex Hunter. The heir apparent. Why can't she see him for what he really is? He never shows up on time, and he's always leaving early, but the town loves him. Well, the ladies do, anyway. I paused. Looks like you two have something in common. Duly noted. Zach grinned. Back to the letter. If you never sent those pictures or letters, then the most obvious question is, who did? Exactly. I wagged a finger at Zach. I'm betting it was Rex, but when I think about it, it all falls apart. What do you mean? Asked Zach, leaning against the chief's desk, deep in detective mode. Well, Rex only took the job because his father threatened to cut him off if he didn't get one. Rex picked a job that would irritate his father, or at least that's what he told me, but when Dylan saw the crowds he drew in, then how could she not put up with the tardiness and apathy? Those are big words, detective, and yes, that's spot on. From what you've said, Dylan plans to retire soon. Is that right? Zach asked. Yes. She's planned a trip to Switzerland for when she does. Everyone in her circle knew about it. Why hasn't she retired before now? He asked. She didn't quite have enough money saved up, but this season's proved more successful than she'd planned, and she admitted her retirement would be sooner rather than later. Right, Zach replied, so who's in Dylan's inner circle? That will help narrow down potential suspects. I brushed my palm against my forehead and grimaced. Practically the entire town. Zach whistled through his teeth. Wow, that many, huh? All right, you said there were packages mailed. Who mailed them? I sheepishly raised my hand. Wow, you're really not making this easy. I know. I threw my hands up in the air in frustration. Let me guess, you put together all the packages before mailing them? Now that's where you're wrong, detective. Zach let out a heavy sigh. Good. Who did? Dylan? Nope, Doc Gates. Dylan's been sick with the flu. Did Dr. Gates have anything against you? Not that I'm aware of. He sat there tonight looking awkward on her couch while she fired me. You know, come to think of it, he didn't even defend me. Geez, looks like I'll be finding a new doctor. Zach ignored my last statement and kept pressing. How did you get the job of mailing the packages? Why didn't she have Dr. Gates do it? Who knows? Probably because I work for her. She asked me to pick them up from the table by the studio's back exit and mail them since Dr. Gates had been kind enough to put them together. I agreed, walked down the stairs from her apartment above the studio, picked the stack of them up, and drove them to the post office. You never looked inside them? Zach asked. Nope, Doc Gates had sealed them. I grasped his upper arm and gasped. They were sealed. Don't you see? How could I have put boudoir photos and the letters inside the packages when they were already sealed? But then that would mean Doc Gates did it? Surely not. I can't imagine he'd do something so vile. Boudoir photographs? I rolled my eyes. Can you focus, please? If it wasn't Doc Gates, then who? Who had access to those envelopes before sealing them? Maybe Doc Gates left them for a time. It's possible. Dylan's been pretty sick. Doc Gates has gotten multiple things for her over the last several days. The only people with access to the studio would then be Dylan, and she wouldn't sabotage her own business, me, and we both know I didn't do it, and Rex. That's it. No one else has a key or the passcode. That's something, Zach said. But could Doc Gates have left the back door open? Could someone have gotten into the studio with no one else knowing? I gnawed on a fingernail. I suppose, but even with the alarm set to off, we hear a beep whenever either the front or back door opens. Dylan would have heard it. Then again, she's been sick. Maybe she was asleep and missed it. I still think Rex could have done it. He's the only one other than Dylan and myself with a key, the code, and the know-how to print the pictures and forge my signature. We sign for packages and stuff all the time. It would be easy for him to have seen my signature. You mentioned Rex got this job to irritate his father? Zach asked. Yes, that's right. Tell me more about that relationship, Zach pressed. There's nothing to tell, really. Rex comes from money. He's a trust fund kid. Now I understand why he's attractive to the women of the town. I snorted in derision. Oh.
Yeah.
The women love it. He showers them in diamond bracelets or sapphire earrings. I take it his father doesn't approve? Zach asked. Not according to Rex. He doesn't confide in me or anything, but Rex has made snarky comments. He says his father wants him to spend less and work harder. Much to Rex's chagrin, his father loved it when Dylan hired Rex. Does Rex want to inherit the studio? I shrugged. At times, yes, but only when it suits him. Give him too much responsibility and he'll flake out on you in an instant. Although, he's ultra-competitive. I can't imagine he'd warm to me getting the company if that's what you're asking. Where was Rex the day those packages were stuffed and mailed? I have no idea. Gallivanting around as usual. But there was this weird phone call he got the other night. Everyone had left, and I was closing up when the phone rang. A gruff man asked to speak with Rex. When I told him Rex wasn't around, the man said to tell him Manny called and wants his stuff. When I said I'd relay the message, he said good because he didn't fool around. I can't imagine what that was all about. Have you seen Rex since? I have no idea if he's seen the message, if that's what you're getting at. What about his demeanor? Has he been acting out of sorts lately? He's been rather moody and more withdrawn. However, that hasn't slowed down his cavorting. We'll look into that further, but Kaitlynn, is there anyone else, anyone at all, that would want to sully your reputation? Anyone who holds a grudge? Not that I'm aware of. I take their photos and mind my business. Max was my only real friend in this town. He and Dylan, that is. Or rather was. I brooded over the happenings of the last couple of hours. I'd now lost the only two people that I'd considered friends in this town. Plus, someone else harbored ill feelings against me to the point of getting me fired. Not to mention the incident on the forest trail. Whoever this was either disliked me or felt I was in the way. Regardless, death's door crept closer and would soon claim me if I didn't figure this out, and fast. Zach, there's one other thing I forgot to mention. On the day I mailed those packages, Dylan told me someone had inquired about renting the space next to Pop's. She was rather distressed about it. Apparently, the person wanted to open a photography studio. I assured her it'd be okay, but now considering what's happened, it seems too coincidental, don't you think? Zach rubbed his stubbled chin and narrowed his eyes. It does. Did she say who had inquired about the space? No, the realtor wouldn't say, or else Dylan would have gotten it out of them. Whoever it is, seems to have it in for you. Cold chills swept along my arms and torso. What next? I asked. Next, we get ready for that party. I frowned. The mayor's party? I can't go to that. Dylan fired me, remember? She may have fired you, but the mayor doesn't know it yet, and even if he did, everyone's invited, right? We've got lots to plan before we go. Zach rose to his full height and made to leave. Wait. You don't honestly expect me to go, do you? The whole town will know I've been fired by then. Need I remind you that multiple families got those raunchy photos and the horrible letter with my forged signature? Plus, Dylan's tongue can wag with the best of them. I'll be the laughingstock of the party. All parties need a little levity, he said and winked, but before I could speak, he continued. And Kaitlynn, this is about Max. And Alexis. I raised my chin a little higher and squared my shoulders, confidence renewed. Right. This is for Max. Great, now let's go play hot potato. Good grief. Must we? I trudged behind Zach's sizable frame and out the French doors, a little less confident. Maybe I could just excuse myself. Rocky's got to eat. Nice try. Amelia won't stand for it. Besides, if you can win her over, then the town gossip will fall flatter than poker chips. Trust me, you don't want to be Amelia's foe. Zach grinned and put an arm around my waist. Don't worry. I won't let you get burned. I reluctantly allowed him to lead me back to the festive group, but a part of me felt a sense of dread. Zach was the only thing that stood in the way of the murderer. What if he was next and not me? All these thoughts I stuffed deep inside as we entered the living room. Let the games begin, I muttered to myself and forced a bigger smile on my aching face. Chapter 15. The next morning I awoke in a cold sweat. In my dream, I tracked down the murderer, but just when the person spun around and came into focus, I awoke. I peeled the sticky pajamas off my hot skin and kicked the comforter off. Much to Rocky's displeasure, it toppled onto him and he gave a muffled row. I'm sorry, buddy, I said, uncovering him and giving him a proper cuddle. He purred and closed his eyes into half slits. Let's get you some breakfast. I carried Rocky out of the bedroom and into the kitchen where the morning's rays of light broke through the half-opened blinds. Placing him on the counter, I prepared his bowls with a bit of canned tuna and water, and then scratched between his ears while he inhaled the treat. I owed him that much, poor fellow. When he was done, he hopped onto the floor and slinked out of the kitchen. I smirked at his gliding form and wished for the umpteen millionth time that I'd been born a cat. Especially this one. A high-pitched beep sounded and the thick aroma of ground coffee filled the room. Thank heavens for programmable coffee machines. What had civilization done prior to its invention? After pouring a hefty amount into a supersized mug, I sipped and glanced out the kitchen window above the sink, shaking off the remnants of the ominous dream. That face. A fuzzy blur remained of it, but it was the entirety of the dream that had me on edge. In it, I laid on my bed, popcorn on my lap, watching a movie. A loud bang like busted glass had me out of bed and running for the stairs. When I reached the base of the stairwell, a gloved hand reached out and shoved. I toppled to the floor, landed with a thud, and smacked my head. The room blurred. I scrambled backward toward the kitchen when a glint of a syringe appeared over my head. Just as they'd thrust down into the side of my neck, I screamed and woke to my alarm. Even though it was only a dream, I couldn't shake the horror of it. My dad once told me our minds figured stuff out while we slept. While that may be, the nightmare solved nothing, except for the possible weapon. I gulped the rest of my coffee and placed the mug in the sink. Another day, another chance for solving the murders. No sense in brooding over it, as my mother would have reminded me. Plus, there was a party to get ready for tonight and a town full of wagging tongues. With a sigh, I refilled Rocky's water bowl and walked back into my bedroom. As I headed for the closet, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. Dylan shone upon the screen. I shrank back against the doorframe. Rocky pranced in, took one look at me, and bounded up onto the bed. He hoisted a hind leg over his head and groomed himself, eyeing me as he licked away. When the ringing stopped, I slogged over to the bed and flopped down beside Rocky. Good, let her leave a message. I mean, she accused me of sabotaging her business after all. I closed my eyes and stroked Rocky's fur, only to snap them open a minute later when the phone rang again. Propped up on an elbow, I glanced at my phone. Dylan. Drat it. I groaned and pressed the answer key. Hello, Dylan. I'll drop off the key today, and my last check is direct deposit. So that's taken care of, I said in a clipped but professional air. What else may I help you with? Oh, Kaitlynn. She sniffled. I feel just awful. It's called the flu, Dylan. You'll get over it in no time, I said, irked. No, she sighed. That's not what I mean. I owe you a huge apology. My hand hovered over Rocky in mid-stroke. Doc Gates took another look at the letter that I mean the letter mailed to our customers. It's our customers now, huh? I pursed my lips together and stayed mum. It wasn't you. I know that now. It wasn't your signature, Dylan pleaded. And this epiphany happened thanks to Doc Gates, eh? How could I not be furious? After all the times I'd left Max in the lurch because she needed me, it rankled my core. And as for Dr. Gates, he'd sat there the other night, saying nothing. He wouldn't even look at me as Dylan launched into her tirade. You have every right to be upset. Upset? I blasted. Dylan, that doesn't even describe it. Answer me this. What did Dr. Gates find? Why the sudden about-face? After you left, he went through your desk and found an old copy of a receipt you'd signed. He compared it to the signature on the letter, and they didn't match. It's close, but there are definitely differences. Dylan's voice cracked, and a fresh round of sniffles erupted over the phone. Can you ever forgive me? I rolled my eyes towards the ceiling. Rocky had sensed something, because he plopped into my lap and stared up, wide-eyed. I don't know, I said, fighting the urge to accept the olive branch. Part of me wanted to say, sure, and smooth everything over, but we needed boundaries. Things have got to change, Dylan. Absolutely, she said in a rush. What do you want? Name it. First off, I want a raise. I've worked nonstop over the last couple of years without a proper vacation or compensation. Even though I love the studio and have plans to run it someday, I'm not caving each time Rex fails to show. Done. Next, I continued before I lost my nerve. I understand Rex's photography talents supersede mine at the moment, but what I lack in talent, I make up in initiative. So I'm asking you to consider selling me the studio. I'll scrape together the money somehow. Fine, and I'm taking a vacation come the first of the year, I cut in. My mother will skin me alive if I don't, and I'm rather attached to my skin. I paused, my chest heaving. May I speak? Asked Dylan. Please. I agree to all the above, but Kaitlynn, where did you get the idea about Rex? Why would I ever sell the studio to him? He can barely show up once a week. Her statement took me aback as I realized I'd never really heard Dylan say those words or even insinuate them. Much to my chagrin, I'd only heard Rex say them. I slapped my palm against my forehead and silently cursed. Now it's my turn to apologize. Rex said something 6 months ago, and I assumed it to be true. That little cow turd, said Dylan. He is a right devious soul, isn't he? I imagined her cheeks red as lingonberries and her mouth pinched into a straight line. Dylan rarely used the phrase cow turd, and when she did, we gave her space. Her idea of cursing may not reach the level of regular society, but it painted a vivid picture of her state of mind. I couldn't help but laugh, because she was right, but it sure sounded funny. That he is, I agreed. Dylan, let's not fight again. Especially over the studio. I'd never steal your customers or plan something so devious. She sighed. Agreed. No more fighting. I can sure stick my foot in my mouth. Why I didn't stop and think is beyond me. I don't know what's gotten into me lately. The holidays drive me bonkers, I guess. That and a trip to Switzerland going by the wayside, I replied. To be honest, it was losing you that spilled sour milk into my coffee. Poor Sam must have thought I'd lost my mind. It took him about 30 minutes to calm me down after you left. So that was what had riled Dylan up. Losing me. That was the best compliment I'd gotten in a while. Heck, my own mother hadn't ever said something so sweet. That will not happen, Dylan. Now, I cleared my tightening throat, trying not to cry. We've got a party to run. You up for it? Dr. Gates has signed off. Haven't had a fever in over 24 hours, and I'm about ready to repaint my walls. You just had the apartment remodeled less than a month ago, I responded. Spend a week in bed with only the walls to stare at, and then we'll talk. Now what time do we meet up at the mayor's? I'm assuming it requires formal attire? Formal attire? How could I have forgotten? My drab wardrobe made my mother cringe, let alone Danielle. What acerbic comments would fly out of her mouth when I hobbled into their sprawling mansion wearing slacks, slippers, and a button-down blouse? Yep. Formal attire, I squeaked. Honey, don't worry about Miss Priss. Danielle can weave a rope and swing to the next forest for all you should care. You've got more class than Danielle could wish for. What about the gossip? I half whispered. What gossip? You fired me, remember? Come now. Only you, Sam, and I know about that. An awkward silence hung in the air. Unless you told someone. Did you, Kaitlynn? The only person I told was Zach, and I don't imagine he'd say anything about it. Oh, it's Zach now, huh? She said with a touch of amusement in her voice. He is rather attractive. You could do worse. Dylan, I protested. Detective Knight and I are not an item. He's working Max's murder, and I'm doing my best to help. I bet you are. You keep telling yourself that, kiddo. Anyhow, if Detective Knight didn't say anything, then who would have? Red flags floated around my mind's eye. How could I tactfully tell Dylan that her beau, Doc Gates, wagged his tongue a bit? Although never about a patient's health. That went against his professional code of ethics. Dylan, you know how much I love Doc Gates, and he's the absolute best general practitioner. He's the only general practitioner in Silverthorne, she interrupted. Right, well, there's that too. But Doc Gates, he's. Just toss it out there, Kaitlynn. It's best to rip that band-aid right off. He's the town gossip, I blurted and held my breath ready for the tirade sure to follow. That he is. Although why I love the man, I'll never figure out. If my eyebrows could have arched to the crown of my head, they would have. You can pick your jaw off the floor now, Kaitlynn. I've known for years. About the gossiping? I asked, confused. Oh, that too. She giggled. Sam and I go way back. Are you aware we dated a decade or more ago? His wife had passed away. Cancer sucks. Anyway, I've known him for ages and had eaten dinner many times with he and his wife over the years. We formed a tight bond after she'd passed, and it grew from there. As to his gossiping, he doesn't set out to do it. Someone in the cafe will say something and he'll have diarrhea of the mouth. Is that the professional term for it? I smiled. That's what I call it. Most of the time he's oblivious that he's done it until I've scolded him. Poor man, he's book smart, for sure, but common sense eludes him, I'm afraid. If you're worried about it, don't. Sam already knows how sorry I am. He's been out for coffee, and I'm sure most of the town knows by now how horrible a boss I've been. What about the customers? They all got letters claiming I was starting a business. Sure they have, she agreed. But Sam will set them straight. A slight nagging suspicion that all would not be well lingered, but there was no sense dwelling on it. I looked down at my throbbing ankle that still appeared swollen and purple. Dylan must have suspected something because she said, "Don't worry about wearing formal shoes either. We're photographers. Comfort is key. But, no buts about it, Kaitlynn. Wear some flats. Black if you've got them. Let me handle little Miss Priss. Now off you go. Get ready for the party, and I'll see you at 4:30, all right?" Dylan shooed me off the phone, and soon I was showered and dressed for the night. While I took Dylan's advice to heart, I found a knee-length, black A-line skirt along with a blood-red cashmere sweater my mother gave me last Christmas. The only problem with it was the plunging neckline, but there wasn't anything left in my wardrobe that would suffice for the glitz and glamour of the mayor's party. Even with Dylan's assurances, Danielle's brutal disdain would last for days, if not months, if I didn't at least try to meet her baseline approval. The black slippers fit comfortably, and I just grabbed my cell and keys off my bedside table when a loud knock on my front door had me hobbling over to open it. Wow, I breathed as I checked Zach out from head to toe. You clean up nicely. I ushered him inside. He smiled. Nice of you to notice. I'm not a stranger to social events. Back home, my parents had me attend at least 5 each Christmas. Such a drag, I teased and reached for my black cashmere shawl, another of my mother's gifts. This one for my birthday. I swear she has an addiction to cashmere. Please, let me help you with that. Zach took the shawl and draped it over my shoulders. Goosebumps popped up along the path his hands traced against the base of my neck. His fingers lingered for a split second longer than necessary, and I glanced down at my feet, inhaling the musky scent of his cologne. His warm breath brushed against my cheek before he stepped back and extended his elbow. Shall we? I adjusted the scarf and eyed his extended elbow, blowing out the tension and trying to tame the wild thumping of my heart. Of course. I threaded my arm through his after securing my camera bag. We'll take my car. I've packed it with lots of equipment and last-minute party items. As you wish. Zach led me out the door, taking my keys and locking it once I'd gotten seated and buckled in the passenger seat of my car. Zach, I can drive. It is my car after all. But as your date, I insist. A cold wind ripped through me, and I stared, unblinking, out the windshield. A date? From the looks of it, your ankle is swollen. You'll be walking around enough for the both of us tonight. It's the least I can do. Zach backed out of my driveway, and soon we were zooming down the road towards the mayor's house. Big, puffy, orangey-pink clouds lit up the sky against the setting sun, and the stars shone from above. I breathed in the glittering starlight that sparkled through my sunroof. We drove up the gravel driveway of the mayor's mansion, which was bathed in soft white light from all the landscaping lights, setting off the huge 2-story columns. They must pay well in this town, Zach said, admiring the home with a keen eye. Not really, I said, tottering on one foot and hopping to the back car door to grab the camera bag and some party favors. This isn't paid for by the town. This, I gestured at the exquisite mansion before jostling the boxes to get a better hold. Comes through Danielle. The mayor married well, he said, and nodded. You could say that. I held onto the boxes and balanced the camera bag over my shoulder, kneeing the door shut. Zach rushed around the back of the car to take some boxes that teetered on the brink of falling. Let me help. Watch the steps. We don't want another twisted ankle. He cast a crooked grin my way and walked off to climb the 4 or 5 steps to the mayor's front porch. It took me a few minutes longer as I tried in vain to walk without a limp, but by the time I reached Zach's side, the throbbing of my ankle had grown to the level of a dull stabbing. I hated to think how I'd feel by the end of the night. With a steadying breath, I rang the doorbell, painted a smile on my face, and hoped anyone besides Danielle answered the door. The click-clack of stilettos grew louder, and the door flew open. She blew on her scarlet-painted fingernails and pouted, taking in Zach from head to toe. Oh, said Danielle. It's you. She waved us in. Come on. And don't get any dirt on my marble floors. Her hips swayed back and forth as she moved. A practiced walk, no less. She flung her straightened blonde hair over her shoulder and smirked at Zach. Her gaze lingered on his tight-fitting black suit, which accentuated his muscular arms and legs. I must say, I'm impressed. Her voice echoed off the pale gray walls. I glanced over and caught Zach admiring Danielle's tight backside. Dear Lord, help keep me from slapping that coy smile off her face. Better yet, off Zach's ogling eyes. Mayor Harris stepped out of his office and I jabbed my bony elbow into Zach's ribs. Good evening, dear, he said, leaning in for a kiss and instead got thwacked in the face with a heap of blonde hair extensions. Danielle sidestepped his advances and pivoted into the kitchen, leaving both Zach and I eyeing the floor in embarrassment. No drinking before the party, honey, he called after her retreating form. Save some for the guests. Zach cleared his throat while I adjusted the camera bag. Sorry about that, the mayor said, clasping his hands together, a wan smile on his strained face. Good to see you here tonight, Kaitlynn. We were wondering if you'd come. I wouldn't hold it against you if you hadn't. And then to Zach. Detective Knight. It's good the police department has stepped up their game. We wouldn't want any incidents tonight, what with all the deaths Silverthorne's experienced recently. Tiny prickles of surprise stood my hairs up along my neck and arms. Doc Gates hadn't nipped the gossip in the bud like Dylan had hoped. Word traveled faster than light speed in these parts. That was fine, except it fell below the bar for Mayor Harris, regardless of the awkward scene with his wife. She's here, and that's what matters, Zach jumped in. And as for the police department, I'm Kaitlynn's date and not here in an official capacity. Mayor Harris looked from Zach to me and back. Now if you'll excuse us, we'll get set up, said Zach. Great to see you, Mayor. Zach shook the mayor's hand while balancing the boxes of party favors in the other and motioned for me to show him the way to the parlor. Of course, Mayor Harris said with an apologetic smile. Please make yourselves at home, and if there's anything you need, please ask Vera. Mayor Harris walked on, checking his gold watch as he did, and was soon out of sight. That was awkward, said Zach. Trouble in paradise? If you'd asked me that a week ago, I'd have said no, but now. I trailed off and made the rest of the way to the parlor, grateful to unload the bag and get started on the setup. The antique mantel clock chimed 5 and the guests would be arriving soon. Dylan would too, and if nothing had been done, she'd have an apoplectic conniption and fire me for good this time. What's different between now and a week ago? Huh? I asked, forgetting what we'd been talking about. Oh, that. Well, town gossip has it that Mayor Harris and his wife are stepping out on each other. I flew around the room, positioning my softboxes, light diffusers, and getting the ambience correct for the photographs the mayor had discussed with me earlier. Wait, you told me about Danielle, but... He hesitated and then whispered, sneaking a peek over his shoulder. The mayor too? Oh.
Yeah.
According to a source, the mayor's a creeper. I strode over to my camera bag and got out the tripod to set it up, pumped over using an unfamiliar slang word. This source have a name? Yep. I finished setting up my camera, making sure the lenses were clean. Care to tell me? Zach persisted. Her secret is safe with me. I'm afraid you must take my word for it. If you wanted to keep their identity a secret, perhaps you shouldn't have told me the gender, he said rather smugly. That's not a problem. Silverthorne's over 60% female. Have fun with that clue. I stood a smidge taller. It's the photographer's code, Zach. We stay mum. Zach crossed his arms. His black jacket pulled taut across his muscular biceps. That's for a lawyer or doctor, not a photographer. I pinched my lips together under his amusing stare. Don't forget pharmacists. Everyone always does. Fine, he dipped his head in acquiescence. But not photographers. So spill it. He'd probably disregard my source as flaky at best, but withholding information from Zach at this point was silly and more than likely reckless. We were both trying to find a serial killer, and one who appeared to be after me now. Very well. It's Victoria Woolf. You mean the teenager? The one who goes around dressed in gothic garb pretending to shoplift so she'll fit in, Victoria Woolf? I know what you're thinking. Oh, you do? Zach smirked. Yes, but she seemed confident about it. Like she'd seen it firsthand or something. Kaitlynn. Zach gave me a measured look before running a hand through his black hair. Let's store that bit of information away for now, all right? Look, she's not the most trusted of sources, but something tells me she's not wrong. I handed him a string of lights and pointed to the fireplace mantel. I thought you liked Mayor Harris. I do, I said, and set up electric tree lights around the largest parlor I'd ever seen. Tall tables were arranged strategically around the room with the center floor cleared for what I assumed would be dancing. The DJ nodded at me as I walked by the far back corner of the room where he was setting up. The Harises spared no expense for their parties, and this New Year's celebration was no exception. A strobe light hung from the center of the vaulted ceiling where a crystal chandelier usually held a place of prominence. Do you have what you need, my dear? Asked a hesitant, but warm, voice behind me. When I turned around, Zach was busy setting up crystal champagne flutes on a stash of elegant carts topped in white tablecloths that sat about the room. I stood looking down at a waifish woman with cropped, wavy black hair showing streaks of silver throughout. She had warm, but sad, brown eyes the color of milk chocolate. Her black attire was comprised of slacks, a silk blouse, and a string of pearls, which was the only thing that added color to her ensemble. Sophisticated clothes could not cover the uneasiness with which she carried herself. Shoulders drooped, the woman kept wringing her hands until she noticed my watchful gaze, then she thrust them behind her back and stood a half-inch taller. Her attempted smile looked more like a grimace, and her fearful gaze kept darting toward the parlor's entrance like a prisoner would at an executioner. Hello, Vera, is it? I asked, hoping a comforting smile would calm her rigid body. I'm about set up. Okay, good. If there's anything you'll be needing, a tisk erupted from behind me, and Vera's pale skin grew blanched. Vera, we have discussed this before. How you respond in the Harris household reflects not only on yourself but on me. Now, rephrase what you said to Kaitlynn, Danielle scolded. Vera had abandoned clasping her hands behind her back and now balled them into fists beside her tiny frame. Her pupils wildly dilated, she nodded once in Danielle's direction before looking at me. Danielle gulped another large sip of her drink and licked her lips. Miss Kaitlynn, if there is anything else, please do not hesitate to ask. Very good, Vera. Now off you go. I need another margarita. Make it blue raspberry. Vera scurried off, and right before she was out of earshot, Danielle barked. And make it a venti this time, or you can get another job. I'm sure Pops will take you. He doesn't mind sloppy help. Danielle snickered. The resemblance between Callie and Vera jolted me. Vera was the aunt that Callie mentioned the other day. Poor woman had been verbally tortured from the sounds of it. Danielle's outburst against Callie left me cringing. If she treated Callie that way in public, to what horrors had Vera been subjected? Danielle's scowl softened a hair as she glanced sideways at me. Kaitlynn, she sidled the few remaining steps over, her hips in full swing. Do tell about that detective of yours. She stabbed a manicured crimson fingernail over at Zach. Are you lovers or what? I took a half step backwards and gaped at Danielle's bluntness. Come off it, Kaitlynn. He said he was your date. So she overheard our conversation with her husband earlier. Curious. I thought she'd stalked completely off, but surprise, surprise. Did I detect a bit of jealousy? Danielle slammed back what was left of her current margarita, strawberry from the looks of it, and licked the rim of her glass. He is delicious, she murmured while staring at Zach. A look of lust flashed within her eyes. Zach, who had been within earshot, pivoted and advanced towards us. A glimmer of amusement played on his lips. Before I could get a word in, Zach cupped my face, pulled me to him before my mind registered what he'd planned. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, he stopped, pulling his head back a few inches and looking down at me. His wild eyes searched mine before he kissed the tip of my nose and stepped back. I stumbled backward, pressing a hand to my mouth. Oh, hello, Mrs. Harris, Zach said to Danielle. I didn't see you standing there. Kaitlynn's covered everything here. You can change for the party now. I hear it will be quite the night. Zach reached over and wrapped his arm around my waist, pulling me snugly against his side. A bark of laughter escaped my shocked mouth, and my legs had all but gone limp. Danielle narrowed her gaze on the two of us. Unfortunately for Vera, she returned just then with a rather large container that must have been the blue raspberry margarita Danielle had ordered. Danielle waved her off, barking. Vera, is my outfit laid out for tonight? Vera's forehead puckered in confusion. But Mrs. Harris, you are wearing, Danielle's hand flew up, inches from Vera's face, causing her to stop in mid-sentence. Must I do everything? Danielle seethed. How you could think this was my evening attire is beyond ridiculous. She motioned to her little black dress that barely covered her derriere. Sorry ma'am, Vera said, bug-eyed, looking from Danielle's steely gaze to Zach and back. My mistake. Danielle strode across the parlor, the clack of her heels echoing within the empty room, while Vera scrambled after her, careful to not spill a single drop of the vibrant blue margarita. Once she was out of the room, I rounded on Zach. What was that for? I asked, rubbing my tingling lips. Danielle deserved a little of her own medicine. The way she talks to people is ridiculous, mean, snotty, arrogant, I interjected. All the above. He smirked. She deserved a knockdown. Since my heart slowed down and the heat subsided in my cheeks, the irony of the situation wasn't lost. It was great to see her crestfallen face after he kissed me.
Yeah.
You're right, I said. But poor Vera will get a tongue lashing. Zach leaned in and tucked a wayward strand of my hair behind my ear. I held my breath, not daring to look away. His fingers touched my cheek, leaving a trail of heat after them. We can't have that, he murmured. His eyes focused on my lips. No, I squeaked as he lowered his head toward mine. Kaitlynn, is Rex here yet? Dylan yelled from across the room. Zach stepped away, spun around, and headed for the kitchen, leaving me dizzy and out of sorts. Rex? I asked, straightening my sweater. Yes. You know, Rex? Your coworker? He's supposed to be here. Has he called you? No, I stammered. No, he hasn't. Can you please call him? We need everyone on board tonight. Switzerland, here I come. She squealed, clapped her hands, and whisked off in the same direction Zach had gone seconds before, apparently oblivious of what she'd walked in on. Sure, I mumbled and pulled my cell phone out of my skirt pocket. A recent text from Rex lit up the screen. He was running 15 minutes late. When Dylan flitted back in like a butterfly caught in a whirlwind, I relayed the message. Good. We all need to be on our toes tonight. Nothing distracts us. Nothing indeed. Except my mind was anywhere but here. From Zach's kiss to the mayor's lurid affair, not to mention Danielle's wanton ways, there was too much to think about. One thing was certain though. It would be a night I'd never forget. Chapter 16. Rex arrived fashionably late, with his arrogant swagger. The black suit and bow tie blended with the millionaire's networking around the room. Under the strobe lights, his slicked-back sandy brown hair glistened and achieved his mission of attracting the eye of every young lady. Rex sauntered across the dance floor like he owned the place and struck a conversation with a few flirty 20-somethings. The ladies were dressed in exquisite gowns and sported diamond necklaces and earrings. Definitely from the upper class. These women were the appetizer before the entree. By the end of the night, he'd snag a rich widow all of 35 to take home for a good romp. You could count on it like the sun rising and setting. I see Rex finally made it, Dylan remarked. She was standing to my right, camera in hand and changing out another memory card. The self-esteem runs deep with that one. I rolled my eyes. And which Star Wars character is he supposed to be? Oh, that's an easy one. Landau, she said and snapped a photo of two women drooling over Rex. Really? I mused. Why not Han? Because Han's reserved for one man, and one man only. Let me guess, I teased. Hilarious, Kaitlynn, but Star Wars characterizations are no laughing matter. Of course. But just out of curiosity, why not Han? I mean, Rex is charming. Yes. Dylan snapped another photo, this time of the swaying DJ getting the most numbers of the night from the dozens of females huddled around him. He's good looking. I continued. Sure, if you're into the stuffy, high roller type. And Rex is loaded, I added. Dylan stopped taking photos and turned a playful, yet admonishing, glance my way. That's what I just said. Although the modern woman earns her money, thank you very much. And need I remind you Han always had someone chasing him because he lacked the funds to pay his debts? Now who's the funny one? I grinned. Han lacked the funds, I air quoted. Because he squandered more than he stole. I beg your pardon, Dylan said, as if I'd accused her of thievery. Han is an excellent pilot and a hero to the rebel cause. He wouldn't have had to steal if they'd paid him what he's worth. Of course. I patted her shoulder. The heroic Han saved the day. Keep telling yourself that, Dylan. Regardless, why isn't Rex Han? That's easy, she said back to snapping people's pictures. Han commits.
Ah,
I see. You mean to a relationship? No, she shook her head. To anything. Rex dropped out of college, never stays with a lady for over 2 nights, and he fails to commit to work. Han, on the other hand, commits to his ship, his pals, and his woman. Case closed. Dylan raised her chin an inch as if bracing herself against a perceived rebuff, however, she'd get none from me. Agreed. Well, that was anticlimactic, said Dylan, drooping her shoulders. What's happened to you? The Kaitlynn I know would have argued until the pigs came home. I eyed Dylan curiously. You mean until the cows come home? Nope, pigs are cuter, don't you think? Just then Rex walked up with a brunette on one arm and a redhead on the other, each in a barely their dress, which to me looked more like an exploding star with all the illumination reflecting off their sequin tunics. Both Dylan and I blinked multiple times, temporarily blinded. Hello, Rex said and beamed at one and then the other lady. This is Lola, he inclined his head to the brunette. And this little catch is Jezebel. Dylan snorted and turned beet red while I stifled a laugh. He may catch more than he bargained for, Dylan mumbled to me out of the side of her mouth. Bubbles of laughter welled up inside until I felt like I'd explode with the pressure. My eyes glistened against the strain and soon both Dylan and I were half bent over in a fit of laughter. The ladies appeared clueless, which made the giggles come faster and harder until my sides ached. Man, did it feel good to laugh for a change. Zach sidled up on my left with a cautious smile. Everything all right? He asked, looking from Rex and the ladies to Dylan and me. Yes, I said between gasps. Let me introduce. Lola, I pointed a finger at the brunette. And Jezebel. Again, I rolled in laughter while Dylan wiped tears from the corners of her eyes with a cocktail napkin. Zach's eyes widened, and he quickly excused us from Rex and his 2 acquaintances, who now shifted uncomfortably with all the attention our ruckus had caused. Rex looked positively rife with anger at our display and attempted to calm the pouting women. When Zach pulled Dylan and me out of eyesight and earshot of any guest into the back hallway, his smile faded. What has gotten into you two? Dylan erupted again in fits, and I wasn't close behind. Gotten into you. Dylan gasped. Get it? She grabbed her stomach and gulped in bursts of air in between guffaws. Lola. Jezebel. She couldn't get anything else out. Enough, Zach barked, which sobered us right up. I expected more from you too. Dylan, isn't this the most important event of the year for you? Didn't Kaitlynn say this could make or break your trip to Switzerland? Dylan blushed. And you, he turned toward me. Aren't you trying to repair your reputation? Do you honestly believe this helps? The compulsion to laugh deflated into nothingness as the bitter truth sank in. Like 2 scolded schoolgirls, we hung our heads and apologized. Detective Knight, the stress of the past weeks has caught up to us. I am truly sorry for my behavior. If you'll please excuse me, I've got a party to run. Dylan backed out of the dimly lit hallway and left me to bear the full brunt of Detective Knight's attitude. Listen, he placed his arms upon my shoulders. My eyelids fluttered as I forced myself to look at him. If this detective task is getting to you, maybe we should scrap the whole thing. Go back and take the photographs or do whatever it is you're supposed to do. Leave the police stuff to me. He was trying to take the pressure off, but it only deflated me further. Zach, I'm so sorry. I don't know what got into me. It's called grief, Kaitlynn. It comes out in unique ways. Tonight it took the form of hysterical laughter. However, those names are quite naughty. I smirked up at him. His warm breath smelled of cinnamon and spice, probably from the hot apple cider. Speaking of naughty, came a voice from further down the hallway that led to what looked like a glass atrium. Barely any light cast over the vast space, but I managed to make out a lap pool, which accounted for the water sounds I'd heard. Zach's grip tightened on my shoulders. "Who's there?" he called out. The hint of chlorine hovered in the air. "Don't mind me. If you're looking for a third partner, I don't bite. Unless you want me to." Sheathed in a sheer pale pink chiffon slip revealing a crystal-studded bra and panties underneath, Danielle slipped out of the shadows and into the moonlight that lit up a small portion of the room. The pulse at the base of my neck thumped against my clammy skin. "What did you have against Max?" "Me?" She raised a demure hand to her chest, slinking like a cat towards us and stopping only a few feet away. Strong alcoholic fumes rolled off her in waves, and her words slurred a smidge when she spoke. "Nature's truth serum." "I didn't realize you spoke to the peons in town," I said, trying to provoke her. She treated everyone except the millionaires like scum, and Max was far from a wealthy man. The idea of him being intimate with her brought the acrid taste of bile to the back of my throat. "Max." She stared at a spot on the floor, her empty margarita glass dangling by her side. "He was an honorable man." A tear rolled down her cheek as her forlorn gaze rose to meet mine. And then it hit me. "You were in love with him." She stared at me, unblinking. A silent plea crossed the scant distance between us. A plea for what, though? "Danielle, when was the last time you saw Max?" I asked. Her eyes glazed over and she looked right through me as if lost in thought. "Danielle," I said more forcefully and took a step closer. Zach dropped his hands and nodded encouragement when I glanced at him for some sort of direction. "Yes?" she asked, her gaze more focused now. "When was the last time you saw Max?" "The morning of the conference," she stated flatly, her interest back to the margarita glass. She shook it like a rag doll and frowned. "Where's Vera? Have you seen Vera?" Danielle took a couple of wobbly steps to me and stopped 6 inches away. She reached for a lock of my hair and twirled it around her index finger repeatedly. I remained still, but I heard the scuffle of Zach's shoes behind me. He placed a hand on the small of my back and leaned around to take Danielle's hand away. A sad smile formed on her lips and she said to Zach. "He loved her hair, you know." Her eyelashes brimmed with tears. She was stunning in her vulnerability. "Her wavy red hair." She attempted to stroke my hair again, but Zach intercepted her hand and gripped it in his as if they were about to waltz. Danielle placed her glass onto a poolside table near us and focused her dilated pupils onto Zach, stroking the side of his face with her other hand. "You're ensnared in the trap too, are you not?" Wanting to steer the conversation back to Max, I thought of something to distract her. "Danielle?" I asked. She responded, tearing her sluggish gaze away from Zach. "You need a refill?" Zach's eyes narrowed. "Zach, why don't we find Vera?" "What flavor this time, sweetie?" I asked. Zach mouthed "sweetie" to me, and I shrugged. "Mama always said kill them with kindness." Danielle smiled and patted Zach's cheek. "What an obedient boy. Tell Vera to make a blueberry margherita stat, would you, handsome?" Danielle grinned and hiccuped. She then leaned in to plant a kiss on Zach's lips, but missed and instead landed one on his chin. "Okay, you've had enough." Zach reached for the empty glass she now gripped. Danielle may be drunk, but she was fast when it came to her drinking glasses. "No," she squealed. "Tell Vera right now, or I'll have you fired." "He was just kidding," I said. "Give me the glass, and I'll find Vera." "She's so sweet. That's why he loved her." Danielle reached for my hair again, but Zach intervened and held both her hands in his. "But you've not fallen so hard yet, have you?" She giggled up at Zach. "Tell me, what does she have that I don't?" "Danielle," Zach said. "You mentioned seeing Max the morning of the conference. Max? She glanced around the room as if he'd appeared out of thin air. Danielle, where did you see Max? Zach pressed. Danielle slowly licked her lips as if she was trying to concentrate but finding it difficult. Max, poor Max. She hitched a sob. Zach had a vice-like grip on Danielle's upper arms as he leaned in and gently shook her, trying to get her to focus. He was in his room, Danielle slurred. Where? I asked. At the hotel. The resort? I pressed.
Yeah.
She whimpered. We argued. About what? Asked Zach. Danielle's face contorted in pain. I loved him. I loved him and he loved her. She stabbed an accusatory finger at me, white-hot anger brewing within her blue eyes. The ferocity blew me back a half step, but her words hit like a jackhammer. No longer could I deny Max's feelings for me. From the screensaver to the posthumous Christmas gift, and now this. Danielle crumpled into Zach's arms, her fingers white as she clutched his jacket, and rested her head on his chest. How could someone be so beautiful when they cried? It made it difficult to hate her. Danielle, what happened that morning? Start from the beginning. Zach escorted her over to a chair and helped lower her down into it. Black streaks of mascara painted her red and tear-stained face, and she sat, hands in her lap, looking like a rejected teenager who'd gotten caught in her parents' liquor cabinet. I went to see Max that morning. He texted me the night before that he couldn't see me anymore. That I had gotten too attached. Too attached? Zach probed. She bobbed her head.
Yeah.
He said we were just friends, and I needed to work things out with my husband. Zach handed Danielle his handkerchief, and she dabbed at the corners of her eyes in between spasmodic inhalations. Go on, said Zach. What happened next? I got angry, she snapped. Angry enough to kill him? She grew eerily still and sat straight up in her chair. With a bold stare, she said. No, did you hit him? Asked Zach. Maybe. Mrs. Harris, it's a simple yes or no question. Did you hit him? Zach pressed. Yes. Yes, I hit him. I was angry. He's the only man who's ever refused me. She snorted. That doesn't happen. Not to me. She jabbed her finger into her chest. Danielle, I piped in, needing the answer that had been eating away at me for days. Where did you get your bracelet? Her brow twisted in confusion. Which one? The one like Max's. Her mouth formed an O shape. I had it made. She let out a shaky laugh. He didn't care for that gesture. Told me not to wear it, but I didn't listen. I wanted people to believe we were lovers. Why? I asked. Because he was the one thing I couldn't have. Geez, I even had him tailed. She chuckled. How pathetic. As in surveilled? Asked Zach, eyebrow raised. Yes, and you know what I found? It appears Max had a thing for brunettes too. She snickered. Zach's warning glare stopped me from speaking. Brunettes, huh? Surely your private investigator got more dirt than that, said Zach, tilting his head to the side. Oh.
Yeah.
He did. She was a leggy flight attendant. Alex something, she said. Alexis, I muttered. Danielle snapped her fingers. That's it. Alexis. Alexis Stanwell. She rubbed her temples and groaned. Where's Vera? I need that margarita. I'm sobering up. One more thing, Mrs. Harris, said Zach. Why did you have Max followed? I don't know, she said, sounding agitated. I guess to find out why he blocked my advances. Anger swirled inside my body. You're married, I practically shouted. I stopped loving Brandon a while ago. He got prestige and social status when he married me. All I got was bored. Oh, and a case of chlamydia. She tipped her glass upside down, shaking it like it should have magically filled up since the last time she'd checked. Sure, at first it was great, she continued, oblivious to my wide-eyed stare at Zach on her admission to contracting an STD. We'd throw the best parties around. Still do, but that's not enough. I want a family. I want roots. Brandon only cares about elections and his public image. Oh, and the girls. She smirked and raised her glass in a mocking salute. Was Mr. Harris aware of your infatuation with Max? Zach asked. Infatuation? Please. Brandon's oblivious to everything I do. As long as his reputation stays intact, he doesn't raise a finger. And my love for Max was no different. He knew nothing. But didn't you say you wanted people to assume you and Max were fooling around? I asked. Most people would keep quiet about that. They love Brandon too much, and as for me, they're afraid of me. All right, Mrs. Harris, I think that's enough. Please stand up. You're being arrested under the suspicion of the murder, what? Danielle shrieked. Of Detective Max Stone, continued Zach. You have the right to remain silent. Why, you little cretin? She swung a hand at Zach's face, but he caught it in midair. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Zach grabbed her other hand when that one landed squarely on his cheek, leaving a red handprint. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Danielle wrestled to get away, but Zach's brute strength and her inebriated response sealed her fate. The loud click of the handcuffs reverberated within the glass atrium. Do you understand the rights I have just read to you? I didn't kill Max. I loved him. People have killed for less, said Zach, and nudged her forward. When we entered the parlor, the loud murmurs and blaring music ceased. Only the strobe light kept moving. Mayor Harris stood in the center of the room surrounded by partygoers, his famous smile fading with each passing second. First one step, then another, Zach escorted Danielle across the room and only stopped when the mayor seized Zach's forearm. Only a step behind, I had kept my head down, inwardly cringing at the unfolding scene. The newspapers would have a field day with this fodder, and as much as Danielle got under my skin, I felt a tad sorry for her. As for Danielle, while her inebriation had been waning, she was still stumbling every few steps, and she made quite the spectacle with her smeared makeup and barely there outfit that sparkled beneath the strobe light. She threw her head back and glared at her husband, not a trace of empathy or shame apparent. Mayor Harris leaned in toward Zach's ear. What is all this about Detective Knight? Mayor Harris scanned the room of wide-eyed onlookers, giving reassuring smiles in a deliberate attempt to get control of the scandal. Much to Zach's credit, he kept his voice low. Mrs. Harris is being taken down to the station for questioning. Mayor Harris caught the eye of a man standing close to the parlor's entrance. He wore a nondescript suit and tie with black-rimmed glasses. This unremarkable man blended into the surroundings well, but upon the mayor's nod, he glided out of the room and disappeared, but not before I noticed him reach into his jacket pocket. On what charges, detective? Zach eyed the crowd as murmurs grew. Mayor, wouldn't you rather take this conversation someplace else? I asked you on what grounds. Otherwise, release my wife and I won't press charges. She's being arrested for murder. A collective gasp swept the crowded room. You don't honestly expect me to believe my wife is being arrested for Detective Stone's death, do you? Scoffed the mayor. Zach nudged Danielle forward. One hand still gripped her upper arm, but the mayor jerked Zach's arm, prohibiting either from moving. Zach looked down at his forearm and back to the mayor. "Let me go, Mayor, or I will arrest you alongside your wife." Mayor Harris's jaw twitched as he glared at Zach. He reluctantly let go. "Danielle, honey, don't say a word. You understand me? Matt's calling our attorney now. You'll be home within the hour." He cupped her face and searched her deadened eyes. Danielle hiccuped. "Give me a break. Like you even care about me." Her lips curled into a wicked scowl. "You only care about your reputation. How much will it take to cover this one up, honey?" She sneered. "I can see it now. Tomorrow morning's paper will read, Mayor Harris's wife is charged with murder. Poor Brandon, I guess the run for the White House is over before it got started. What a pity." She threw her head back and laughed while Mayor Harris's face grew hard, and he watched us pass. Just as we crossed the threshold to the front hallway, I felt a tug on my elbow. "Kaitlynn, what's going on?" asked Dylan, her face heavy with concern. "I'll explain later. I've got to go down to the station. Can you pack up? Don't worry about us. Rex and I will handle this. Take care of yourself, all right?" Dylan hugged me tightly and asked me to call her when I got home. The police station was vacant except for the officer at the front desk. The Harisa's attorney greeted us in the parking lot, and soon they were all seated in an interrogation room. Much to my astonishment, Zach let me watch from behind the two-way mirror. Danielle crossed her legs and hunched over in the cold, hard seat, shivering. Her raccoon eyes and smeared lipstick made her look weak and vulnerable. Her attorney placed his navy jacket about her shoulders and sat down beside her, unlocking his briefcase and taking out a pad of paper and a pen. "What are the charges?" he barreled on, not wasting time. "Mrs. Harris has been arrested on suspicion of murder." "Whose murder would that be?" The attorney kept his eyes focused on the notepad, jotting stuff down. "Detective Max Stone," said Zach. "Right." The attorney looked up from his writing. "Have they set bail?" "Yes. Judge Whitney has set bail at $100,000. The attorney raised a brow. "On New Year's Eve? How did you swing that?" "Silverthorne's a small town, but it's not in the boonies," Zach replied. "We called her like we would for any other case." "Of course." The attorney flashed a condescending smile at Zach and scribbled away on another piece of paper he'd pulled out. With a rip-like action, he tore the piece off and handed what looked like a check to Zach. "Now release my client, and we will be on our way." The attorney clicked his pen closed, stuffed the notepad into his briefcase, locked it, and stood up. "Officer?" Briefcase in hand, the attorney motioned for Zach to uncuff Danielle and then checked his gold watch. "I've got a few questions for Mrs. Harris," said Zach. "We have a statement for her to sign." "That is unnecessary. Mrs. Harris will neither be signing nor saying anything. That is her right, as you are aware." The attorney peered down his nose at Zach, agitated and uninterested in staying any longer than necessary. Zach sighed, but got up and pulled out his keys to unlock the cuffs. Danielle held up her hands. The clink of the cuffs rang out in the sparse room. "Wait," she said. Zach hesitated. "Danielle, not one word," her attorney warned through gritted teeth. "I pay you if I'm not mistaken," Danielle retorted, glaring up at him. "Your husband gets his money from my trust fund, Arthur," Danielle snarled. "You are my attorney, and if I want to speak, then I will." The attorney pinched his lips and remained silent, albeit a bit peeved. "Detective Knight, I did not kill Max Stone," she said to Zach. "You can put that in your report or whatever it is you do. I loved him. I would never do anything to hurt him." "Then who did?" asked Zach. I don't know. She shook her head. But maybe my PI can help. I'll give you his files. Danielle, the attorney admonished, but she waved him off. Mrs. Harris, you stated you hit Detective Stone the morning he was murdered. Yes, but I swear he was alive when I left, and it was more of a slap. He was quite nice about it. A sad smile formed on her lips. He hugged me and encouraged me to talk to Brandon. Ever the gentleman, Max Stone. Danielle stared directly at the two-way mirror as if she could see me. Her smile faded. He loved you, you know. Taking a couple steps back in the darkened room, I looked anxiously around me and then back to her grief-stricken stare. The others stared down at their feet, anywhere but at the mirror or Danielle. I'm sorry for your loss, Kaitlynn, she said, her voice wavering. I truly am. Mrs. Harris, I have a question, said Zach. Danielle paused after standing up and straightening the jacket that had half slipped off her chiffon cover-up. Did you see anyone going to Detective Stone's room that morning? No, I didn't. Is that all? One last thing. Why was Detective Stone paying for a room at the resort? Danielle shook her head. I have no idea, Detective. Zach frowned. Then how did you know he'd be at the resort that morning? In that particular room? I called him. I'm ashamed to say I begged him to see me. When he said he was at the resort, I didn't think twice. I jumped in my car and went. He didn't mention why he was there? Her blonde hair swayed over her shoulders. I'm afraid not, but he mentioned one thing that sounded odd, come to think of it. The air evaporated from my lungs. What's that? My heart sped up, hoping for evidence, even a scrap of it, to show us where to look next, even though Danielle had plenty of motive and wasn't off the hook yet. He said he was meeting someone. That's why he hurried me out of the room. He said I shouldn't be seen with him, and that it was for my safety. He agreed to meet up with me later that night, but... Thank you, Mrs. Harris. We'll be in touch. Danielle moved towards the door, then stopped and turned around to face Zach. Oh, and one other thing. I think he was meeting a man. Why do you think that? Asked Zach. Because room service brought up gin martinis. So, said Danielle. Gin martinis are a man's drink. All right, but women have been known to drink them. True, she agreed. But women rarely smoke cigars. Room service brought up cigars? Yes, and they weren't just any old cigar either. Zach narrowed his gaze. What kind? Monte Cristo Espada, I believe. Growing up with my daddy's entrepreneur friends, I got a stellar education on cigars. Good night, Detective. Good night, said Zach. And remember to stay inside Silverthorne city limits. Danielle left with her attorney in tow. Rubbing his stubbled chin, Zach stood looking out the door, lost in thought. I exited the observation room and stepped into the room. Is she telling the truth? I asked. I have no idea. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. Black shadows stood in stark contrast beneath his eyes. You need some rest. Zach stifled a yawn. We both do. How about I take you home? I'll meet with the chief tomorrow. Until then, there's nothing we can do. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We rode in silence, each either tired or lost in thought. When we arrived, my front porch was masked in darkness save for the minuscule light put forth by the moon. The gravel crunching under our feet, we made our way to the front door and inside. I flicked on the light, but a scurry by my feet had me jumping. Pain jolted all sleep from my mind, my ankle protesting against the activity. What in tarnation? I wanted to say something stronger but bit my tongue at the last second. That's weird. Rocky! I yelled, but only saw two glowing eyes past the front tree about 12 feet in front of my house. Rocky, come on! It's time for supper! Rocky sat, unmoving. Does he usually run outside when you come home? Never. Rocky's usually excited to see me, but he's never run outside. Cats get moody. 1 minute they're happy to see you, and the next they're biting your hand.
Yeah.
I suppose you're right, I said, yet something nagged at me. Rocky had never shown such behavior before, not even at Max's house. I tossed my coat on the sofa and relieved Zach of the rest of the boxes, placing them on the floor by the tree. Thanks for the help, but I've got it from here. Have a good night, detective. Sure, it's been interesting. Zach stepped back toward the door and stopped in his tracks. His head jerked toward my kitchen. Stay right there, he said with his arm extended. Okay, I said, curious. He cautiously stepped into the kitchen, took 2 steps, then shouted. Kaitlynn, get out of the house! What? Get out of the house, now! He said, running toward me. He unceremoniously grabbed my arm and yanked, but my ankle buckled, and I screamed in pain. Zach, stop. You're hurting me. In a whoosh, he swooped me up and ran out the front door, only stopping when he reached the tree. Zach knelt down and placed me gingerly on the wet grass. His rapid breaths emitted as white puffs, and he whipped out his cell. This is Detective Knight. Contact the chief and send a fire truck to 428 Goodlet's Drive. He paused. I don't care. Wake him up. There's a gas leak. He stuffed his phone into his jacket pocket and then craned his neck, inspecting the road. A gas leak? I asked, horrified. Did you bake anything today? Leave the oven on by accident? Of course not. I barely bake, I said rather defensively. Cold chills shot through my body, and my limbs started trembling. Are you saying someone was in my house? I'm saying, Zach lowered his voice. Someone turned on the gas. And rather recently. How do you know that? Because your house is still standing. Kaitlynn, he said, but his words grew faint as a loud buzzing filled my ears. Someone turned your gas oven on and left the stove burners lit. This was no accident. Someone's trying to kill you. Chapter 17. The wail of sirens and flashes of light lit up my quaint cottage. An EMT had addressed my ankle, which I'd retweaked, but the ankle wrap relieved the throbbing. Since the house hadn't been cleared for re-entry, I hovered by the side of the road, shivering. Fortunately, my house hadn't exploded, but all the doors and windows remained open to air out the gas. Zach stood by my side issuing orders to other officers while the chief questioned me. Ms. Dahl, can you think of anyone who would want to hurt you? No, no one. When did you leave this evening? I understand you went to the mayor's event? About 4 o'clock this afternoon. Zach. Detective Knight came by and escorted me. The chief eyed Zach curiously and then jotted down a few notes. Did you bake anything before leaving? No, the mayor's event was catered. I was to set up the party favors and take pictures. Who has access to your home, Ms. Dahl? No one. Not even a key for emergency purposes? No, I shook my head, racking my brain for who might have tried to blow up my house. I remembered Rex from the other night, being inside my house. Would he have done it? The chief's voice softened. Not even Max? I blinked a few times, letting his words settle in. Max did have a spare key, but he hadn't used it in eons, except the one time he'd surprised me with dinner. A sinking sadness filled my heart. How I wished he could be here now. He'd know what to do. A cold gust snaked about my legs, and I hugged my arms tighter around my torso. Suddenly, I smelled lavender, which was odd considering it was the dead of winter. While I blindly searched the dark for the source, both the chief and Zach eyed me with curiosity. "Ms. Dahl, is everything all right? Perhaps the EMTs need to check on you again." "Did she hit her head, Detective Knight?" asked the chief. Zach shook his head. "Don't you smell it?" I stepped between them where the scent was strongest and inhaled. The chief's eyes widened in concern, and Zach wrapped an arm around my shoulders, steering me toward the EMTs. No, I dug my heels into the hardened earth. "I'm not crazy, and I don't need an EMT." They both hesitated, each searching the other, unsure of how to proceed. "Fine, Ms. Dahl, have it your way, but I still need an answer," said the chief, holding up his notepad and pen, ready to write. What was his question? Shoot, the lavender had thrown me, and the scrutiny of their stares grew more intense while I racked my brain for the previous question. I must have looked lost because the chief repeated it and tapped the pen against his notepad. "Did Max have a key to your house?" "Actually, yes," I said, and crossed my arms against the night's chill. "I gave him a key about a year and a half ago." "Chief!" a fireman shouted. "We've cleared the house." "Thank you, Jones." "Happy New Year, Chief, and thank your lovely wife for the meal. My men have devoured it." "And to you, Jones." "I'll relay the message." The chief turned to me. "Now, Ms. Dahl, you may go inside. However, I advise you to find somewhere else to stay for the time being. Do you have family or friends in the area? At least until we get this all figured out?" My eyes stung, but not from the cold. Max had been my only loyal friend, and they'd torn apart his house. However, in these circumstances, it wouldn't be wise to stay there either, even if his home was okay. The night's breeze grew colder. I had nowhere to go. If I called my parents, they'd wire some money and hop on the first plane out. That was the last thing I needed. To endure my mom's rants on the phone was one thing, but in person? Yikes. Not to mention she'd insist on me leaving Oregon, this time for good. "No, Chief. This is my home, and this is where I'll stay. With all due respect, Ms. Dahl, you'll be safer in town. Out here, your nearest neighbor is a mile down the road." He swung his arm wide. "Thank you for your concern, Chief, but I won't be threatened out of my home." The chief inhaled deeply, and seeing me unmoved from my position, he nodded. "All right, but make sure your phone is charged, and keep your doors and windows locked. I'll station an officer outside your home for the next few days." "Thank you, Chief. I really appreciate it, but I'm sure I'll be fine." "Non-negotiable, Ms. Dahl. Officer Stanton will take the first shift." The chief walked toward his squad car, then called over his shoulder. "And I expect to see you at the station at 8 this morning for a full statement." "Good night." I waved goodbye to the chief, who was busy squawking orders to Officer Stanton on his CB, and with Zach by my side we walked back toward my house. One by one, the firemen and police left, leaving Officer Stanton parked at the entrance to my driveway. Rocky had made it back inside and waited by his food bowl, tail flicking about like a fly swatter. "Meow," he purred and rubbed against my ankles while I opened a can of wet cat food and spooned it into his bowl. Rocky licked his lips and dove right in, oblivious to everything else but the food. "He's happy," Zach said with a good-hearted chuckle. He ran a hand through his black hair and rubbed the back of his neck. "Zach, thank you for saving my life." Again. Just how many times had it been? Once from the drizzly cold, again at the chief's house, which was more saving me from a dreary Christmas, and again tonight. Although this time he'd saved me from being blown up, along with Rocky. For that, I'd be forever grateful. "This is becoming a habit," he said with a lopsided grin. His eyes sparkled with flecks of gold under the bright kitchen lights. "How did I never notice that before?" "Yes, well, let's hope it's the last time." I've got no clue why I'm being targeted, but with Officer Stanton outside, I'm sure I'm safe for tonight at least. Tonight? Yes, but not because of Officer Stanton. Zach rubbed his hands together. Do you have any extra blankets lying around? Sure. Why? Because I like to stay warm. Even though I'm from the Northeast, I still get cold at night in the winter, and lying on that couch, he pointed to my sofa in the front room. I will need a blanket. Wait, you're staying? I barked a quick burst of laughter while my stomach grew heavy like I'd been dropped from a tall building. Just for tonight. His gaze remained steadfast, and yet there was a hint of, no, it's got to be a figment of my imagination. This was a professional man, trying to do his sworn duty to protect the citizens of Silverthorne. Dylan needed to stop suggesting Zach and I had a thing. It was messing with my brain. Limbs weary from a long and eventful night, plus my ankle that grew ever more painful, bent my resolve and snapped me out of my tangled mess of a brain. All right. I sighed. Just for tonight. Great. Zach's wide, toothy grin took my breath away. Let me. I've got the blankets, I stammered and nearly ran into the doorframe as I rushed into my bedroom. I rummaged through 2 shelves of clothes before I found a stack of blankets. Grabbing 3, I backed out of the closet, catching a glimpse of my disheveled appearance in my dresser mirror. Oh my. Tufts of hair stood out in all directions, and my skin had lost a couple shades of color. I looked like I'd been through a windstorm and dumped on by a bucket of icy water. A quick glance out my bedroom door showed no sign of Zach. I tossed the blankets onto my bed and ran a brush through my red, wavy locks, and applied a dash of rouge to my cheeks. I stood back, inspecting my appearance, gave myself an impish wink, and then pivoted on my good heel, picked up the blankets, and limped my way to the front room. Zach stood there, hands in his pockets and the top few buttons undone on his crisp white button-down shirt. His gaze was locked onto the twinkling lights that lit up my Christmas tree. A fire crackled in the fireplace, and his black jacket lay across the sofa's armrest while his dress shoes sat a few feet away from the hearth. You've been busy, I said, handing him the blankets. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. There's something about the smell of a fire that's comforting. I wandered over to the fireplace to warm my chilly hands. I agree. If that's one thing I miss, it's the fires my family had back home. I tilted my head to the side, watching him drape the blankets over the sofa, and saw a wistful smile play at the edges of his mouth. You miss it? Back home, I mean. Zach sagged onto the sofa and unfastened his cuffs, rolling them back.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Don't you? I don't know. Maybe? I edged closer to the couch. May I? I asked, gesturing to the space beside him. Please do. It's your home. Sitting down, I wrapped my arms around my bent legs and rested my chin on my knees. Where is home detective night? Connecticut.
Ah.
A Yaley, I teased. Technically, yes. Technically? I raised an eyebrow. I'm a Yale graduate, but I never felt like I belonged there. Now I'm intrigued. A gleam of humor reached Zach's tired eyes. My parents wanted me to attend Yale, so that's what I did. You say it like it's easy. What's easy? Zach sat up a bit straighter. Yale. Your parents wanted you to go, so you went. Yale's a tough university to get into.
Yeah.
Well, Zach rubbed the back of his neck and gazed upon the Christmas tree again. When both your parents and their parents attended Yale, you're pretty much guaranteed a spot. I nibbled on my inner cheek and narrowed my gaze at him. You had no choice. Zach grunted. There's always a choice, I suppose. Like your friend Max. Meaning? My neck muscles tightened. Zach looked from the tree to me with an unrelenting stare. Max had everything. He paused. A heavy tension filled the air. A good job, a loving family, friends, and you. My heart galloped and I shrank back against the armrest. Kaitlynn, Max risked it all. That was a choice. No, I said. He did his job. No, he didn't. Don't you remember? The chief didn't assign Max any job. This was freelance. It got him killed, and now they're after you. Stop it. You know it's true. Max messed up. I said stop it. I hopped off the couch, grimacing in pain when I landed too hard on my injured foot. Max may have taken on a job the chief didn't know about, but if there's one thing I know without a doubt, it's that Max put his life on the line every day for the safety of the people living in Silverthorne. He put his own wants and desires second, and if he was investigating something off the books, then he had a freaking good reason. Yes, Zach, he chose to protect his family and friends. That's the most honorable thing a man can do. And you? You're hung up over getting a stellar education most people would give their eye teeth for. In pain or not, I strode towards the kitchen and into my bedroom, slamming the door behind me. Of all the nerve. Adrenaline pumped through my veins as I paced back and forth at the foot of my bed. There's one thing that was certain. I should have listened to my gut reaction the first time I met Zach. Chapter 18. The next morning came all too soon. I nearly rolled off the bed as I swatted the blaring alarm clock on my nightstand. On the 5th try, I finally hit it, taking in the beautiful silence. I sat up, blinked the blurriness away, ran a hand through my ratty hair, and then stuffed my feet into my fuzzy pink slippers. Walking to the living room, I looked around for Rocky, calling for him. Normally, I'd awake before the alarm because Rocky would hover over my face, tickling me with his whiskers and purring sweet nothings in my ear. Not today. I went to the kitchen and set about percolating coffee and filled up Rocky's bowls with water and food. I wondered where he'd gotten off to. Just then a soft umro came from the front room. I padded toward the sound and skidded to a halt. You traitor, I hissed, my eyes scrunched in mock anger at Rocky. Zach was sleeping on his stomach. A leg hung off the sofa, which was far too small for his frame, and his head was supported by his arm. He was sound asleep and still in his formal attire. Rocky sat perched on Zach's back near his shoulder blades, looking at me with a smug grin. Go eat, you big ol' furball. If cats could scowl, Rocky would have. He gave a wide, toothy yawn and hopped off Zach, plodding into the kitchen. Well, good morning to you too. I shook my head and tiptoed back to the kitchen. A scratchy sounding "Good morning" came from behind me. I stopped, heart in my throat. I'd slept in a bathrobe. Although rather flimsy, it covered what my underwear could not. I turned around and painted on a smile, cinching the belt around my waist. I'll get breakfast going. You can use the upstairs bathroom to freshen up. Max left a few clothes over here in the guest bedroom closet. You could probably find something that fits. Towels and toiletries are in the hall closet. After a pert wave, I limped off to the kitchen and poured a cup of coffee.
Ah.
Now there's what I needed. The heat from the mug warmed my hands, and the fiery dark brown liquid warmed my belly. After the jolt of caffeine, it took about 15 minutes to shower and change. When I exited my bedroom, Zach loomed large in my tiny kitchen where he leaned against the counter, mug in hand, sipping on his coffee. Happy you found the mugs, I said and limped toward the L-shaped counter where I tossed my keys the night before. Have you eaten? The oven clock displayed 7:45 a.m. No, not yet. We're running a little late or else I'd make you some eggs. Would a protein bar do? Zach waved me off before I could move. No need. We'll eat later. We'll eat later? Good grief. How long was he planning on sticking around? You don't have to stay with me, you know. I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself. Zach arched a sly brow. I'm sure you can, but that's not why I'm feeding you. Oh. Pop called the chief. It's a long story. I'll fill you in when we get there. For now, let's get going. The chief likes punctuality. I narrowed my gaze, but nodded agreement. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kaitlynn Dahl, said the chief. Trouble seems to follow you. Why is that? The chief cocked his head to the side and sipped from a coffee-stained mug with visible chips around the rim. Zach was seated beside me in front of the chief's desk. Chief, are there any leads? He asked. The scrutiny turned away from me for the time being. However, I knew better than to count my lucky stars too soon. I was hoping Ms. Dahl here could give us some. He pointed to me, his feet propped up on his rectangular desk, topped with piles of files, mugshots, and miscellaneous items. His office dwarfed the others I'd been in, but then again, he was the chief. Four glass walls overlooked every aspect of the station. The chief could view from the front desk to all other offices that flanked the outer walls of the station. Mini blinds blocked the view if needed and gave it less of a fishbowl feeling. As it stood now, the blinds were open and lots of eyes glanced in our direction on more than one occasion. It wasn't every day that Silverthorne experienced a murder, let alone two, and word of my brushes with death had spread like a plague through town. I sank further into the dinged-up wooden chairs straight out of a 50s schoolhouse. Me? I have no idea. Don't you? The chief pressed. Ms. Dahl, the chief plopped his feet onto the ground and leaned onto his elbows, his mug still in hand. You've confessed to being Detective Stone's friend, have you not? Yes, but you've been digging into his death from the beginning, have you not? Yes, but Detective Stone's screensaver is of your smiling face, am I right? Well, and you've been hit by a car, had your name run through the mud, and now your house was almost blown up. Wait, what do you mean run through mud? Dylan Kane called this morning. She filled us in on your photo blunder. I wouldn't call it a photo blunder. The point is, his chair creaked as he leaned ever closer. Trouble follows you, and the only thing that makes sense is that you've seen or heard something connecting you to Max's murder and that of Alexis Stanwell. What are we missing, Ms. Dahl? It took a few seconds for my slackened jaw to close and work properly. First, I've cooperated from the beginning. I turned over all the forensic photos. From both crime scenes, by the way. Second, I only dug around when Detective Knight and the rest of the police refused to even consider Max's death a homicide. Third, what happened at work couldn't possibly have anything to do with this case. Someone wants to open another photography studio on the square, and they tampered with the mailed packages. The chief's forehead puckered in concentration and his mouth formed a hard line. How do you explain your signature on those letters? I sat and blinked. Someone copied your signature, Ms. Dahl, and from the sounds of it they did a mighty fine job. Enough to convince your boss, anyway. To do that, this person would have had access to your workspace, home, or both. How else would they have been able to match it? No, Ms. Dahl, this sounds personal. It's all too coincidental. For the time being, the events remain connected until I say otherwise. Now, as you know, Officer Stanton will stand guard every night until we catch the person who did all of this. And for now, either Detective Knight or Sheriff Back will stay with you during the day while the others work on the case. Sheriff Back has been kind enough to offer, and we thank him for his help. As if on cue, Luther Beck stepped into the room and stood behind Zach and me. Sir, said Luther. The autopsy report's back. And? Asked the chief. Sir, Detective Stone showed a certain substance in his system. My mouth went dry as I looked back at Luther. Which was? the chief asked with minor irritation. Luther's brow knitted into a frown. Something called digitalis purpurea. Tiny shocks of electricity snaked across my skin. Digitalis? I blurted. All eyes zeroed in on me. What do you know about this drug? Asked the chief. Not much, but I remember my parents talking about it. I can call them if you want. My father's a forensic pharmacist. Okay, said the chief. What's our lab say about it, Luther? Not much except the dosage was lethal. A whiff of grass, horse soap, and saddle leather caught my nose when Luther leaned over me and put the file in the chief's outstretched hand. All right. The chief tossed the file on the top of the others that littered his desk. Let's get back to Ms. Dahl here. What is it you may have witnessed? That's what we need to figure out. Why don't you take her over to see Pop like we discussed, and while you're at it, bring me back some coconut cream pie? The chief patted his burgeoning girth. From the looks of it, he'd grown a few sizes since getting the work shirt. The buttons strained against the fabric, and his white undershirt peeked out between each button. Chief? Asked Zach, scratching his head. What? Your wife said, do you see my wife here? The chief's chair screeched in protest at the sudden shift in weight forward. No, sir. Then do as you're told. Luther, Zach, and I left the chief gleefully whistling "You've Gotta Fight for Your Right to Party" by the Beastie Boys. Troubles at home? I said to Zach and smirked. You could say that. Seems Amelia has the chief on a sugarless diet. I see. I take it he's rebelling behind her back?
Yeah.
It's been a veritable nightmare around here. He's crankier than ever, and whenever Luther or I head out, if we don't bring back a pie, cookies, or cake, then files go flying, and words get shouted. Has anyone ever thought to call Amelia about it? Zach stopped in his tracks and stared down at me. You do like to live on the wild side, don't you? Listen, all I'm saying is if you call Amelia and tell her what's going on, she'll snap him right out of it. Of that I'm sure. Fine, but first we've got a murder to solve. Chapter 19. Pop flew around the buzzing, cramped diner taking orders, filling drinks, and clearing tables, but he stopped long enough to answer Zach's questions. Good morning, Ms. Kaitlynn, detective. What can I do you for? His cheeks were flushed with all the exertion. Pop, what can you tell me about this young lady here? Asked Zach, pulling a 5x6 glossy photo out of his jacket and held it up. Pop studied the photo and his eyes flashed in recognition. Oh yes, she's been in here, but not for a few weeks, I think. Zach leaned forward onto his elbows. Was she with anyone? Sure, said Pop, looking from Zach to me. She met up with Max. Why? Has she got something to do with his murder? Zach's stare fixated on him. Pop, did you overhear what they were talking about? Detective Knight, Pop said, tight-lipped. I don't make it a habit of listening in to my customers' conversations. Isn't anything sacred anymore? I apologize. I didn't mean to infer you did. Perhaps you overheard an argument? Oh, said Pop, shifting his body weight from one foot to the other. I see. Let me think. Pop nibbled on the pencil eraser and looked down at our table for a moment, lost in thought. Yes, there was one time they grew animated. Animated? How? I asked. It was something about a payment. The lady practically exploded. Max tried calming her down, but she remained adamant. Do you remember anything else from that night? Only that she said lives depended upon it and that it would all be his fault. She stormed off after that. Pop placed his pencil behind his ear and glanced anxiously around the diner. A line grew at the front door, and several tables needed cleaning. Anything else, detective? I've got lots to do. No, thanks for the information. Just as Pop stepped away, Zach called out. Oh, Pop, there's one last thing. Can we get a coconut cream pie to go? Wimp, I muttered for Zach's benefit. Pop looked at Zach with one raised eyebrow. A whole pie, huh? Let me get you two. Better safe than sorry. A disgruntled man I wish on no one, my good man. You are a saint to put up with him. It's Amelia I'm most concerned about, said Zach. Bless her. Pop held the notepad against his chest. But don't fret too much. I've already sent her over 2 apple pies, the no sugar added kind. Don't tell the chief. Poor woman keeps the town running. It's the least I can do. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. With the chief appeased for the moment and Zach ears deep into the investigation, I begged off to go home, intent on reviewing the crime scene photos. While the chief had warned against more interference and to leave the investigation up to his staff, I couldn't let it go. The chief remained convinced I'd seen or heard something, placing my life in danger, and I wasn't about to sit by biting my nails and letting someone else figure it out. I walked out of the station, a winter's chill nipping at my nose, but the big, puffy clouds and the vast sunshine lifted my spirits. Until I realized Zach had driven this morning, that is. How would I get back home? Right before trudging back into the station, the door swung open and out came Sheriff Beck. Need a ride? He asked, keys dangling between his fingers. Let me guess, you're my shadow for the rest of the day. Correct, Ms. Dahl. Great, I muttered under my breath and loped after him to keep up with his long strides. Perched high in his SUV, I buckled up and waited for him to fix his mirrors and adjust his aviator sunglasses atop his nose. Zach and Luther shared an affinity for those sunglasses. Maybe it was a law enforcement thing. Since I hated silence, I spewed out the first thought that entered my mind. You like horses. Luther's forehead puckered as he turned onto the country road towards my cottage. Yes. How'd you know? This morning you smelled like leather and hay. Luther grinned. You make smelling men a habit, Ms. Dahl? What? No, that came out wrong. Did it now? Yes, no. It's just when you leaned over me this morning in the chief's office I could smell horse soap and grass. And leather. He grinned. We rode in silence for another minute. Yes, I like horses. We ride every day, he said. We? Gloria and me. Oh, right. How is Gloria? She must be grieving over Max. Geez, open mouth and insert foot again. I mean, they were together for so long, but I'm sure she wasn't still in love with him or anything. Why would she be with someone so tall as yourself? Get a grip, Kaitlynn. I doubt height has anything to do with it. But yes, she's getting on. I'll tell her you asked. We pulled up to my house shortly afterward, and I couldn't scramble out of the SUV fast enough. I slammed the door shut behind me and traipsed into the kitchen, hobbling more than anything, tossing my keys onto the counter. I prepared the coffee pot but jumped when a loud knock banged on my front door. I crept over, hunched like a cat, and peeked through the peephole. Throwing the door wide, I gaped at Sheriff Beck. Can I help you? I'm to remain by your side until Officer Stanton gets here in a few hours. Seriously? With a sigh, I stepped back and held the door wide. Bathroom breaks are excluded, I hope, I huffed. I'm capable of those on my own, thanks. Sheriff Beck cracked a smile. My, wonders never cease. You can smile after all. Have a seat. I motioned to the sofa, still cluttered with blankets. Do you want anything to drink? Coffee would be great. Excellent choice. Though I don't know what I've got to eat. My fridge is bare, I'm afraid. Shopping was not my strong suit, but maybe I should put it as a priority. With 2 guests in less than 24 hours, I needed to up my game. Don't worry about that. Gloria's saving me a plate. Okay, I said and handed over a steaming mug of coffee. Anyway, there's a sleeve of crackers in the pantry and a couple of bananas on the kitchen counter if you want. I need to go tie up a few loose ends if you don't mind. I stepped into my bedroom, shut the door, and pulled out my cell, not even needing to listen to the multiple messages my mother had left. I dialed her number. "Mom, hi, was all I got out before the torrent of accusations flew faster than an eagle diving for prey. Kaitlynn, what is wrong with you? You have worried your father and me sick. Too busy to check your messages?" She squawked. And then to my father, who must have been standing within ear's reach. "Honestly, Hans, it's like she's lost her mind." "Hello, Kaitlynn? This is Dad. So good of you to call. How was your New Year's?" I sat on the edge of my bed, phone held out from my ear, as my mother had commandeered the phone back. "Don't let your father fool you. He was just as upset as I've been. For goodness sake, you've embarrassed me in front of my students, the faculty, and my department chair. You've made a liar out of me. A liar," she practically shouted. "Mom, calm down." Oh, my mom said to my father. "She's telling me to calm down." And then to me. "Well, I'm not, young lady. You will get your little tushy on the next flight out of Portland. Do you hear me?" "Kaitlynn?" My dad again. "When do you think you'll come for a visit? Your mother would like to introduce you to Dr. Finch." "Dad, you know I don't want to talk with any of Mom's professor friends." "He's not a professor, Kaitlynn," my dad said in his thick, throaty, Norwegian accent, which sounded more Germanic than the typical sing-song of Eastern Norway. "He's the dean of the medical college." "What? Nope, no way. I'm not interested." Is that what she's complaining about? Just like my mother. Always trying to control my life, and the nerve to say that I embarrassed her. "Kaitlynn," he whispered. "She's only looking out for you. You should feel grateful." I hated to disappoint my dad. He was my biggest supporter and advocate, not to mention my teddy bear, but when it came to my mom, he acquiesced, and that meant my mom usually got her way. The only person my mom feared was Bessemer, my paternal grandmother. "Papa, I'm sorry. Something came up, and I couldn't come." "Oh, is everything okay, Minkjera?" "Yes, I'm okay, but there's been a break in Max's case." "The best friend you've told me about, yes?" "That's right. Tell Mom I'll meet with this Dr. Finch the next chance I get, but right now I must stay and see this through." "Of course, my daughter, I will tell her. I will thrill her with the news." I doubted that, but I bit my tongue. "Great, but Dad?" "Yes?" "What do you know about a substance called Digitalis purpurea?" Digitalis purpurea is a plant common to the United States. It's grown in the wild and in gardens. But you said substance like it was ingested. Possibly. What can you tell me about the effects on someone if it's ingested? While my father was quite intelligent, and he probably already deduced this was regarding Max's murder, I still didn't want to raise any further alarm bells unless specifically asked. "Have you heard of the plant foxglove?" he asked.
Yeah.
"I think so. That's the common name for Digitalis purpurea. Foxglove is known for its cardiac effects. In medicine, cardiologists prescribe digoxin to help those with chronic heart failure and also a disorder of the heart called atrial fibrillation, which affects the heart's rhythm. In effect, digoxin strengthens heart contractility and helps manage rhythm, but it has a very narrow therapeutic range." "Therapeutic range?" "Dad, I don't understand." "Certain medicines help the body, but if given at too high a dosage, they cause deleterious effects. If given at too low a dosage, then they do not benefit the patient, but the side effects may still be present. As clinicians, we must weigh the benefit versus the risk in our patients. Digoxin fits into that category. A narrow therapeutic range means we walk along the edge of a cliff. You understand? We misstep at all, then the patient can die. Okay. I sat down on the edge of my bed, taking the hint from the throbbing pulse of my ankle, and looked up to the ceiling, trying to digest the medical jargon my dad was spewing. Digoxin messes with the heart. But this narrow range, what are we talking about here? Let me explain it this way. A person takes a digoxin pill. After several doses, blood is drawn, and we check the digoxin level in their body. What's the normal level of digoxin? It depends on the condition treated and the patient, and different laboratories use different lab ranges, but most normal digoxin levels used for cardiac reasons may fall between 0.5 to 2.0 nanograms per milliliter. How high must it get before it's considered toxic? Without hesitation, Dad said. Anything greater than 2.4 nanograms per milliliter. But Kaitlynn, why so you ask these things? Is this about Max? There went my plan to skirt the issue. Drat. Dad, Max's autopsy results came back. They list digitalis purpurea as the cause of death. I see. And you keep meddling, right? I bit down hard on my lower lip. Are you mad? I asked and held my breath. Min Chera, how could I be mad? I encouraged you to think and think you have done that. You make me proud, Kaitlynn. But remember, dogs get mad, people get angry, yes? I imagined his stark blonde eyebrows rising high on his forehead like he usually did when I was a child. Yes, Papa. I chuckled. I'll remember that. But Dad, how would someone get foxglove into a person? Nefariously? Either by food, drink, or injection, and remember, they don't need a high dosage either. In a healthy young man like Max, he would probably need a larger dose, but that is easily done, as a little digoxin goes a long way. Right. Thanks, Papa. I'll keep you informed. Can you help smooth things over with Mom? I promise to get home as soon as possible, but I've got to see this through. Yeah, but you must not endanger yourself. Let the police handle the dangerous criminals. Yeah, I agreed. I'll talk to you soon. How I loved talking with my dad. He held a knowledge most would find astounding, and some would consider disturbing. I'm sure his search history would raise a few flags with the government if they ever took the time to look. Back to the task at hand, I reeled over what he'd said about foxglove. Anyone could have gone out to the forest or bought a plant at the local nursery, ground the stuff up, and either put it in Max's drink or food. Danielle had said there'd been drinks and cigars delivered to Max's room that fateful day. Maybe the foxglove was delivered the same way, but what about an injection? Would that show up on an autopsy if the coroner wasn't specifically asked to check for it? A loud squeak, probably from one of my rickety kitchen chairs, shook me out of my thoughts. Sheriff Beck still sat outside my bedroom door, hopefully not eavesdropping on my conversation. Then again, maybe I could bypass both the chief and Zach. Fingers crossed behind my back, I painted on my best flirtatious smile and walked boldly out my door. Sheriff Beck, I said, batting my eyes as I sat down at the kitchen table across from him. I have a proposition for you. I shook my hair back and leaned forward onto my elbows, keeping direct eye contact, feeling emboldened. Ms. Dahl, Kaitlynn, I interjected and curled a lock of my hair around my finger, a coy smile on my lips. All right, he paused and inhaled briefly before continuing. Kaitlynn, you are aware that propositioning an officer of the law is illegal. What? I sat up, stone cold and rigid all at once, plan all but forgotten. No, please, that's not what I meant. No? He leaned back into his chair, a hint of a grin hanging at the corners of his mouth. I merely wanted to float an idea around and see what you thought. I held out my hands, pleading, and inwardly wishing I could take back the last few minutes. A hot flush stung my face, and I looked anywhere but at Luther, wrenching my hands. "Sheriff Beck, I want to apologize," I said, looking at the corner of a decorative Christmas napkin Max had set up for me a few weeks back. "Hey," Luther covered my hand with his warm one. My eyelids fluttered as I timidly greeted his gaze. "I'm joking. Relax. Obviously, you've got an idea. I'm happy to help. Spill it." Relieved he wasn't miffed at my bungled attempt at persuasion, I launched into it. "Well, I just got off the phone with my father. Even though the chief and Zach don't want me interfering, and this might constitute meddling, he's the top of his field in forensic pharmacy, and he's my dad after all." "I'm listening." "He said Digitalis purpurea is a common plant found throughout the United States, and it's used in gardens. It's easy to get a hold of, in other words. He also said that foxglove, the common name for it, is used for its heart effects in the human body. It goes by the name of digoxin. Anyway, long story short, it affects heart rhythm, and you don't need much to stop the heart. Or at least I believe that's what he meant. Either way, it would be easy for anyone to get a hold of some foxglove without a prescription, grind it down, and put it in food or drink to take someone out." I held my breath, waiting for his response, wondering if his quiet demeanor meant he was taking me seriously or planning on telling me to mind my business and let the big boys handle it. "Let's say someone put it in Max's food or drink, then what do you need me for? My father mentioned that it could have been injected. Did they find any marks on Max's body during the autopsy?" Luther tilted his head to the side and narrowed his gaze. "Not that I'm aware of, but we never asked them to look for puncture marks. Initially, Max's death was determined to be by natural causes." "Is it too late to look for puncture marks?" "No, I'll call the coroner in a minute, but why didn't you just ask me for help?" My cheeks burned from embarrassment. "Sheriff Beck, I'm sorry. I thought you'd tell me to mind my business like Zach and the chief." "It's Zach now, huh? Please, if you could, don't tell Detective Knight or the chief about this. I can ask the coroner to look for puncture wounds, but the information will eventually get back to both of them." "Yes, I know, but for now can we keep this between the two of us? Please?" After a moment's hesitation, he extended a hand the size of a baseball mitt. "Deal." Beaming, I wildly pumped his hand. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Now that we had the how, I needed to focus on the who. For now, my attention drew away from Danielle, who the detective and chief fixated on, and more to Alexis Stanwell. From her disposable phones to her swanky home furnished and paid for by a mysterious VM, Alexis was the key to all of this. If I found out who Alexis was dating, maybe I could break this case wide open. With the detective and chief occupied, now was the perfect time for a road trip. Portland, here I come. Chapter 20. Camera bag stashed in the passenger seat along with gobs of snacks and water bottles, I buckled up and drove to Portland as soon as Sheriff Beck left for the night. The ride went faster than expected because I'd been mulling over where I'd start my investigation. At first, I'd planned to revisit where Alexis stayed in Portland, but I decided against it. Instead, I'd adjusted my GPS for the airport, hoping I'd see her friend Taylor. That was assuming she wasn't miles in the air by now on a flight to somewhere exotic. Presumably, she'd be working, but I'd at least see airport staff and crew that may have known Alexis. It was a considerable gamble, but it created a sense of purpose instead of biding time at home, waiting for a masked assailant to snuff out my life. The airport wasn't as hectic as I'd expected with it being right after the new year. My spirits sank a bit as I zipped up my parka and strode into the airport and over to baggage check-in. Fortunately, my ankle felt better since I'd taken ibuprofen before the trip. No more stabbing pain each time I stepped. A bottle blonde with her hair pulled severely back and a scowl that would make a grizzly bear shy away stood behind the counter and called out, "Next." With my best smile, I stepped up to the counter. Hello, I'm Kaitlynn Dahl, and I was wondering if you could answer a few questions about Alexis Stanwell. Do you know her? The clerk who'd been rapid-fire typing paused and studied me without shifting her head position. Her mouth turned down at the corners. Lady, do you have a bag to check or what? No. I don't. You see, I'm looking for someone who's seen Alexis Stanwell. She left without paying her rent. The edges of my mouth ached from the effort to keep smiling. Usually I wouldn't resort to lying, but this annoyed lady wasn't in the mood for conversation. Flight attendants, I exhaled. If I don't get the check now, I'll have to wait a couple more weeks, you know? The middle-aged woman tapped her keyboard with a chipped nail. From her undyed roots to the stain-marred suit and the dark shadows under her eyes, this woman beheld me with contempt. Ever hear of the internet? Why don't you email her? Better yet, call her? Don't you get that information when you rent out your place? My bright smile dimmed. I tried those. The accounts don't exist. Who would have thought, right? Anyway, I was counting on your help, or is there someone else I can ask? I'd be grateful. She twirled a pen in her hand and then tapped it a couple times against the white Formica countertop. Can't help you, she said and refocused on the computer. My shoulders sagged, and I turned to step away when she spoke. But Manny might have something. Manny? I asked, my mood lifting.
Yeah.
He's over in Lost and Found. He notices everything and knows everyone who works here. She pointed in the direction of the Lost and Found, and I bounded off, dropping her a hasty thank you. Being New Year's Day and in the early evening hours, there was no line. However, the cramped quarters of Lost and Found left little to envy. Case upon case of bags piled to the ceiling, all with tags from destinations unknown. Few would ever find their owners, and no telling what the airlines did with the unclaimed items. Perched behind the desk was a squatty man on a swivel stool. He had thinning black hair, a crooked nose that had caught a fist or two, and somber brown eyes which followed my every movement. Hello, Manny, is it? I asked, grinning for good measure. He grunted. Hi, I'm Kaitlynn. I held out my hand, which he hardly glanced at. A toothpick rolled around his lips with the flick of his tongue as he sat, arms crossed. A jagged scar ran the length of his forearm. Right. I inhaled deeply and gradually withdrew my hand. The lady at check-in said you might be able to tell me about Alexis Stanwell. His pupils dilated a hair, then contracted upon the mention of her name. Do you know her? Listen, honey, what's your game? What you want with Lexi? He asked with a gravelly voice. The hairs upon my neck rose up, making my skin prickle. Lexi? What you want, lady? I've got stuff to do here. Yes, sorry, I needed to contact her. She owes me rent and hasn't returned my calls or emails. Might you know where I would find her? Lady, I don't know who you are, but Lexi didn't pay rent anywhere in Portland, and she didn't bring up anything about a landlady, or I'd have known about it. Really? I nervously stroked the back of my neck. A trickle of perspiration dripped down my back as I worked to keep smiling. I assure you she did. Rent from me, that is. Could you give me a phone number that I can reach her? Or maybe you could tell her I'm looking for her. Manny stood up, dwarfing me by about a foot. I instinctively stepped back, even with a counter between us. Honey, I suggest you take a hike and never come back. Lexi was a respectable young woman. She wouldn't have stepped out on a payment. I don't know why you're sticking your nose around, but you best be off. He cracked his knuckles and glowered down his bulbous nose at me. No need for that, I said and lurched backwards out the door. Thank you for your time. As I tramped towards the exit, I peeked back at Manny, who still watched me as he spoke on a phone. One glance over at the check-in clerk told me all I needed. Once outside, I hustled to my Mini Cooper, turned it on, and zipped out of the parking garage, tires squealing. What had I done? Rattled a hornet's nest? Perhaps, but what troubled me the most wasn't that I'd been caught in a lie. It was the fact that the Manny who'd left a disconcerting message for Rex and the one here at the Portland airport's lost and found were more than likely one and the same. Things just got a little more interesting and a whole lot dicier. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. With a white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel, I drove into one of downtown Portland's parking lots and sat shaking. Thankful for the nighttime crowd Portland drew, I watched passers-by until my breathing slowed to normal and the shaking subsided. The clock showed 7:30 p.m., and my tummy grumbled in revolt. Surely, I'd be safe for a bite to eat. Besides, I needed to mull over what had just happened. Locking my car, I chose a charming pub across the street. Quick and easy worked great for me, plus I had the added benefit of keeping my car in sight. Daddy didn't raise no fool. The pub had few patrons, and I easily found a table near the wide front window and gobbled down my meal before I sipped a mug of Kahlua and coffee, watching the few residents on the sleepy streets. A luminous mist cast halos around the streetlights and automobile headlights as they cruised by, and I was marveling at the holiday lights left over from Christmas when I spotted a man and woman intertwined in a romantic embrace underneath a lamppost. They came up for air and strolled hand in hand across the road, dodging a taxi in the process, and then stopped safely on the curb in front of the pub's window. The lamplight lit up their radiant faces, and I nearly tumbled out of my chair. I hunkered down in my seat, abruptly looking away, wishing they'd continue on down the street. The tavern's weathered oak door creaked open. Acting like I was grabbing for my napkin, I peeked from underneath the table. The lovers made their way to the back table next to the kitchen entrance, which was tucked away and almost out of sight from prying eyes, except I could still see them. The woman sat on the man's lap, and almost at once their limbs entwined, and their hands roved all over, looking more like an octopus than anything else. Settling back into my seat, I rested my elbow on the table and angled my face toward the window and away from them. Every now and again I rubbed the back of my collar and snuck a peek, and each time my stomach plummeted to the floor. Brandon Harris was lip-locked with a young 20-something. She wore a less-than-their black dress, which scarcely covered her upper thighs as she straddled him. Her brunette hair was swept up in a chignon, and she wore a mink coat that slid down her shoulders during their amorous play, exposing a plunging neckline and an ample bosom. Had they heard of the phrase, "get a room"? One last glance, and I'd convinced myself that it was indeed Mayor Harris, but the woman was most decidedly not Danielle. Victoria Woolf wasn't lying, nor was Danielle, but it was nevertheless challenging to wrap my head around it. He'd represented himself in such a genial, upstanding way, but isn't that what all politicians did? Some were scumbags, but not all of them. Plus, he'd gotten in my good graces by helping multiple times over the last couple of years. And not once did he hit on me or anyone else because the gossip mill would have had a heyday with it. Didn't that account for something? I hunched over the table, my hand covering the side of my face, feigning being absorbed in my phone when Brandon made his way to the bar. 2 Long Islands, please. Honey, hurry up, called the brunette. I'm getting cold. Her plump lips curled down into a playful pout. Brandon rushed back, splashing a little onto the brunette's chest, and I didn't wait to see what else he did when he lowered his head in the direction of her chest. High-pitched squeals and giggles followed, but I remained rigid in my seat. I heard the screech of the chair legs on the timber floors 20 minutes later. About a half-second after that, they departed and strolled back in front of the window. The brunette, nestled against Brandon, stopped for a brief second for a cursory peck, and then they stepped off into the mist. Before they were out of sight, I caught the woman readjust her hair, and a long lock of blonde hair tumbled out from beneath all the brown. My heart banged against my ribs. Check please, I said to a passing waiter, and in less than 5 minutes, I was tearing down the highway to Silverthorne with Zach on speed dial. Zach? It's Kaitlynn. Meet me at my house in an hour. I've got something you might want to hear. Chapter 21. Officer Stanton stood outside his squad car leaning against the front hood when I pulled into my driveway. Zach, hands on his hips, bent his head towards Stanton and then cruised my way, punting a pebble with the tip of his boot when he halted 6 feet from my car door. I opened the car door and got out, arms outstretched, as if pleading for him to hear me out. Listen, I have a reason why I left. His eyes blazing with irritation, he stared on, arms crossed. I took a trip to Portland. For the love of everything reasonable, why would you pull a dim-witted stunt like that? We're running out of leads, I exclaimed. Because we lack intelligence on who Alexis Stanwell was and who she was seeing. I realized if we could find a fragment of information on her, then it could split the case wide open. I hesitated, heart thudding. Kaitlynn, you could have gotten killed. Zach bit off a retort and waved his fist into the air, mouth in a thin line, then he jammed both fists into his front jean pockets. Kaitlynn, he exercised tremendous restraint in maintaining an even tone. If you have a theory, then please call me. That's what I'm here for. The Chief, Officer Stanton over there, and Sheriff Beck are all working overtime to find this killer. It would bring us no satisfaction in discovering your dead body and bearing the burden of calling your parents to notify them of the grim news. You got that? I understand, I murmured. I'm only trying to help. You can help by not making yourself a liability, all right? Zach's phone buzzed from his inside coat pocket, which thankfully gave us a few moments of distraction. Detective Knight, he answered. What? When? He paused. Okay, I'll be right over. He crammed his phone back into his coat pocket and pointed a warning finger at me. I've got to leave for the hospital. There's been an incident. What? I took a tentative step forward. You remain here, he growled, whirling on his heel. Wait, I'm coming with you. I jogged behind his departing form. Officer Stanton, said Zach. I'll be back as soon as possible. Keep this one, he jerked a thumb in my direction. At home. If she leaves, go with her. You got that? Without waiting for a response, Zach jumped into his SUV. I scurried to the passenger's side and jerked the door wide. Wait, I said, panting from exertion. Let me come with you, or I'll get in my car and follow. What's it going to be, detective? He checked his dashboard clock and thrust the car in gear, stating. Get in. I hopped inside and buckled up. Zach rolled down the window and roared to Officer Stanton. What are you waiting for? Didn't I say you're to follow Ms. Dahl if she leaves? That includes with me. He rolled up his window and stomped on the gas pedal, spraying a round of gravel that pinged against Stanton's squad car. That'll leave a mark, I mumbled. That's enough out of you. We'll chat later. Right now, we've got another bear to skin. Another bear to skin? He was either mad, or I had unwittingly invited myself on a bear hunt. Neither sounded great. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The silent 15-minute drive over was worse than a root canal without Novocaine. I had hunkered down in my seat and averted my gaze out the passenger's window. When we arrived at St. Mary's Hospital on the far end of Silverthorne proper, Zach hurried inside while I trotted to keep up. When we entered the emergency room, the chief and Sheriff Beck stood talking with what looked like an doctor. When will we be able to see him? We've got a few questions, said the chief. I'll take you back in a few minutes, chief, the physician replied. She strode off, and the chief turned in our direction, glancing sideways at me. What's she doing here? He asked. She refused to remain at home. It's a lengthy story. What happened? Harper Wolf's been stabbed, he said. He was working late at his winery off County Road 6 when someone stole up from behind and stabbed him multiple times. He's alive but has suffered from blood loss. The perp's on the run. Harper's lucky to be alive. Did he make the person who did this? Asked Zach. I'm not sure. The doctor said we can go back in a minute. As if on cue, a nurse opened the door and motioned for the chief. When I took a step forward, he held up a hand and halted my passage. You hang here. This is police work. Stanton, you make certain this one stays put. The chief, Zach, and Luther strolled single file through the doors while Officer Stanton stood, thumbs through his belt loops, and rocked back and forth on his heels. I scanned the waiting room and found it to be rather empty when in rushed Victoria Wolf, dressed in black combat boots, black jeans, and a long black sweater. She'd gotten a circular nose ring since the last time I saw her at the studio. Her thick, charcoal black hair flowed behind her as she charged toward the intake desk. Victoria's mother trailed, arms crossed protectively against her rib cage, seizing the edges of her cardigan like they were a life vest. Her gaze flitted around the room. Where's my uncle? Victoria asked the unfazed triage nurse. You'll have to wait like the rest of them. Please have a seat over there, and Dr. Garcia will be out shortly. Everyone knew everybody else in a town like Silverthorne, even though it was growing by the thousands each year. But virtually everybody recognized the old-timers, which included the Wolves, especially considering Harper Wolf's boisterous disposition. It didn't hurt that he was running for mayor either. I took a seat against the farthest wall closest to the doors, which gave me a better view of the debacle unfolding in front of me. I will not. Do you know who I am? Victoria's mom, Angel I believe was her name, clutched her daughter's shoulders and whispered into her ear. Once Victoria stopped shoving and twisting out of her mother's clasp, Angel addressed the triage nurse. Hello Nancy, I'm sorry about that. She's close to her uncle, she explained, as if that condoned Victoria's outburst. Is he all right? We rushed over just as soon as we found out. Nancy tapped her fingers against the counter and frowned. He's back in the That's as much as I can tell you. Please have a seat. Mom, Victoria whined. Are you going to let them boss us around like that? Uncle Harper wouldn't stand for this. He'd bust somebody up if they stopped him from coming back to see you. Angel turned bright pink as she steered her daughter to a seat. According to local gossip, Angel had appeared on Harper's doorstep, broke and battered with her 10-year-old daughter in tow several years back. The insinuation that Victoria implied about Harper visiting her mother in the made me cringe. Angel got Victoria seated and settled into a chair as well, checking her wristwatch every minute. She tried to wrap a stray hair behind her daughter's ear, only to have Victoria swat her hand aside. Poor Angel had nothing to occupy her time except mindlessly rubbing her forearm as if it ached and wait for some news. When the doors swung open 30 minutes later, Angel stood up and dashed over to the physician. Dr. Garcia, how's my brother? Is he okay? She asked, her face scrunched with worry. We have him stabilized for now, but there was a lot of blood loss. Law enforcement is back with him now, but as soon as they're finished, we'll take you to visit. We will keep visiting times down to a minimum as he requires rest. Thank you, doctor, said Angel. Victoria stood up beside her, hip jutted out, and her foot tapped rapidly. Angel wrapped her arm around her daughter's shoulders in an attempt to get Victoria back to their seats. Hesitating at first, Victoria went with her mom. About 5 minutes later, after I'd picked up a dreadful cup of coffee from a nearby vending machine, out stepped the chief, Zach, and Luther. Angel jumped up, as did her determined daughter, and bounded towards the men. The chief was jotting down a few notes but held up a hand when they approached. Zach and Luther stood by, stoic in their expressions, but remained silent. Ms. Wolf, the chief said to Angel. We've spoken to your brother, but I need your help. Can we talk after you see him? Angel had drawn a tissue out of her handbag and dabbed at her eyes and nose, sniffling and bobbing her head. Sure. Anything you need. Give me a break, Victoria snarled. We all know who did it. Why are you wasting time when you could arrest the man right now? Victoria, honey, please, now's not the time. She patted her daughter's arm. Come on, Mom. He could be getting away right now. Who are you speaking about? The chief asked, peering from Victoria to Angel and back. Sebastian Alexander, Victoria spat. He's had it out for my uncle since we opened the winery, and when my uncle announced his run for mayor, he even threatened my uncle at Pop's the other night. Lots of people saw it. Victoria, Angel said in a clipped tone. We don't go around accusing people. I'm not accusing. He did it. I know he did it, and you, she jabbed an accusatory finger at the chief. Better arrest him. Or what? Angel flung her hands up in irritation. You will? Honestly, Victoria, you need to learn some manners. The chief's only trying to help. And you need to grow a spine. Victoria screeched. She stalked off towards the cafeteria while the rest of us stared wide-eyed at the chief. I'm sorry, Chief. She's going through a phase, Angel said apologetically. Uh-huh. The chief nodded but eyed Angel quizzically. What's this about Sebastian Alexander? What happened at Pop's diner? The doors opened just as Angel was about to speak, barring all further discussion. Ms. Wolfe, your brother would like to see you now, said a nurse. Excuse me. Angel stepped briskly over to the nurse without lingering. I wandered over to stand by Zach, hoping to discover any clue as to Harper's attacker. A hunch said the murders were connected, and they weren't likely telling me anything. However, if I stood nearby, maybe I'd overhear their theories. Sure, it was sneaky, but it's like my father advised me as a child. If you want something done right, do it yourself. Of course, I don't expect he meant in a homicide case, but I'm willing to bend the rules just this once. Okay, Luther, would you mind heading back over to the winery? Said the chief. Maybe my staff has missed something. Sure, Chief. I was headed over there anyway. Luther walked off toward the exit. Zach, find Sebastian Alexander and question him about this dispute at Pop's. Said the chief. We'll meet up at the station when we're done. Questions? I raised a timid hand and ignored the consternation written all over the chief's face. Yes, Ms. Dahl? The chief said tiredly.
Yeah.
So I'm going out on a limb here, and you can shoot me down if you wish. Oh, we will, Zach said. But has anyone checked into the whereabouts of the mayor or his wife? Why would we do that? Asked the chief. Because she's under house arrest, and maybe she and or Mayor Harris had something to do with this? All eyes gawked at me in disbelief. And why, pray tell, would you suspect the mayor of Silverthorne of assaulting one of his constituents? Asked the chief, his head cocked to the side, eyes squinted. Well, you see, I sputtered, heart pounding. He is also running for mayor. Maybe he wanted Harper Wolfe out of the race. And you've already arrested Danielle on suspicion of murder in Max's case. The chief grunted. That's preposterous. Ms. Dahl, go home and wait this one out. Leave the sleuthing to the trained professionals, please. Taking my cue, I said. Better yet, why don't I get to work? Those bills aren't paying themselves. I rushed over to the exit, stopped, and turned back around. Officers? I held up a finger. Would someone be so kind as to take me to work? I seemed to have left my car at home. I painted an "aren't I sweet" smile on for good measure and saw Zach pinch the bridge of his nose in exasperation. "I'll drive her," he said before the chief's red-faced tirade could even begin. "Come on, Agatha, let's get you to work." Zach stomped over to the exit. "Agatha?" I asked, straining to keep up.
Yeah.
"My new name for you." "Why?" "Because you think this is some Agatha Christie novel." "I most assuredly do not." "Oh."
Yeah.
He halted and opened his passenger car door, waving me inside. "Then why the sudden trip to Portland? Or how about saving a copy of all the crime scene photos? And what about asking around town about Max's encounters and who he'd been seeing?" Need I continue? I had trouble maintaining eye contact and ducked my head as I climbed into the car. "I'm only trying to help," I said when Zach had gotten into the driver's seat. "Max was my best friend, and he'd have done the same for me if I ended up murdered." "Of course he would," Zach retorted. "Because he was a detective." He slammed his palms onto the steering wheel. "It's called doing his job, which by the way I'd like a shot at doing myself. Instead, I'm off babysitting a wannabe sleuth who'd do well minding her own business rather than sticking her nose in where it doesn't belong." Ouch. I'd felt that Zach and I had formed some sort of friendship over the last several days, but now not so much. Babysitting? Please, I was a grown woman, and I didn't need to justify to him or anyone else why I'd meddled into Max's death. The edges of my lips quivered, and I'd blinked several times before shifting my gaze out the passenger window. "Fine," I replied. "Drive. I promise to behave like a good little girl." "Kaitlynn." Zach spread a hand over his forehead. "I'm just trying to do my job." "I understand. Drop me off at work. I'll be out of your hair and someone else's headache." "You're not a problem." "I'm going to be late for a shoot," I said after looking at the car's clock. "This late at night?" he asked. Zach exhaled noisily, put the SUV into gear, and in 10 minutes he dropped me off in front of the studio. I didn't even say thank you or utter a sound. Instead, I strolled into the office, head high and more resolved than ever to solve this case once and for all. I walked to the back of the studio, trying to piece together the puzzle. First off, how did Rex, Manny, and Alexis fit together? I was convinced the Manny I spoke with at the Portland airport was the same one who'd left the troubling message for Rex, and Manny clearly knew Alexis Stanwell. Was Manny's role more of a protector for Alexis, or as someone who could have murdered her? The questions nagged me as I ascended the stairs to Dylan's. Regardless of the way things had transpired between Zach and I'd stumbled onto something. The puzzle was falling into place. If only I could make the pieces fit. Chapter 22. Dylan had driven me home the night before because I dreaded asking Officer Stanton, who'd remained in his cruiser outside the studio. Even though I didn't have a photo shoot, it helped to relax at Dylan's until the wee hours of the morning. In times like these, she was the best. After flying through a pack of tissue and a pot of coffee, she drove me home and stayed until she heard the click of the door latch. I watched her get back in her sedan and ride off. I hardly slept with all the nightmares. So when the alarm went off at 8 a.m., I had already dressed, eaten, and slammed down 2 mugs of coffee. The bell above the studio's front door jingled as I sulked in, sunglasses on, and harboring ill thoughts about what Zach had said. I could take care of myself. The last babysitter I had was when I was 12. Both of my parents claimed I was born a mature and savvy soul. So why did his jab infuriate me so much? The reception room was empty, but Dylan greeted me with a broad grin at the front desk. "Hello, young lady. What do you have going on today?" "A late senior shoot." "Why?" I asked, setting my purse and keys into my desk drawer and then locking them inside. No sense inviting sticky fingers. I still wondered about my missing keys from last week. It seemed rather odd that they'd disappeared and then inexplicably reappeared the next day. Since my home nearly got blown up with me inside, and there were no signs of forced entry according to the police reports, I guess they'd been stolen and copied. But who would have done such a thing? Cancel it, said Dylan. We've got a wedding reception to shoot. What? Whose reception? My niece's wedding reception, boomed none other than Sebastian Alexander from the studio hallway. I glanced to my left and watched him prance in, tasseled loafers and all. His balding comb-over was sprayed down so much that gale force winds couldn't move it. And you better capture some winners. I'm paying Dylan a handsome fortune. Sebastian gave a pinched smile. These will do, he said, carrying some larger-than-life red velvet hearts we'd used last Valentine's Day. Don't forget the faux snow. How she loves the snow. Sebastian clasped his hands in delight. I've got to dash. Don't be late. With a cursory wave, he zipped out the front door, leaving Dylan and me snorting in laughter. Well, you heard the man, said Dylan. Pack it all up. We've got a wedding reception to attend. That's great. I unlocked my desk drawer to retrieve my belongings. But where's Rex? Isn't this his sort of job? If you mean the gobs of ladies who attend such functions, then yes, this is his sort of thing. But strangely, he's not coming. Wait a minute. You asked him to come, and he told you no? Yes, that's the gist of it. Dylan, you're his boss. Why would you let him duck out like that? Hold him accountable. I would, but I'd much rather work with someone who wishes to be there. Like Sebastian said, we're getting paid a small fortune, and if the pictures don't turn out well I can wave goodbye to my trip to Switzerland, and probably my business to boot. The rear door alarm chimed and we both turned our attention to the reception space that led back to the workshop. Rex, head bent in thought and a glower to boot, was on his cell and oblivious to us. Yes, I got it. No, that's unnecessary. I said I've got it. He crammed his phone into the back pocket of his designer jeans and looked up. What are you staring at? He griped. Nice to see you too, Dylan said, tossing the velvet hearts into a tote. Remember who signs your paychecks. Rex perked up at the mention of paychecks. About that. He sidled up to Dylan's desk, perching on the side of it with a grin that usually made ladies turn to jelly. I've already paid you for this month, Rex. Dylan grabbed an oversized styrofoam heart made to look like a sweet tart that said, "Won't you be mine?"
Yeah.
But what about December's overtime check? Dylan dropped the sweet tart rock into the tote and frowned. The January check covered the overtime. I beg to differ, Rex said, still flashing a toothy smile. Dylan smirked. I doubt you've begged for anything in your life. I'm owed that money, Rex said more forcefully and snatched her wrist when she tried picking up another accessory that Sebastian had chosen from our stockpile. Hey! She jerked her wrist away, rubbing it. I don't owe you anything. As a matter of fact, you're lucky you received anything extra. You should thank me for paying you at all. You haven't worked an entire day or week in the last month, and I'm tired of fronting you cash. Try touching me like that again, and I'll fire your butt so fast it'll make your head whirl. Fine. He stood abruptly, nearly overturning the tote. You need me to work? Then let's work. Fine. Dylan thrust the tote into his chest. Let's start with Mr. Alexander's niece's wedding reception. Take these boxes over to the resort, and don't forget your camera, she called after his retreating form. Dylan continued caressing her wrist. Hey, are you okay?
Yeah.
He's just not himself these days. Did you say that he'd gotten advances on his paychecks? He's been doing that for the last 3 months. The first 2 times were fine, but now. She waved her hand. I've never seen him act this weird. You should sack him. Nobody deserves to be disrespected like that, especially you. He'll settle down. He's good for business when he shows up. Maybe it's just a phase. Dylan picked up another tote by her feet and headed to the front door. You still coming? I'm not too sure Mr. Charming will stick around the entire time, and I can't afford to muddle this up. Sure. I took the tote from her. Wild boars couldn't keep me. Wild boars? Kaitlynn, if I were you, I'd be more concerned about serial killers. Chapter 23. Swarms of people swamped the resort's front lobby. Sebastian stood dead center barking orders through an oversized megaphone. If I hadn't known any better, I'd have suspected he was raised in Texas, where everything was bigger. Arms full of totes, Dylan and I weaved between dolled-up wedding guests who were checking in or were on their way to their rooms. Sebastian's niece's wedding was scheduled for about an hour later, but the festivities had already started with complimentary wine and champagne being served by white-gloved waitstaff. We found the grand reception area and stashed our totes on the nearest table by the door. It was the same room I'd visited for the conference, except Sebastian had opened multiple rooms to house such a deluge. Today, he'd closed off this particular area for his niece's reception. The walls closed much like an accordion, forming larger or smaller rooms when required. A nifty bit of technology that involved little effort. A good 50 white linen-covered tables stood decked out with colossal vases, which held enormous volumes of red roses and baby's breath. Cream-colored plates and silver utensils were used for each place setting, and there were 2 glasses for each guest. One for water and the other for tea, I surmised. It truly was romantic as far as wedding receptions went. The tote given to Rex was atop another table a few feet away from the entrance. I spotted the tip of a velvet heart sticking out, but there was no sign of Rex anywhere to be found. How peculiar. He tried to sweet-talk Dylan into advancing him more money, apparently not for the first time, and then had accosted her when she declined. He had stormed out, saying he'd work the wedding, and now he'd vanished. Again. What had gotten into him lately? I guess real life had caught up with him now that the old man had cut off his finances. Rex is gone again, Dylan said, swiping a hand over her forehead. I really think that youngster needs a proper lecture from his dad on work ethics, but that's neither here nor there at the moment. We've got a few hours until the swarm arrives. Better get working. We set about preparing the picture area for the reception, then snagged a couple of glasses of bubbly to celebrate. Dylan clinked my glass with hers. Cheers to a great new year. And cheers to Switzerland. I clinked my glass against hers. Here's hoping, she said, and swallowed her champagne. Well. Back to work. Hey, would you run back to my car and see if I've left my other camera gear in there? I've only counted 2, but I packed 3. It was for Rex, but it does have some other lenses I'd like to try tonight. Sure thing. I raced out of the room, past late-coming guests, and then past the front doors leading to the parking lot. I collected Dylan's gear and headed back to the reception room. I was shooting down the last corridor towards the reception room, which was in the opposite direction of the wedding, when a high-pitched, whiny voice shattered the silence in the now deserted hallway. Yes, I realize that, Patrick. I'll be prudent. I peeped around the corner and saw Sebastian standing in front of the restroom doors. Shouldn't he be at his niece's wedding? From the deafening organ music, it had already started. Listen, the police have been pestering me about Harper. I know, it's silly. Exactly, right? How could I possibly stoop so low as to physically harm someone? And there's that too.
Yeah.
Well, the police aren't exactly the sharpest knives in the drawer. But that's not why I called. If something happens to me. He stopped and peered over his shoulder. I popped back behind the corner, straining to hear. Look no further than Harper Wolf. That man openly threatened me and my business. There's no telling what he'd do now. I didn't pick up the last part, but it sounded ominous enough. Since he'd be walking back this way towards the wedding, I tiptoed back 10 paces and then started whistling as loud as I could and strolled around the corner towards the reception. Oh, hello, Kaitlynn. May I help you with something? Isn't your niece getting married right now? I asked. The organ music playing the wedding march filtered out into the hallway. Gosh, yes. I'm late. Call Yvonne if you require anything. Remember, I'm paying a modest fortune. You'd better get this right. He tapped his wristwatch, pointed to the reception door, then double-stepped it into the wedding room, leaving me breathless in the vacant hallway. So, Zach had questioned Sebastian about the attack on Harper, but apparently he was denying the whole thing. Of course, would someone actually admit they'd attacked someone? Chances were they'd lie, but Sebastian had sounded earnest. And what about Harper threatening Sebastian and his business? They were both in the winery business, so that made sense. But why would Sebastian point a finger at Harper? He was lying in a hospital bed, hacked up and in serious condition. Plus, would someone kill over business? From watching true crime shows, I knew it had been done in the past. But the question was, would Harper resort to violence? Sure, he was a rowdy man, but something told me that Harper was more of a teddy bear than a grizzly. And wasn't it Sebastian who started a verbal altercation the other night at Pop's diner? Of course, that was over the mayoral election, not business. Victoria had claimed that lots of things were going to change once her uncle became mayor. Perhaps he was aiming to tie up Sebastian's golf course plans. If true, that was all the more reason for the police to suspect Sebastian of the attack on Harper. I ambled into the reception room, dropping the camera bag into Dylan's outstretched hands. Great. Now let's take some pictures of the place settings, floral arrangements, and tables. You start over there, and we'll meet in the middle, all right? Kaitlynn? Huh? I said distractedly, absorbed in thought. Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry. Hey, have you heard about Harper Wolf? Yes. Isn't it dreadful? I'm starting to consider leaving this town ASAP. Too much violence is never good for the nerves or the wallet. Do you realize I've had cancellations because of all this mayhem? People prefer to stay home, lock their doors, and count on the police finding this killer.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad, I said. Why would anybody hurt Harper though? Dylan shrugged. Who knows? I doubt it's got anything to do with Max, but I have gathered Harper's running a little empty. Running empty? You know, on Capitol. You mean he's broke? That's just what I've been told. By Doc Gates, no doubt. Harper Wolf was low on cash, or so someone had said. How could I find out for sure? And what was the connection between Harper and Max, if there even was one? Did you hear that Sebastian's used up his credit too? Dylan went on. She gave a knowing nod and took another shot of a place setting. Really? But he's building a golf course. How's he hurting for cash? Every time we're here, there are mobs of people. I don't know, said Dylan. But that's the rumor. Dylan kept snapping shots while I mulled this over. Both Harper and Sebastian were suffering low cash flow, or so said Dylan. They both were running for mayor, and the current mayor, whose wife was suspected of Max's murder, was canoodling with a blonde wearing a brunette wig in Portland. Then there was this Manny guy who knew Alexis Stanwell and Rex, which was odd. As for Rex, he'd been acting strange lately and had turned a tad rough with Dylan when she wouldn't front him more money. What on earth was going on in this town? Hey, Dylan, mind if I take off a few minutes? Sebastian wants me to ask Yvonne about something. I loathed lying, but I had a hunch. Sure, but don't be too long. The guests will arrive shortly and you must be here when the newlyweds make their grand entrance. Of course. Wouldn't dream of missing it. I shot down the hallway, into the lobby, and approached the main desk. Thankfully, the lobby was empty. A lanky blonde walked out from the main office entrance situated by the front desk. "Hello," she said, stretching out her hand. "Hello, I'm Kaitlynn Dahl." I gave her a hearty handshake. Sebastian hired Dylan to shoot his niece's reception.
Ah.
Yes. Well, what may I help you with? I tried to think of something to ask for, but only came up with a lame excuse. Hopefully, she wouldn't see through the ruse. Do you have any extra tape? We've torn part of one of our umbrellas. Umbrellas? You don't plan on it raining inside the venue, do you? She asked, bewildered. Oh, we use umbrellas for lighting purposes. Of course. She smiled, revealing even white teeth. Follow me. I'm sure we've got something in the office. Sebastian's office was extravagant, to say the least. The walls were lined with floor-to-ceiling bookcases, and the marble floors had an extra-large area rug with various patterns of burgundy, beiges, and navy. Yvonne stepped behind a sturdy wooden desk and opened a drawer. She dug around for a moment and produced a roll of tape. Here you go. This should work. Thanks. I grinned, not knowing what to say next. I needed information on Sebastian's finances, but I couldn't come out and ask. That would get me booted out of here in no time flat. I'm sorry about your friend. Her smile waned, and a sadness reflected from her emerald green eyes. Max was a wonderful detective from what Sebastian said. He was distressed over it. A snort burst out of me faster than I could stop it, and I cleared my throat in a shoddy attempt at covering it up. From what I'd overheard, Sebastian thought otherwise about our local police force. Yvonne stared at me strangely. Yes, I'm sure having a murder happen at his resort didn't help with business, I said. That had to have been shocking. I studied Yvonne's face for any hint of distrust, but there was none. It was, but surprisingly it increased our sales. We're booked solid through June, and he's even had an amateur sleuth convention interested in booking for a week in October. Morbid curiosity, I suppose. It couldn't have happened at a better time. Her hand shot to her mouth, and she gaped at me in dismay. I didn't mean that. Please forgive me. Max's death was a tragedy for all of Silverthorne. Murder is awful any time of year. Agreed. But what do you mean it couldn't have happened at a better time? Yvonne sighed. You didn't hear it from me, but the resort's been hemorrhaging money for a while now. Sebastian's obsessed with drawing more crowds to counteract the lack of funds, but it didn't solve the problem. Or at least it hasn't yet. You mean opening the winery? And the golf course, she added. He thought running for mayor would provide free press for the resort, but that didn't turn out the way he planned either. I have no idea how he keeps this place up and running. Although, he's probably in deep with his father. That would be why he's been grumpier these days. Owing the old man isn't pleasant. Now, with Mr. Wolf in the hospital and the police investigating Sebastian's spat with Harper at Pops, I'm betting things will become worse. I'll be up to my ears in cancellations. Why? Once it hits the press, it'll be over. Most people don't like giving money to suspected assailants. She rubbed the back of her neck. And I assume his father will expect his money back or take over this resort as collateral. Of that I'm certain. Whether that was true remained to be seen, but she did bring up a valid point. Max's murder had saved Sebastian from financial ruin, or at least delayed it for several months. Could he have been behind the murder? Was Max investigating Sebastian's finances? That sounded like a far stretch. Plus, Alexis Stanwell was strangled. What was Sebastian's link to her, if any? It seemed plausible that she could have stayed at the resort a time or two, but as yet, there'd been no evidence connecting Sebastian to Alexis or Max, except for Max staying at the resort. To ask Yvonne about any of this was a no-no. She'd surely clam up if I asked too many questions. Besides, I came to find out about Sebastian's finances. How do you feel about Sebastian's plans? I asked. After all, you'll be on the hook when you marry Sebastian. By the way, when is the wedding date? Everyone in town had heard of Sebastian and Yvonne's engagement 8 months earlier. It swirled around town at hurricane speed, and the townsfolk anxiously awaited all the highflyers planning on attending. Main Street businesses frothed at the prospect of wealthy people staying in town for several days. Yvonne dropped her gaze to the desktop and muttered. We separated. That is to say, I broke it off. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, well, it was best to find it all out before the marriage. Find what out? About Sebastian's mistress. I swallowed and struggled not to gawk. He was cheating on you? In a sense. You see, Sebastian loves his work above all else. She pointed to herself. I came second. While second may be suitable for some women, it's not for me.
Ah,
I said, finally understanding. Yet you remain his manger? For the time being, yes. Once this golf course takes off, I'll find another job. Until then, I'm here. That must be challenging. She offered a thin smile. I'll manage. Well, thanks, I said, holding up the tape. I'd better get back to work. Let me know if I can be of further help. Oh, I would, but the pieces were starting to fall into place. Dashing around the corner, I spotted a breaking news banner plastered on the plasma screen TV placed behind the reception desk. Other news today, another 20-something is dead of an overdose. Autopsy records will confirm the report in the coming days, but the police feel confident it's due to a lethal mix of fentanyl and another narcotic. That marks the first fatality this year, but officials promised to crack down on the epidemic that took several hundred lives in and around the Portland area last year alone. The idea that people died from overdoses ripped my soul. From as far back as I could recall, I'd been taught the dangers of drugs thanks to my parents being two prominent pharmacists. Although as a forensic pharmacist, my father witnessed the devastation, both hammered at home. How sad that yet another young life would never reach another birthday. Heavy-hearted, I made my way back to Dylan. We probably took well over 1,000 pictures. We shot until our knees, backs, and necks ached, but at least we didn't run out of memory cards. When the event was over and we were all packed up, I drove home. The alarm clock read 3 a.m. bleary-eyed. I set my alarm for 7:30 a.m. and climbed into bed without changing clothes. The bank opened at 8 a.m. and I needed to be ready for one Nancy Speedwell, the bank's financial advisor. Something told me that she held a vault of information. Chapter 24. Nancy Speedwell had been pestering me about planning for my future ever since I landed in Silverthorne, and I'd been too indifferent to act. Sure, a detailed financial plan held promise for a fruitful future, and I'd probably lost some money in the process. However, today my aim was to combine sleuthing with future financial security. Fingers crossed it would work. Good morning, Kaitlynn. What a surprise. Are you ready to tackle your financial goals? Nancy sat, ankles crossed, behind a glass-topped desk, a bubbly smile to greet me. She wore a conventional navy jacket, a button-down silk blouse, and a knee-length cream skirt. She'd sprayed her shoulder-length brown hair to perfection, not a lone stray. Nancy had been jotting down something on a notepad when I showed up. Yes, I am. Are you free? Absolutely. Why don't you have a seat? Most people stay away on Saturdays, especially after a wedding weekend, if you know what I mean. She winked. Now, let's make a plan. She rubbed her palms together. Have you figured out where you want to be in 5 years? 10 years? How much money you'd like to save for retirement? Okay, so we were plunging in. I preferred to get to the point. I'd like to own a photography studio someday. Preferably buy Dylan out of hers if she'll let me. Oh, I see. Nancy started jotting down notes. Over the next 30 minutes there was a lot of head bobbing and other savings-related questions before I seized the moment for a few prepared questions. Nancy. I started, hesitating while she finished up on her computer. Not that it's polite to gossip, but did you hear about Harper Wolf? It's not gossip if the whole town knows it, Kaitlynn. She stared down her nose at me, leaning conspiratorially over her desk, her voice a whisper. However, I heard the police are considering Sebastian Alexander as a suspect. He and Harper quarreled at Pop's the other night. From what I've gathered, it got kind of nasty. Threats ensued. She gave me a knowing bob of her head.
Yeah.
But you don't think Sebastian would attack Harper, do you? No, probably not. Although, the two of them have been continually at each other's throats ever since Sebastian opened his own winery and Harper's customers dwindled. I imagine that would trigger a little angst. Yes, but wouldn't that incite Harper to act against Sebastian? I hadn't considered that. She chortled. It's a good thing I'm not the detective. Despite it all, the two of them have more in common than they appreciate. You'd think they would work together instead of against one another. What do you mean? Nancy bit down on her lip and scanned the room. I shouldn't have mentioned anything. That's confidential. I promise not to tell anyone. Nancy looked skeptical. Listen, I swear I won't say a word to anyone. I crossed my fingers and offered a reassuring nod. Well, Harper Wolf owed a considerable debt to the bank. He took out loans to cover an abysmal year. Until the last few months, he'd been making payments. But he stopped? Yes, and the bank refuses to provide any more loans. How much did the bank loan him? He owes just under $1 million. I gaped. But what does that have to do with Sebastian? Of course, I'd already found out about his monetary troubles, but I couldn't let on to Nancy that I did. Sebastian also owes sizable sums. He's been paying on his, though. Harper? She shook her head, but her hair didn't move, being sprayed to within an inch of its life. I have no idea how he's keeping his winery open. The supplies he's buying cost a fortune, and he's not getting the funds from us. Then who? I asked out loud without meaning to. No idea, but the two of them would do better working together. Many people like to try multiple wineries, you know. If they pitched in on advertising and supplies, they'd both cut their costs. It would be a win-win situation if you ask me. But they didn't. The rest of the visit wrapped up quickly and I eventually extricated myself from the bank. However, Nancy had created more questions than ever. How were both Sebastian and Harper keeping their businesses afloat and expanding without financing? From what Yvonne said, Sebastian had an affluent father, but Harper? The questions mounted with no clear-cut answers, but I was undeterred. I sped home, hauled out all the crime photos, and separated them. There was a pile for Max's death, another for Alexis' death, and yet another stack for the Harris' New Year's Eve party. I even collected a bundle from Sebastian's niece's wedding reception just for completeness. Something nagged at me like a kernel of popcorn stuck between my gums. The answers were there, I only needed to spot them. What was I missing? After scanning for roughly 3 hours, I had a few photos scattered in front of me. There was something about the lipstick-stained napkin that made little sense. Danielle had stated she'd seen room service deliver drinks and cigars, but she made no mention of drinking anything. It was implied that she hadn't. Was Max's visitor a female? Unless the man wore lipstick, I'd have to assume the possibility. Perhaps there were 2 guests. I'd combed through the other crime scene images and didn't detect any other discarded drinks or food from the resort room. Then why the lipstick smudge on the napkin? Not only did that tug at me, there was the photograph of Alexis's lifeless body on Max's bedroom floor clutching his bracelet. The exact bracelet taken from Max the day he'd been murdered. While Danielle had a copy made to anger her husband, the one Alexis clutched was most undoubtedly his. But why would she have it? Max had already died. Did she snatch it from the killer when they accosted her in Max's bedroom? I plucked one of my camera lenses from my work bag and meticulously inched across each picture, seeking something that stood out. That was when I stumbled across a photo of Danielle. Dylan had requested shots of the hors d'oeuvres set up on trays in the kitchen. Funny enough, standing in the background, I spotted a hazy image of Danielle. Since the focus was on the food, she appeared out of focus. In it, Danielle had her Texas-sized margarita glass in hand and was tilting over the counter, her nose inches away. Thankfully, I'd taken multiple snapshots and found one where she wasn't fuzzy. My heart skipped. After a few double takes later, I texted the image to my dad and was hovered near the phone for his reply. My cell buzzed. "Oh, great. Zach." "Hello?" I answered, working to sound less annoyed than I felt. "Are you at home?" "Where else would I be? You've had Barney Fife outside my door, observing my every move. If I'd left, I'm positive you'd know about it." "I'm coming over." "Stay put." Like I could evade the police right now, I mumbled to no one since he'd already hung up. 15 minutes later, a thundering bang reverberated off my front door, causing Rocky to leap behind the love seat. I whipped open the door, hand on my hip. "Could you not terrify my cat, please? He's been through enough." Zach pushed past me, ignoring my displeasure, and strode right into my kitchen. He paced back and forth along the length of my countertop while I eyed him curiously. "Spill it. What's on your mind?" I leaned against the counter, arms crossed. Zach stopped directly in front of me and grasped my upper arms. Regret flashed within his eyes. "I don't know how else to say this," he said, and licked his lips. "Just say it." "All right. Kaitlynn, the chief's got this idea that Max may have been a drug dealer." "What?" "He got some anonymous tip that Max helped distribute drugs to these juveniles and adults that have been ODing around here." "Drugs?" I stated. "Max selling pills? No way. Y'all are crazy." I shoved past him and stalked off towards my bedroom with all the pictures still scattered on my bed, Zach hot on my heels. I snatched the one with the napkin and thrust it within inches of his face. "You see this? That's a lipstick smudge." "I realize you're in shock, Kaitlynn. Look at it, Zach." Zach pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled. "All right, I'll bite." "What's this got to do with the lipstick?" "Think about it. Danielle stated that they brought the drinks and cigars up the day Max was murdered, right?" "Yes." "She also implied that the person must have been male," I said. "True." He scanned the snapshot he held. "Then why the lipstick stain?" I asked. "I don't follow." I exhaled noisily and pointed at the napkin on the photo. "Danielle didn't say she ate or drank anything. If she didn't, then who did? If it wasn't Danielle's lipstick, which I can assure you it wasn't, then what other woman was in Max's room?" "Wait." He held up his other hand. "How do you know this isn't Danielle's lipstick?" "Because she wouldn't be caught dead in that shade. Ask her. It would wash her out." "Okay." His eyes zeroed in on the photo again. "But what's this got to do with the drugs?" I reached over to pick up the one from the Harris's kitchen. "Tell me what you see." Zach swapped photos with me and squinted down at the one from the party. His mouth formed a perfect O shape. "That definitely looks questionable, but it doesn't clear Max of peddling drugs." No, but don't you figure that this unnamed source could seek to pin this whole drug business on Max? Does it fit Max's profile at all? Come on, Zach. If, and that's a huge if, Max had been peddling pills, then why didn't you discover a secret stash of cash or ties to offshore accounts? Wouldn't he have slipped up by buying better clothes or a newer car? You said yourself that criminals slip up all the time. That's how they get caught. Yes, you're right on all counts, but it doesn't clear Max either. Okay. Did you know that Mayor Harris is having an affair? This ought to be good, he said and stared up at the ceiling for a second, his jaw taut. How did you learn that? Because I saw him in Portland the other night with a brunette, or rather a blonde wearing a brunette wig. Zach tilted his head, his lips pinched. Why, pray tell, were you in Portland? You neglected to mention that the other night. I told you, to find out more about Alexis Stanwell. But listen, I saw Brandon Harris with a brunette at some pub. Some pub? He raised an eyebrow. It doesn't matter. What matters is that he was with another woman. Right, so the man's having an affair. That's not a crime. Of course not, but this holier-than-thou attitude he puts on is a facade, I replied. Kaitlynn, most politicians use a facade. It's called politics. Funny, but shouldn't we look into him a bit further? Danielle taking a fishy substance, her husband having affairs, it just seems off. No, he pointed a finger at me. We aren't doing anything. I'm doing my job, and so far, the mayor having an affair doesn't remotely relate to the homicides. You're grasping at straws. All right. What about Manny? Zach's brow scrunched up. Who's Manny? He's the guy who called Rex at the studio, left a rather disturbing message for him. Anyway, I ran into him at the Portland airport. He works the airport lost and found. A check-in clerk told me that if anyone knew Alexis, Manny would. So I went and spoke with him. Zach snorted. Naturally. As I was saying, I returned a sideways smirk. The second he opened his mouth, I recognized the voice as the same one that left a nasty message for Rex. Zach straightened up a bit, more intent. What's your point? The point is, doesn't it seem odd that Manny, Rex, and Alexis are all linked? Come to think of it, that would mean Manny's also connected to Max. I leaned in closer to Zach, putting a hand on his forearm. Do you think Manny could have killed Max? Whoa, wait a minute. Slow down, Agatha. I rolled my eyes at the nickname. While it sounds odd, I'll need to investigate this more. We can't jump to conclusions. My shoulders sagged, and I sat down in a humph on my bed. Look, I'll ask Danielle some questions, and I'll snoop around about this Manny and Rex thing. Heck, I'll keep working on this anonymous source, but you've got to do me a favor, Kaitlynn. I settled my wary eyes on Zach. What's that? Let me do all the dirty work. All of this, he gestured to the mounds of photos on my bed, is admirable, but you can't stick your nose into this mess anymore. You got that? I don't want anything to happen to you. You don't? I asked, deflated, but a smidge mollified by his remark. No, he said, his voice deeper. He stepped toward me and held out the picture. My fingers tingled when they brushed his. I dropped the photo onto the pile as if it had scorched me. Promise me that you'll leave this to me. Tiny electrical shocks moved across my cheekbone as his finger tenderly traced a path. His gaze bored into mine, and I was powerless to look away. I promise, I said, scarcely above a whisper. Good. His gaze wandered down to my lips and lingered. Then he spun around and headed for the door. Shaky, I followed his departing form. He ran a hand through his hair, then turned towards me once at the bedroom door, his stormy eyes meeting mine. I'll be back tonight. Stay here. You got that? I bobbed my head, my throat cramped and achy. Zach whirled and stepped into the hallway. I heard a light thunk when the front door locked. I was alone again with my theories, except this time they were on Zach, not Max. He'd rake me across the pylons later, I knew, but I had no intention of staying put. It wasn't in my DNA. Nope, I had one more place I needed to go. But first, I had to lose my watchdog. Chapter 25. Officer Stanton followed me to town. I'd mentioned that I needed some books from the library since I was under house arrest, but the real reason was to search their archives. If my hunch was correct, Officer Stanton would be back to regular duty soon enough, and I could resume a semblance of normalcy. The local library was 2 blocks from the town square, and as far as libraries went, it was modest but adequate. Laura, a second-generation librarian, greeted everyone with a smile, and she even baked cookies for the patrons every so often. It was mostly to occupy her tow-headed toddler while she checked out books or helped someone track one down. As luck would have it, I struck gold. A plate of chewy chocolate chip cookies sat atop the checkout desk. I snagged a cookie on my way to the 3 library computers and scarfed the scrumptious treat in 2 bites. Hopefully, I'd snatch another on my way out, but from the tuft of blonde that whizzed by my knees, I didn't count on it. Laura playfully scolded her son as his pudgy hand reached high above his head. On his tippy toes, his tongue stuck out in concentration, he wiggled his plump fingers, feeling around the plate. When he landed on a cookie, he emitted squeals of delight under the amused eyes of the patrons. I couldn't resist a chuckle seeing the satisfied smile on the little boy's lips. The computers were placed in view of the front desk, under the watchful eye of the librarian. They were perched on a nicked-up oak table and situated in front of several stacks of children's books, surrounded by 2 tattered armchairs and 1 sofa, all of which were occupied. Fortunately, the computers were vacant. I picked one and got to work, digging up recent stories on Portland's drug problem and that of Silverthorne. Only a few triggered my fancy, and as they were printing off, I clicked on an article dated last October and sat up a bit straighter. For overdoses in Silverthorne? That might make sense for big cities, but not here. I enlarged the picture the journalist had included. Front and center was a picture of Mayor Harris at a press briefing shaking hands with Portland's health commissioner. Standing beside them were some other official-looking dudes with badges, and an obscured man blocked mostly by the mayor, but 3/4 of his face showed. My stomach sank. I lifted a trembling finger, tracing the names of the men listed. When I got to the one after Mayor Harris, I stopped. Private bodyguard? Why would the mayor require a bodyguard? It was the linked story from the Portland Gazette that sent shudders down my spine. Long-lost siblings reunited. Read the title, and below it was the half-page photo of the reunited siblings. Mayor Harris's crooked-nosed bodyguard stood beside an attractive young lady. The squatty man, layered in gold chains, had draped his arm across her shoulders in pride, and she beamed beside him. She wore flight attendant attire, and her brunette hair was upswept into a chignon. I double-checked the date, which was from 2 years prior. Brother and sister? All the pieces were starting to fall into place. As soon as my heart started beating again, I promptly copied the article and darted to my car. Hopping in, I fired up the engine and zoomed out of the lot, nearly bashing into Officer Stanton's cruiser. Crap. I'd forgotten about him. I impishly smiled at him and made my way 2 blocks over to the coffee shop, peeking out the front window for Officer Stanton. Today must have been my lucky day because he parked across the street and stayed put. "What can I get you, Kaitlynn?" "The usual?" "What?" I spun around and faced Linda's inquisitive gaze. She glanced from me to the window and back. "Someone troubling you?" "Nope." I laughed nervously. How about pumpkin spice latte?" "Large, please, I've got a bunch to do today." "That's a seasonal drink, remember? We've been out of that since November." "You sure you're okay?" Oh,
Yeah,
I'm fine. It's been a weird day is all. Anyway, let me have a Maggie moo pie, plus 2 shots, please. You sure you can handle it? With the day I've had, yes. I'll need all the caffeine you've got. All right, sugar, but don't say I didn't warn you. Linda went about blending the cream, caramel, and chocolate sauce with the coffee, plus the extra shots of caffeine, and topped it off with a half can of whipped cream and a moo pie. Sorry, sugar, I don't have a lid for this. You dining in? I can make you a tuna melt. While that sounds tempting, work calls. Suit yourself, said Linda as she wiped down the counters. I grabbed a couple of napkins along with my drink and rushed for the door when in walked none other than Harper Wolf. Well, it was more of a shuffle, but there he was. His face looked like he'd been used as a punching bag. A few scabbed over lacerations, and 2 black and purple eye sockets that made him resemble a panda. I stepped back, frozen. Hello, Ms. Dahl. Looks like you've got yourself a heart attack coming. What? He pointed to my cup. Oh,
yeah,
I half raised the drink. This is a one-time deal. Work, you know? What about you? The hospital let you out, huh? Just this morning. I've got to say the food's not half bad, but nobody beats Linda's cooking. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Linda blush. I dare say you are correct, sir. Please, call me Harper. All right, Harper. I held up a finger. Do you happen to have a minute? There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Harper grinned. Anything for a future constituent. We sat down at the nearest table for 2, and I swiftly formed a plan. Harper, I hope this doesn't seem intrusive, but how are you doing? What happened to you was frightful, to say the least. The rumor mill has it that it's been tough as of late. Harper nodded. Oh, I'm fine. I tell you, though, if I'd have seen him coming, he'd have been the one sporting 2 shiners. He snickered. Do you recall anything about that night? I asked, leaning forward onto my elbows. Harper sniffed and studied the table, thinking. All I remember was moving the barrels. The next thing I know he had conked me on the head. When I woke up, the paramedics were all on top of me and Angel was crying. How do you know it was a man, if I may ask? Because of the shoes. The shoes?
yeah,
There were some mighty big shoe prints left on the ground outside the winery door. Plus, who's stupid enough to mess with Harper Wolf, you know what I'm saying? A woman? Please. The ladies love me. He winked over at Linda. Of course. I smiled. Well, I'm happy you're okay. Hopefully they'll catch the person who did this.
yeah,
I hope so. Although, I can't complain. Why not? Because visitors have tripled since the attack. My sales have flown through the roof. And it's about time. Things have been tight. Really? I asked, startled he'd be so transparent.
yeah,
But don't you worry. Harper Wolf may be down, but I'm never out. I've heard the gossip mills stirring up trouble claiming I'm broke, but don't believe it. That's good to hear, Harper. Well, I've gotta run. See you soon. I got up and waved.
goodbye.
You have a nice day now, and I hope I can count on your vote this spring. Once outside, I 2-timed it around the corner, making sure not to spill my latte, and rushed down the alley that led to Dylan's studio. I pumped my fist in the air in elation. Dylan hadn't left. Her sedan sat in the parking space nearest the studio door. I reached into my front pocket, pulled out a car key, and unlocked her car door. When I was buckled up, I sent her a text message saying I'd borrowed her car for a quick drive and mine had stalled in front of the coffee shop. That way she wouldn't worry too much. Hopefully, she would not disturb Officer Stanton, but if she did, I'd be long gone. I stashed the latte in the cup holder, gobbled up the moo pie, and backed out onto the street. I sped towards the outskirts of town, away from all the chaos that Silverthorne had become. The sun shone through the parted ominous clouds, and a charge of excitement raced through my veins. Zach would have me hogtied for this later, of course, but I'd deal with it then. The time had come to gather the last bit of evidence that would guarantee the killer's arrest. Let's hope I got to it before the killer silenced me for good. Chapter 26. As soon as I drove up to Max's familial mountain home, the skies opened up. Rain battered the ground, pools of water changing the dirt to mud, adding a raw nip to the air. Drat it all, I'd forgotten my heavier coat. The one Dylan had stashed in the back seat would have to work. I put on the lightweight red rain parka and slogged to the rear of the house. It had been a while since I'd last visited, but it was as charming as ever, even with the torrential downpour. Hair stuck to my face, and I mopped my eyes with the back of my hand, scanning the landscape for the tree Max had shown me months before at his nephew's birthday party. I crept underneath the back porch canopy. Except for the plop of raindrops, an eerie silence covered the lush landscape. I walked the cobblestone pathways past each tree and shrub, hoping to recognize the one Max had shown me. Half an hour later, and after digging into the soggy earth below at least 6 trees, I stood up and arched my aching back, flailing my hands to remove the caked mud from under my soiled fingernails. A sense of panic welled up, but I fought it back. The tree was out here, and I'd find it or die from pneumonia. I'd vowed to discover Max's killer, and that was just what I would do. As precious minutes ticked by, I resorted to hopping from one stone in the path to another, my boots heavy from the hardened mud, and my toes aching from the chill that had seeped through. Another large bush appeared up ahead, and a rather enormous tree with a hole near the base of it, which loomed like a guardian about 12 feet away. My spirits soared. My hands shook, partly from the cold, but also from the anticipation. I chewed on my lip and stuck my hand into the hole, patting blindly around. Ding! I smacked my hand upon a hard rectangular box. My heart galloping, I dragged the tin box out and ripped off the lid. A hard rain pelted down, and I nestled the box on my thighs, leaning over it to protect the contents. In a Ziploc baggie, there looked to be several tape recordings, and underneath them were a few pictures. A smile tugged at the corners of my mouth. Other than me, Max hadn't told a soul about his hidey hole. The chief and Zach would never have found this on their own. I replaced the lid and stood up when. Crack. I whirled around and yelped. A .357 Magnum was inches in front of my nose. Well, so that's where he's been hiding them. I'll take those. The rain had flattened his picture-perfect hair. Gone was the charm, the warmth, and the kindness he'd shown since the day I arrived in Silverthorne. Why'd you kill him? My voice wavered, but not my resolve. Hands up where I can see them. It was Brandon. Mayor Harris. I raised my soiled hands above my head. Where's your cell phone? He asked, stepping closer, sticking his hands into my jacket pockets. I didn't bring one. He sneered. Don't lie to me. I'm not. I left it in the car. Go check, Brandon ordered someone behind him. An accomplice. Of course. You won't find it there. I yelled. I left it in my car, not Dylan's. Brandon's menacing gaze locked onto mine, leaving no question of his intentions. You'd better not be lying. He jiggled the gun toward the pathway. Move. I searched around, seeking an out, or something I could grab for defense. What gave me away? Brandon shoved me between the shoulder blades, propelling me toward the patio. Was it the bracelet? I guess that might implicate me, but it was such a lovely touch, don't you think? A sadistic glee dripped with each word he uttered. Kill her and let's get out of here. Our plane's waiting," whined his accomplice, who stood holding an umbrella on the patio. Her blonde hair tumbled down into curls, all of which were tucked underneath a hooded raincoat. "Alexis was your friend," I said, inching toward the woman, using my peripheral vision for something to grab. "She was nothing of the sort. Alexis was a goody two-shoes who couldn't see the forest for the trees." "And you did, didn't you, Taylor? Alexis always got what she wanted, right? The choice of flights, the exotic boyfriends. Brandon." I prayed I'd hit some truth. Stalling wasn't my forte, but I didn't plan on dying today. At least I'd texted both Zach and Luther where I was when I arrived. But did they read it? I licked my wet lips and stumbled over a cobblestone, but caught myself before falling over. "She didn't deserve Brandon," Taylor snarled. "Of course she didn't," I said. "You were the one in love with Brandon, not Alexis." The patio was 6 feet away now. Time for Plan B. "But don't you know, Taylor? Brandon loved Alexis, not you." "That's not true," she shrieked, swinging her head wildly. "But it is. Why else would he have you wear brunette wigs?" Her frown faltered. She looked from me to Brandon. "Brandon?" she challenged. "Don't believe her, babe. She's just trying to upset you." "Oh,"
Yeah.
I said. "Then tell her you love her. That you've only loved her." "Shut up," he said and shoved me again on the back. "Alexis was fun for a minute. That's before she took a liking to your Max," he sneered. "And you couldn't stand it," I said. "Just keep him talking, that's it. What's mine is mine." "No one touches it," he said. "What about your wife?" "Danielle. She'll be a perfect first lady someday. I married well with that one, except she's a drunk. A stint in rehab will clean her right up." "But Brandon," Taylor whined. "You said we're running away to the Caymans." "Do you think he'd treat Alexis that way?" I pointedly asked Taylor. Scenarios flashed before my mind's eye, all of which ended poorly. The best shot I had was to divide and conquer. Taylor stiffened and squared her shoulders. One last shove, and I now stood to the left of Taylor with Brandon leveraging the gun squarely on me. "It doesn't matter," said Taylor. "He'll leave Danielle just like he left Alexis." "I doubt that. Weren't you listening? Danielle will make the perfect first lady. Doesn't sound like you're even in that picture." "Taylor," Brandon warned. "Be a good girl and get into the car. I'll be around in a minute." With a heavy pout on her full lips, she tried. "Brandon, I said get in the car." Taylor stormed off, the clack of her heels diminishing as she rounded the house onto the lawn. "Now, where were we?" He bared his teeth. "Yes, Max." His finger twitched over the trigger, the gun held at my eye level. "You know, he'd still be alive if he hadn't snooped around. Such a pity you did." "What did he find Brandon, huh? This can't be over some non-existent relationship between Max and Alexis." A flash of uneasiness crossed his face. Emboldened, I pressed on. "Alexis talked to Max because she found out about you. She'd been funneling information to him for several months, and you had to shut her up, didn't you?" "Shut up," he shouted. "You're clever, Brandon, I'll give you that. But Alexis, now she was smarter." I tapped my head knowingly. "Except she wasn't," hollered Brandon. "If she was so smart, then why'd she come that day, huh?" I inched backwards as his trigger finger twitched. "Alexis joined you at the resort that day?" Brandon snickered. "Hadn't figured that one out yet, eh? How gullible she was. I said we'd have a weekend at the resort, just the two of us." She believed it, he spat, spittle flying out of his mouth. Imagine her surprise when we walked into Max's room. I had Sebastian give me a master key. He thought I wanted the penthouse suite, the fool. But in we walked. Her face went white, but Max, he cackled. Max's face said it all. You know, I probably would have let him live if they hadn't acted like they knew each other. How did you do it? I asked, stalling for time. That was easy. I offered them drinks. It doesn't take much foxglove to kill a man. My eyes blurred with angry tears. He, of course, played his role well and drank. It only took a matter of minutes. What a pity. I wanted to make him suffer. All for what, Brandon? The drug money? His eyebrow rose a half-inch. My, I've underestimated you, Kaitlynn. Tell me more. How much does Sebastian owe you? And Harper? Tell me, how many more are being blackmailed in this town? Oh, but you missed one. He tisked. One must keep your enemies closer. Ask yourself, Kaitlynn, who stood to gain from defiling your name? From what I hear, those boudoir photos were a smashing hit. Sadly, Dylan rehired you. I'll deal with Rex later. My mouth dropped open. Of course. Let me guess, Rex stole my keys. That was you who had him make copies. Bravo, darlin'. He slapped his free hand on this thigh. Isn't that how you all talk down south? By golly, she's got it. Who tried blowing up my house? Oh, that was all me sugar, except you got home too soon. Did you know I waited in those woods for a couple hours? His mouth contorted into a menacing scowl. You'll pay for that one. He lowered the gun to my torso, and I bolted for the trees. The bullet whizzed past my head. Pushed on by pure adrenaline, I ran, head down, through thorny bushes and trees. The pistol blasted again, and released 1, 2, then 3 more bullets, each nicking plants, bushes, and trees as I zigzagged through the dense landscape. At the last second, I dove beneath a fallen tree and held my breath. The deafening sound of silence sent my heart thudding up into my ears. After what seemed like 10 minutes, I risked a peek through a decayed gap in the fallen tree and saw Brandon a few yards away. He was looking down at his gun, striking the side of it with his palm. A few curse words later, he tossed it and drew a giant dagger, scanning the area. I crouched back behind the log. Come out, wherever you are. I promise to make this as painful as possible. He snickered. You know, that Max of yours, he wasn't all that bright. I scouted around for something solid. A foot away, I spotted part of a branch the length of my forearm. I hooked it with my foot and dragged it as quietly as I could to myself, clutching it with both hands. It was too easy to poison him. A slight pinch of foxglove, and bam. He went down hard, Kaitlynn. You should have seen it. He roared with pleasure. Oh wait. You did. He cackled. A twig crunched on the other side of the log. It was now or never. I leapt up and swung with all my might. There was a resounding crack and Brandon lurched backwards. His empty hand flew to his forehead. I didn't stick around to see what happened next. I took off, the trees blurring into one giant blob. I ran, hopping over 2 bushes. I rounded the last pathway curve and set my sights on the patio. The shovel lay against the back door. Pushed on by adrenaline, I set one foot on the patio and then, wham. A searing pain ripped through my arm and Brandon tackled me to the ground. Landing on my side, I rolled onto my knees and scrambled forward. He grabbed my bad ankle and yanked. My head bashed against a moss-covered rock, white specks of light flashed before my eyes and a whoosh of air left my lungs. Dazed, I rolled onto my back, touching the warm, sticky substance gushing down my face. Brandon pinned me to the ground, knees on either side of my hips. An evil grin contorted his face. Blood oozed down from a gash on his cheek where I'd struck him. He loomed large, wielding the dagger double-fisted over his head. "Say hello to Max for me." "Not today," I said through gritted teeth, thrusting forward and punching his groin with both fists. A muffled grunt escaped, and his pupils dilated. The blade plunged to the ground as his hands dropped and he tilted forward. With a crunch, I connected the heel of my hand with his nose. Brandon wailed in pain as blood squirted out. Thrusting him to the side, I clambered to stand up and staggered, the world reeling. I stuck out a hand to steady myself, but slammed my right shoulder into a porch post. My neck felt like a toothpick and the patio blurred in front of me. And then I saw him. "Max!" I moaned and sank to my knees. "Stay down," he motioned. "You'll be all right, Kaitlynn. Stay down. They're coming." A roar like an airplane engine filled my ears, and my vision grew black. I slowly laid down onto the cold cement slab and lolled my head towards the back patio door where I'd seen him. "Max." I croaked, but he just smiled. And then there was nothing. Chapter 27. The nurse finished checking my blood pressure and then left, leaving me alone in the emergency room with a brooding Zach. "You realize how lucky you are?" he asked, arms crossed and chest puffed out. Dark circles underlined the worry reflected in his eyes. "But I'm fine. See?" I stretched my arms wide, wincing as I did. Drat, I'd forgotten about the gash in my arm. Another nurse flitted in. "Careful," she said. "You'll tear the stitches. Here are your discharge papers. Make sure you see your primary care physician in a day or so, or if your headache gets any worse, come back in." "Yes, ma'am." I nodded and immediately regretted it. "You're ready to go. Who will drive you home?" the nurse asked with a pert smile. "I will." Zach raised his hand and then helped me off the bed. "Stop your fussing. I'll be fine." The nurse laughed. "You've got a live wire there. From what I can see, though, she's got a suitable match in you. You make a cute couple." "We're not a couple," we both blurted. The nurse waved and said with a humorous smile. "If you're not, then what are you waiting for? Have a good one." The nurse marched out of the room and my cheeks blazed red hot. With a steadying hand on the bed railing for support, I chanced a step forward. When the room swirled, Zach wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me snug against his side. Even though I'd never tell him, it was wonderful to have the support. Thank goodness the nurse had already helped me dress. The slow walk to the car was followed by a silent ride to the station where the chief awaited my statement. When we pulled in, not only were a couple of news reporters and cameras set up in front of the station, but a whole set of townsfolk bunched behind them jonesing for a glimpse of the hottest sensation since the town's founding. "Me." "Let me get this straight," said the chief, his gruff voice echoing off the interrogation room walls. "You ditched your detail, stuck your nose into police business, and nearly got yourself killed? Tell me why I shouldn't throw your butt in jail right now." Like a familiar movie, I once again sat before the chief next to Zach with Luther hovering behind me. The chief's chair creaked against his weight as he leaned back. He stared at me much like a disgruntled father would a child. Not unkindly, but with deep concern and a bit of something else. Was it guilt? "Because I discovered your killer and solved your drug problem." I stared boldly back at him. "You should thank me." "Oh, really?" The chief leaned forward onto his elbows, clasping his hands. "You've got moxie, Ms. Dahl. I'll give you that. Now why don't you explain how you pieced all of this together? Luther here will take notes. For the record, I disapprove of your involvement, but off the record you secured Mayor Harris's confession to the homicides and the drugs. But when his lawyer gets here, it'll all go out the window. Why don't you start from the beginning, and then maybe, and I mean maybe, you'll stay out of a jail cell. That and Max's tapes and pictures you discovered should fill in the gaps. I wrung my hands in my lap. From the beginning, I swallowed hard. I didn't believe Max died from natural causes. Right, you thought he'd been murdered, said the chief. Yes, and the autopsy report supported that. According to Sheriff Beck, the substance was digitalis purpurea. I remembered my father and mother talking about a prescription for my grandmother. Digitalis, or digoxin, is used for chronic heart failure, or for people with heart rhythm problems. Anyway, I called my dad and, your father's a pharmacist, right? Asked the chief. Yes. A forensic pharmacist. He said that digitalis purpurea was from a common plant known as foxglove, and it's available from either a plant store or even in the wild if you knew what to search for. From there, it's ground up, mixed with food, and ingested. He also said it could be injected. The chief's brow furrowed and he cast a piercing gaze up at Luther. That's why you ordered the coroner to search for punctures. Yes, sir, Luther replied. Continue, the chief said to me. Since we had our how, I moved on to the why. I searched all the photos from each crime scene and spotted a few peculiar ones. Peculiar as in how? There was one with a lipstick-stained napkin next to a drinking glass. How is that peculiar? Danielle Harris admitted to seeing Max directly before he was murdered, the chief pointed out. Yes, but she didn't mention eating or drinking anything. Plus, Danielle would never wear that shade of lipstick, said Zach, prompting a curious glance from the chief. I smiled at Zach and continued. She suggested that it must have been a man who, because of the gin and cigars, Luther interjected from behind me. True, I said. Then there was a photograph of Alexis gripping Max's beaded bracelet, which I considered odd. Why? The chief asked, a finger to his lips, deep in thought. It's odd because she didn't kill Max. We've established that the killer was male. Okay, said the chief. Show us. He tossed a stack of glossy pictures onto his desk, scattering them as they hit the table. I combed through them until I located the one I needed. This one. I pointed. You see here? His bracelet is missing. Max never took that bracelet off, even in the shower. The chief's eyes widened in surprise at the last revelation. He told me so, chief. Get your mind out of the gutter. Fair enough. He lifted an eyebrow, unconvinced. As I was saying, that bracelet was ripped off of him, but why? Then it all made sense. Brandon took it. It was all a part of his plan, even down to killing Alexis. How do you know this? Because he said so at the Stone family's mountain home. He mentioned something about it being a nice touch. And it makes sense. I suppose everyone here knew that the Harris' marriage wasn't exactly stellar. Each stepped out on the other. Or rather Brandon did, and Danielle preferred everyone to believe it. Don't forget Brandon had a relationship with Alexis. I bet if you check the Harris' home, you might find some of those throwaway phones from Alexis' phone records. Why would he have saved one if he threw all the others away? Mayor Harris covered his tracks well, said the chief. He did, except he was in love with Alexis. Wait. The chief held up a hand. You just said he planned to kill her. He did kill her. I flipped to the photo with Alexis' corpse holding onto the bracelet. Brandon tricked her into Max's resort room, thus the lipstick-stained napkin, and then he forced her to Max's home to look for the incriminating tapes and photos, which is why there was no car at Alexis Stanwell's murder scene, interjected Zach. Exactly. I said. He killed her and placed the bracelet in her hand. Brandon mentioned that nothing touched what belonged to him. I can only assume that meant Alexis. And it would seem the mayor thought Max and Alexis were having a relationship, said the chief, tugging at his ear. I nodded. That's right. Were they having an affair? No, it was strictly business. My hunch was that Alexis had figured out Brandon's role in the drug ring, and she'd approached Max about it. How would she have known to contact Max? Did they meet somewhere else? Not that I'm aware of, but that may be easier to solve than we think. Here, check this one out. Thankfully, Zach had returned my pocketbook, and I rummaged through it, removing the news article from the library that I'd copied. The chief put on his bifocals and held the paper at arm's length. His face scrunched in concentration, regarding it like a bloodhound on a scent. What am I staring at here? I see Mayor Harris. Yes. Look behind him, I said. Do you see the man with the crooked nose? The chief nodded. He's listed in the photo credits as Mayor Harris's bodyguard. The mayor doesn't have a bodyguard, said Zach. But he does. Check out his name, I replied. Zach stood and stepped around the chief's desk. Both the men squinted and read the fine print. V.M. Garcia. Zach's eyes lit up with recognition. Those are the initials in Alexis Stanwell's appointments. Correct, detective. I beamed. The chief grunted. Who's that? VM stands for Victor Manuel, otherwise known as Manny to his friends, I said. I don't expect that man has many friends, Zach mumbled. Who's this Manny character? Asked the chief, ignoring Zach's comment. He works at the Portland airport doing odds and ends. He knew Alexis. When I went up there the other day, he defended her. He said Lexi was a good girl and wouldn't shirk a payment or something to that nature when I told him she'd missed a rental payment. He also got torqued off at the implication, and I didn't stick around long when he told me to leave. Maybe you're smarter than I give you credit for, the chief remarked, but before I could swell with too much pride he added. Although you'd have to be an idiot to argue with a man like that. But this still doesn't connect Alexis to Max. Manny has a past, I continued. You don't say, mocked the chief. In the library's archives, I found out more about him. His past job was to recognize all law enforcement in and around the Portland area. In this type of work, he'd have learned about Max.
Yeah.
But that's a stretch, Ms. Dahl. I agree. But Manny's actions were more of a protective big brother, and if so, it's plausible that he connected Alexis to Max. The dates recorded in Alexis' appointment calendar match her encounters with Max. She's got a point, said Zach. Let's say Manny connected Alexis to Max, the chief responded. Wouldn't that put Manny at substantial risk? Why would he risk his life for Alexis, even if he was fond of her? A man like that? The chief shook his head. I don't see it. That's where this comes into play. I pulled out the last printed article from the library and unfolded it, smoothing the edges, and placed it on the desk in front of the chief. What's this? He eyed me, then the article. Manny may not have risked his life for just any woman, but what about his sister? There was a collective intake of air. Zach hunched over the desk beside the chief, and they both eyed the picture with new interest. At the same time, I heard the squeak of Luther's boots on the tiled floor as he shifted his weight behind me. The chief cleared his throat. That changes things. I thought you might like that, I said with a smug grin. But that doesn't explain why you rushed up to the Stone family residence, or how you determined Mayor Harris was in charge of this opioid ring, the chief retorted. Again, I sifted through the images and chose the one of Danielle's blurred figure carrying an enormous margarita glass in one hand, her head close to the counter in her kitchen. A medicine bottle lay on its side with pills spilling out. Here. Look at this one. The chief picked up the photo and inspected it. Those pills have an imprint on them, but it's a fake. The chief drew the picture closer to his face, zooming in on the pill bottle. Explain. I forwarded the pictures to my dad. The chief relaxed back into his chair. So Danielle's buying illicit pills. That still doesn't link them. Maybe not, but that's where you come in, Chief. How's that? I'm sure if you question Manny, you'll have all the evidence you'll need. You'll probably discover that Sebastian Alexander, Harper Wolf, and Rex Hunter owe Brandon Harris a load of money. Plus, you might even get a confession about the attack on Harper Wolf the other night. The chief and Zach gaped at each other and then back at me. That's quite the accusation, Ms. Dahl. Anything to back it up? Call it intuition, but from my nosy sleuthing, I found out that all three are in debt, yet all of them continue expanding and spending lots of cash. Manny even called and left a nasty message for Rex at the studio saying that Rex owed him. One need not connect too many dots to figure that one out. Plus, Brandon Harris admitted it. The chief tossed the picture onto the stack of others on the table and frowned. Fair enough. That's probably why Rex and his father swarmed in this morning with their lawyers in tow. Knowing his father's reputation, their lawyers will get Rex a slap on the wrist at most. Though I dare say Dylan won't waste time firing him. He's young. The future is bright for him if he'll fly right. But I wonder who else will run for mayor now that all the candidates have egg on their faces. Oh, I don't know, Chief, said Zach, slapping him on the back. Somehow I think Amelia can help you figure that one out. Zach grinned. And as for the mountain home, I said, redirecting the conversation as my headache grew worse, beating louder than Ringo Starr on the drums. It was a guess. A guess, stated the chief. The corners of his mouth drew deeper into a frown. I cast a sideways glance and saw Zach rub the back of his neck, his lips set in a straight line. Max had told me about a secret hiding spot he'd created when he was a teenager. I guess that maybe he hid something in it. Brandon tore up Max's home searching for something. The chief remained quiet for a moment, swinging his bifocals between his thumb and forefinger. Well done, Kaitlynn. I sat straighter in my chair and gaped at the chief. He was proud of me. Why that gave me goosebumps, I didn't know. Zach, said the chief. Why don't you take Kaitlynn home after she signs her statement? I believe you owe her a meal. My shoulders sagged, and relief washed over me. Thank you, Chief, I whispered. I stood up too soon and swayed on my feet. Zach cupped my elbow to steady me, but fortunately neither the chief nor Luther had noticed it. Oh, and Zach, the chief looked up from shoving the pictures back into the manila envelope.
Yeah.
Chief? She's earned a steak dinner. The chief winked and then started typing on his keyboard. Right, Zach murmured and helped me out of the office and down the hallway. A generous crowd of police officers and staff hooted and hollered as we walked by, and some even patted my back. Well, Ms. Dahl. I held up a hand to Zach. It's Kaitlynn. Kaitlynn. He grinned. Please do me a favor and stay home for a while. My hand shot to my mouth. Oh crap! What? Zach asked. A look of concern washed over his face as he eyed me from head to toe. My mom's gonna kill me. I was supposed to come home for Christmas, but with this whole Max thing I forgot to call her, and you have no idea what she's like, I rambled on. Miracles happen, said Zach, playfully tapping my back. You can explain all about it once we get you home. He ushered me out of the police station and into the car, keeping reporters and townsfolk at bay. He leaned over to buckle me in. His face hovered inches from mine, and when the buckle clicked into place, he drew close to my ear and whispered. I'm sure you've got a lot to catch up on. My skin prickled where his warm breath touched, and I licked my lips, forcing my heartbeat to slow down. He pulled back far enough for me to see the smirk on his lips and the glee that danced within his eyes. My heart dropped. Wait, she's here? I squeaked, slumping back into the bucket seat and feeling the blood drain from my face. Oh.
Yeah.
Evidently, you've avoided her for a while too. I'm sensing a theme. Please, Zach, you can't leave me with my mother. Not at first. I wouldn't miss it for the world. He grinned from ear to ear. Zach, listen, I'll pay you, or I'll wash your car, but please, oh please, don't leave me alone with my mom. Kaitlynn, I believe this is the beginning of what I like to call friendship? I asked with a daring smile, holding on to the hope there was a single shred of help to come my way. No, he snorted. Accountability. As he rounded the car, I gnawed on a jagged fingernail. Oh, he said after getting in. And your grandmother's here. Which one? Zach checked his rearview mirror and side mirrors before pulling out. Your dad's. The tension in my shoulders released, and the stabbing arm pain relinquished. All was right with the world. My guardian angel had arrived. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Zach helped me inside my house, and after a dose of scolding from my mother, tempered by my grandmother Dahl, we sat around eating lefse, jetost, and chowder soup that my bestie was famous for. My mom fussed over me for a while, making sure I had enough to eat. She even did a load of laundry and made my bed with fresh sheets. After we cleared the dishes, we were all resting upon the sofas and chairs in my living room, admiring the Christmas tree with the twinkling lights. The fire crackled, and the conversation ebbed. Then, in the silence, my dad spoke up. Kaitlynn, do you remember when you were a little girl and you came home weeping? Some classmate had teased you about your hair. Yes, Daddy. I sat you upon my knee and told you about an incident that had happened to me when I was about that age. Do you recall? I nodded. Then you explain, please. He gestured to Zach, who sat beside me on the sofa. I eyed my grandmother, unsure, but she bowed her head, urging me to continue. Well, the story goes that one time when my dad was about 11 years old, he came home all scraped up. He had a bloody nose, and eyes that resembled minced meat, basically he looked awful. Yeah, he did, my grandmother chimed in. My dad was terrified that, I wouldn't say terrified, my dad interrupted with a twinkle in his eye. You should have been, admonished my grandmother, which was met with bubbles of laughter. But my bestie saw his sorry state, cleaned him up, and had but one question. I paused as my grandmother bobbed her head in an all-knowing manner. Zach settled his arm over the back of the sofa and twisted to gain a better look at me. And what was that? He asked, his eyes intent on me. Did you finish it? Boomed my grandmother's voice, thick Norse accent and all. And what did I say? Asked my dad sitting next to the tree, whose light splashed red, blue, and white shadows across his face. He said nothing, my grandmother said with a one-shouldered shrug. He needn't. She crinkled her lips and held up her index finger. He is a doll. Vi are Norsk. I don't understand, Zach whispered, leaning forward. We are Norwegian, I translated. Zach's jaw slackened. Yeah, and what else did I tell your father that day, Kaitlynn? My grandmother prodded. You said, I tucked my feet underneath me and sat up straighter, recalling the words. We don't look for trouble, son, but when we must, we fight. Is that right? I looked from my grandmother to my dad. Yeah, that is true. And Kaitlynn, that is what you did, you understand? My grandmother said. I shook my head. But bestie, I didn't fight. I followed clues. My dear granddaughter, who but you fought that wicked man? You did, or Vi would not be seeing you now, true. And Kaitlynn, you not fight with fists all the time. You fight with your mind, no? She tapped her arthritic fingers to her temple and nodded. That is true, hero. My grandmother rocked back and forth in the rocking chair, her gift to me this Christmas, and beamed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After Zach had left, and my parents had gone upstairs to bed, she gifted me with one more treasure. "Kaitlynn, stay with me for 1 minute more." She reached forward in her rocking chair and laced her fingers through mine as I reached for her. "Max may be gone, but he will never be forgotten. His spirit is at rest now. So must yours be. Thank you, best amour." I half rose, stooped over, and kissed her soft cheek, inhaling the familiar scent of lavender and clean soap. She patted my hand and let go, and as I padded across the floor towards my bedroom, she called out, "My dear, rest tonight, but your journey has only begun. On this path you choose, stay strong and know that your ancestors watch and guide you. You have the gift, child. Today you won the battle, but I fear the next wave will be bigger than the first." The wrinkles of her face scrunched together as she frowned. "Valhalla will have to wait a bit longer, I think." My neck tingled, the hairs standing on end, but I managed a nervous smile anyway. I waved goodnight and entered my room, mulling over what she'd said. She had always spoken in riddles, or at least that was what my father said. I chalked it up to an old woman's imagination and went about getting dressed for bed. I yawned and slid beneath the soft duvet covers. Rocky jumped onto the bed and curled up beside my head on the pillow, refusing to remain at my feet tonight. When I finally fell asleep, one good dream drowned out the rest. Max stood at the edge of a forest, much like the one we used to hike on in the outskirts of town. He stood a few feet away and waved, sporting a toothy grin. Rays of light shone down upon his dark brown hair, and puffy white clouds flecked the cotton candy sky. I glanced around in wonder. "Where are we?" I asked. "The forest," he said with a bubbly chuckle. "Don't tell me you've forgotten our place already?" "No, of course not. It's just..." "What?" "You're dead." I swallowed hard and blinked back the tears that blurred my vision. "Nothing gets by you, Kaitlynn," he teased. His tender gaze danced with mischief. I laughed and wiped my eyes with the back of my hand. "But why are you here?" I asked, wishing this dream would never end. He reached out his warm arms and gently pulled me to him. I willingly leaned into the embrace and rested my forehead against his chest, squeezing my eyelids closed. "To thank you." I pulled my head back enough to stare at him in confusion. "For what?" "You finished it. I'm so proud of you, Kaitlynn." Max kissed my forehead, and I melted back into his embrace. "It was all you, Max," I said, my nose now runny.
Nah.
"I knew you could manage it. Tell my parents I love them, and that Rocky's found a new home. They'll be relieved. They love wild animals, but Rocky's a little too wild for them." His deep chuckle filled my soul with joy. It had been too long since I'd heard it. "Oh, Max." I sucked in air, fighting back a round of tears, but Max pried me away and pleaded for me to look at him. I shook my head. The sight of his doting gaze would undo all my resolve. I would become a blabbering idiot, and I wanted him to see me strong. Max stuck his index finger under my chin and gently lifted my head. My watery gaze drew up to meet his. "No tears, Kaitlynn. I'm fine. Better than fine. Look where we are. I get to spend eternity in the woods and not have to pay rent." He caressed the side of my face. Nature was his paradise, and to spend eternity in the woods fit him. "It's up to you now," he continued. His voice softened and he dropped his hands from my shoulders, sticking them in his pockets. "That photography studio will not run itself." "But," I began. Max stepped backwards. I reached out, but he held up a hand to stop me. "It's time. I've got to leave." He glanced over his shoulder as if someone had called him, then turned to meet my frantic gaze. A wistful smile danced off his lips. "No, wait!" I reached out again, and just as my fingers grasped his forearm, they slipped through like butter, and a silvery mist whirled around us. Don't worry. I'll be watching. Go get Kaitlynn. And remember, you're never alone. I love you. Max winked and turned into the forest. I wrapped my arms around my torso and shook with sobs as he slowly faded into the trees. Soon everything was engulfed in a dense, soupy fog. But I would be okay. Even as the mist swirled above my head, blotting out all sight, I didn't fret. In fact, it was the best I'd felt in days. Right before I woke up from this peaceful dream, I heard Max's deep voice call out. Remember your dreams, Kaitlynn. I love you.